victims of this other group, not us. I mean, Catholics say that now, right? And it's like, well,
Yeah.
when it's only in the past 3 decades, right? And the fact there's actually a movement, the SSPX, right, that is like against the Second Vatican Council and everything that happened afterwards, because one of the things is they apologized for. Well, I mean, it was a very brief apology, I'll put it like that. But the Pope technically said, we're kind of sorry, for what happened the past 2,000 years, um,
Yeah, a little.
you know,
And I
like
don't think people understand how blatantly horrid, anti-Semitic, and straight murderous and genocidal the church has been throughout history. Like, I don't think people truly understand that. Like it is very much deserving of more than a nod and saying, yeah, sorry. You
right,
know?
right. Especially, I mean, in fact, I've actually been trying to find this documentary again because Deutsche Welle, this German news site,
Mm.
literally took it down, and I mean, they're the ones that published it, but it's called I don't even remember. I almost want to say the Nazi Pope, but I don't want to say that. But anyway, it was showing about Pope Pius XII, I believe, um, when he was the Pope, right during the Second World War, that he knew almost right away what was happening. In fact, like there's even a letter that was sent very early in the 30s from a Jewish convert to Catholicism,
Mm.
right? That was saying like, hey,
Mm.
they're doing this stuff here, and nothing, like no help at all. So
Yeah. No. It's fucking horrible. And Paul Squall says the Pope's about 500 years behind on his apology letters. They have a lot to apologize for.
it's true.
Absolutely. I'm Canadian and they've fucking done very little, if anything, at all about the genocide that they fucking did with the Canadian government. So, against the Indigenous and First Nations people here in Canada. So, yeah, they're super fucking, they're super far behind. And they have a lot around this world to apologize for. Most certainly. Uh, yes. But yeah, I'm gonna unshare my screen here. But yeah, it's absolutely correct. And the last point is about how fucking the dude's probably more moral than them, so why would they join their inferior group? And frankly, fair. That was their last point was on that. So you know what? Checkmate, you win.
I mean, again,
Fucking
like it's always just it's for me. It's actually always been interesting to read like all of those pamphlets and things because they're just so I don't know.
they're blatant.
Yeah, very very blatant for sure.
God damn. And fucking October says fucking two of my favorite streamers in a stream. Let's go. Hell yeah. Fuck yes.
Yes.
The one and only Shakespeare is with us today. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. um I don't want to spend too much on just like Jews for Jesus without getting into that other thing, but um I do have their statement of faith. Can I read through their statement of faith with you? Is that
Yeah, go.
interesting?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Uh, okay. The statement of faith, it's a couple bullet points. The first one: the Old Testament and the New Testament are divinely inspired, without error, and are the final authority in all matters of faith and life. Traditional Jewish literature is in no way binding upon life or faith, but of value only where it is supported by or comportable with the Word of God. Um, I think that it's interesting. Like I give a lot more respect to the Old Testament, sort of like the Hebrew Bible, over the New Testament. Fucking as the fucking Old Testament can be correct and the New Testament incorrect, but the fucking if the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible is incorrect, then just by default the New Testament can't be correct. You know what I mean? Like it kind of
Mm-hmm.
just all rests on it, and it's kind of a part two, which is super fucked up. But I think that it's weird that you can say that it's in without error, as I find that the Old and New Testaments are contradictory with each other in many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess you can distort things or interpret them in other ways, I guess. But like I feel like the average person who says like the Shema fucking would know that the Lord is one and is not fucking is not including of Jesus. And I don't know. Like, I guess you could reinterpret that, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, well, I mean, people say that, but then they're like, oh, but there are three persons, and
the whole Trinity
you know,
thing, but it's
which,
so weird.
you know, uh, which I don't know, it's its own thing
But
as
the
well.
Trinity isn't explicitly in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all one and of
Right.
one substance. You know, like it doesn't say that. Fucking John, it does. Like Jesus says, "Fucking I and the Father are one," or if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. But John can't eat my ass, and it was written much later and made it up. That's my thoughts. But that's another topic for another time. I don't think we're ready for that
Well, I mean,
yet.
I mean, it's also John that's by far the most anti-Semitic of all of the four Gospels, by far
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. Absolutely. And he has done a lot of damage. He being the author of John, John didn't actually write
Yeah.
John. But yeah, yeah, I know you know that, but I mean just for chat that
No, no,
is
no, no.
out
I
there.
meant like
Yeah.
John.
But yeah, but yeah, like he was in super anti-Semitic, and well, like Luke was pretty fucking all the gospel writers were pretty fucking weird in their treatment of Rome over fucking the Jewish people. And you can see it get progressively more anti-Semitic and progressively more like Rome-oriented as you go. And I mean, in the canonical sense, like with like, or sorry, not the canonical sense, in the fucking like the time-based sense where it's fucking Mark, Matthew, Luke, John. It gets progressively more like fanciful. God, Jesus becomes more God, and everyone becomes more anti-Semitic. Like, it's kind of true. But yeah.
Also, I meant to ask really quickly: should I get my Tanakh? Will that become of use soon? Um,
Um. Well, if you'd like, yeah, like we can talk about a few fucking things. Yeah, sure. If
okay,
you'd like,
sure.
yeah, that would be
Okay,
great.
I'll get it right now, so that way we can parse out the Hebrew.
Awesome. I will entertain chat with a TOS friendly fucking dab here. Chat, I want everybody to know that I live in a country, state, province, territory, region, or county where it's legal to consume herbal substances. And frankly, I really much enjoy that right. Okay. I take advantage of that right. And if you live in a country, state, province, territory, or region where it's legal, you should do that too. Okay. You probably can't hear the music on your side. But it's time. Get him out. Let's go. Oh, here he is. They're back. The Shakespeare's back. They have returned. Okay, sorry. I'm taking it down quick.
Oh no, no, please take your time.
That was fast. Amazing. Yes. Okay, but here's our next point, which I do think really outlines the whole like answers my Shema question.
Mm-hmm.
Though there is one sovereign God existing in three persons, obviously the Trinity, and obviously they're gonna fucking bring out the Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They believe that this concept is rooted in Judaism. Um, in your understanding, is this rooted in Judaism in any way, shape, or form?
No. I mean, when the Shema says echad, I mean, it only means one,
Yeah,
like one,
absolutely.
one. um, Another thing too is like that aspect of the three beings in one is something that, of course, was constructed over a period of time. It wasn't something that was so to say that it's rooted in Judaism would actually mean that it would have existed earlier on in Christianity's history, not later on in Christianity's history.
Absolutely.
So I think just from from the historical evidence, we can see that it's more akin to ideas that were happening in the Greek-speaking world than were happening in in the Hebrew-speaking world. So
Absolutely, and was a much later fucking creation from the church. There were references to similar things in like John and stuff. It does talk a bit about, if I recall correctly, it's John. Like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit a bit. It does not say that they are, one, but like the whole like Trinity where they are one equal in substance and power but separate persons within the Godhead nonsense, like that wasn't made until much like later. You know what I mean? And even John was written like 100 and what, 10-ish fucking after Christ, like fucking like Jesus, like that's a long time after. And then even then there were battles about what that was and what it meant. And even to this day there's still questions about the Trinity. And anyone who says they understand the Trinity is lying to themselves and to you.
Right,
And frankly to God.
and also we have to remember that the canon of the Bible was not decided at the Council of Nicaea. Um,
No, yes.
yeah.
Oh my God. Yes. Sorry,
Um,
Dan Brown.
so it's something that occurred again. People might say, "Oh, it was at Second Ephesus." Maybe it was, but we do
It
know
was around
that
400, was it
yeah,
not?
it would have been 400 years thereafter.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great book, which I also recommend, Revelations with an S, by Elaine Pagels. It talks about the book of Revelation and like the different apocalyptic texts, and it talks about like what books were and weren't added to canon, and why Revelation was finally added to canon. And essentially, it boils down to it was a great weapon to use against heretics. You know what I mean? So they're
Hmm.
like, yeah, we're gonna add this, and yeah, it was around I think 400 to 425. I think around in that region. So yeah, like it was not like an immediate thing. It's something that whenever I talk about the Bible, I try to always remind people is that this is not a book. It is a library. It is a collection of books, some of which are meant to go together, some of which will certainly not. And they're said by different people at different times with different thoughts and different opinions, and they don't all agree with each other.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like some were borrowing off others. Like you can clearly see with like the synoptics that fucking Matthew and Luke are the writers had Mark. You know what I mean? Like they were copying off each other, adding shit they liked, taking out shit they didn't like. They're fiddle fucking with the text. People were doing their shit. They had different sources. They were doing their shit. And then it was later added. And at the times, like some people had Luke, some people only had Mark, some people had Thomas, like
Hmm.
some people fucking had different scripts and words and shit like that. And the church got rid of the ones they didn't want and kept the ones they did and put them in an order that they saw fit, which is a big issue too, in my opinion. Huge
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I got a big
not
issue
only
with that.
that
Continue.
too, but oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, 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 no. Yo, continue because I'm gonna go off on a tangent and we'll come back to it. I'll remember
Well,
it.
no, what I was gonna say is like another thing that is also sort of not spoken about is that there are books that were popular, you know, in the year that you would have thought. I mean, if you would have had to place bets, and they're like, not people don't even know what you're talking about at all. It's like if I were talking about the Shepherd of Hermies, people are like, "What are you
Mm,
talking about?" But it's like that was the most
mm,
popular, one of the most popular gospel like texts that existed, but it doesn't talk
mm.
about Jesus once. So they kind
Yeah,
of were like, we kind of have to keep the internal narrative consistent, I think. So
absolutely.
you have that being taken out, and not only that, but it's like even with the text that exists now, there were still apocryphal texts,
Mm-hmm.
texts that are considered canonical, texts that are semi-canonical in some churches, texts that are very much not canonical in others. The order is different, the amount of books is different, because some of them are collated into one. So like, and so that also brings into question the prior point too, was just the fact that it's without error and blah blah, like if that's true, then Hashem must have given us one version that's absolutely final, right? But
Mm.
usually when it comes to like the fundamental Baptist church, they tend to choose like the King James version,
King
which is
James.
like
Yeah, I
right,
was
it's like
like, dude. Okay, yo. I almost. I had a debate with this dude, and I had a whole bunch of stuff done on the King James version, like research I wanted to go off on the King James version, but it got way off topic, and like It's a long story, but
Mm-hmm.
fucking he's a real son of a bitch. It wasn't supposed to be a debate. It's a discussion around the Bible and like why the King James isn't the best thing, and why there's other ways we can look at stuff, and. But yeah, the more fundamentalist biblical inerrancy people fucking tend to be King James onlyists. But
Right.
the thing that I wanted to bring up that really gets me, and I've talked about it many times because it just fucking kills me, and it's a basic thing that I think like doing will completely shift your whole way of reading the Bible, the New Testament, is what I said the not just the books in the Bible, but the order in which they were put in the Bible. The fucking fact that Mark was not put first, but rather Matthew, I think is so fucked. Like to me, it completely distorts everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because you open the fucking New Testament, you're like, all right, let's start reading. You start with Matthew, and oh, the birth narrative, and oh yeah, he's Jesus, and he's super cool and like holy, like from his like birth, and everyone's happy, and oh wow, cool, wow, story, story, story. Okay, and then we get to Mark, which is the next one, and you're like, oh, this is just a pared down short version of it. Like, oh, whatever, let's move on. Okay, blah 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 blah, and you keep moving on. Whereas if you had Mark first, it starts and wait, Jesus is like, where's the birth narrative? What do you mean? Like it just skips his birth? Why isn't it here? What's going on? What's happening here? And then it just goes to like him like to his baptism, and it's just this Jesus guy getting baptized, and then like this a voice says like, "Truly, you are my son." Wait, at his baptism from there, it's just like, oh my god, wait, what? This is completely different. What happened to the stuff? And it's just a completely less mystified, less like fucking blown up, added, frillish fucking story. And when you read it like that, and then you can see it slowly get embellished, you get the better view of how it's supposed, like, I don't want to say supposed to, because I don't know if there's necessarily a supposed, but like, I think you get a better view of how it evolved, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
And how it
And the putting
developed as a
Matthew
story.
first is like, oh, well, what the fuck? Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. And especially another thing too, and I'm pretty sure I might have mentioned this the last time we spoke, and that is that one thing that you do like with starting with Matthew as well, like even beginning with literally Matthew 1 through 6, or I think it might be a little bit longer than that, but I'm pretty sure it is. I can't remember exact verses off my top of my head, but the genealogy of Jesus is something that has always
Oh,
interested many people because of the fact that are you gonna tell me how many the verses? Okay,
it,
good.
yeah, well, it's in Matthew and Luke. I believe it's the first part of fucking Matthew. Like I think
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah, it begins like,
of
and this is
Luke.
the genealogy of Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like there's really great charts online where you can see like the side by side because they are different. And
Mm-hmm.
there's lots of different apologetics for it and shit like that, and it's pretty fucking funny.
Right. Well, what I find very interesting is the fact that we know that one of the things that when it comes to understanding the development of the genealogy and the birth narrative and the is the fact that uh, they use right a basis of so because we know that they used the Greek Septuagint, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that technically speaking, according to the Masoretic text, which is just the edited version. When I say edited, it was just edited.
Added the
So
vowels and shit
yeah,
to
yeah,
it,
it
and
essentially added vowelage and like it also added paragraphs and pagination and things like that, which it didn't
mhm.
really have because the Torah as such doesn't really have that, right?
Well,
So
it made it more readable and easier so that like people like could know better the pronunciations because like for like in Hebrew there it's just the vowel sorry just the consonants, it's not the vowels, and that can change how you pronounce shit. If
mhm.
you don't have the vowels, so they added it. And do they not like go through and try to solidify like the meaning of the words? Because sometimes like the vowel like changes the meaning of the word, right? And it had to be got through context. And I know there were some, I guess we don't have to go deep into the creation of the Masoretic text, but I think there's some interesting things that happened there, in terms of like fighting over words and shit.
Yeah, I
And I
mean
mean
like
like debating over words and what do they mean.
I think to me, like one of the main things that they did was by adding Hanikudim, like which is the orthographic notations, right? The vowelage was again was because it was to decide which pronunciation. For example, it also was because if you look at a Torah scroll, it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have any vowels. It doesn't have anything. Instead, a chazan, who is like the cantor, as it's usually translated into English, the cantor, they have to know
I'm listening.
where the cantillation marks are, because certain words are supposed to be pronounced in
Oh my
slightly
god.
different ways because of that.
Yo, sorry, I'm getting a raid right now. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome, Brecky time. Great to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. We're on with the one and only, the very based Shakespeare, talking about Jews for Jesus and the Bible and all sorts of fucking wonderful things. Welcome, everybody. Great to see you, Punk Roast. Thank you for the raid. Shout out fucking Breaky time. Thank you. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I got a raid. And
Yeah,
I
no
wanted to
worries.
show for chat here. I have a Bible here that's in Hebrew and in English. I got this for 20 bucks. It's fucking pretty amazing. Here, let me just pop this up on my screen here quick. Um and you can see here the letters and like the dots and the lines and stuff above.
Mm-hmm.
The dots and shit are the vowels. And that's the stuff that was like added in. It was normally just like the letters. Sorry, it's not really focusing very well, but yeah, for those who don't really like know what that looks like, because it's
Mm-hmm.
super cool to see. Super cool.
Right, and
Sorry,
like
continue.
no, but well, the main thing was I was gonna say is like because we know they based it off the Septuagint, we also know that the changes that were made in the Septuagint by the translators when they translated into Greek were also the basis of when they created the genealogies and everything of Jesus, right? Because they also say and the time it was from these seven generations to this, right? Like they try to add it up, right? Like an amount of years, but there are specific aspects that come out. In particular, the fact that um, we know this, and the fact there's actually a biblical scholarship that's on this that talks about how when they translated the Septuagint, they purposefully elongated, right,
Mm.
the lifespans of people, and also the distance in time, right, between specific events happening, both pre-diluvian and antediluvian. Antediluvian and post-diluvian, right? So that just means before and after the flood. And
Mm.
so because we know that everything was in reference to the flood, and how, we can also tell when we look at the genealogy that it actually doesn't match what the rest of the text, particularly like the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? It doesn't fit
Mm.
timeline wise. It actually would make like Jesus either have come like 500 years too early, or if they were to do it in the other way, then it would be way too late. So it's like,
Yeah.
so yeah.
They gotta do some fuckery, and that's why I rock the NRSVUE. Fucking is my fucking Bible of choice. And in this front of like your Bibles, there's generally like a to the reader, and it pretty much says like why an update. And it's been called the most accurate English language based on the available manuscript evidence, textual analysis, and physiological understandings. And it just talks about how like there's a bunch of different new texts and new things that have been found in light of these new findings. Like it's important that we update, so that we can have a more accurate text than what was before. Obviously, in a translation period, you're never gonna fucking have as good of an understanding as if you know the Hebrew or the fucking Greek or the Aramaic. But fucking hey, uh, it's good to have shit that's updated based on the new shit and not the distorted shit that's fucked, so that there can be a prophecy added. Like where they have to change virgin and things like that.
Right. Which is funny because I've one thing I've Like one thing I've always said, it's like it's interesting because in Judaism, if anything, chastity is the sin, not not the other way
Um,
around.
Absolutely, absolutely, and like I think that that plays a lot into Paul, and I guess like, but also I think that Jesus, something that I talk about quite a bit is that it wasn't that Jesus was necessarily like the most ethical or moral dude of all time. I think he displayed, and I think it was John Dominic Crossan that said it. Like I didn't make this fucking shit up.
Mhm.
Is interim ethics, a term of interim ethics meaning he was an apocalyptic Jewish rabbi. That's what Jesus was.
Mhm.
Fucking, he believed that the end was coming now. The world was run by dark forces, and that the fucking heavenly, godly forces were gonna come back. The Son of Man would come in the clouds to restore fucking shit. It's coming. It's coming now. Fucking get ready. You know, give up everything. Sell everything to the poor. If somebody slaps you, let them fucking slap you. It's fine. Give them the other one. Who cares? It's all gonna be fucking over anyway. Don't take a wife. Like Paul was very much on like the don't take a wife or anything like that. It's no point unless you need to fuck. Then like okay, take a wife because it's better to like have a wife and fuck than to not have a wife and fuck. So that's the only way you should. You know what I mean? But like, don't do it because the end is coming now. You know, and it was
Mhm.
very much based in that apocalyptic view of why would you take a wife? Why would you have kids? Why would you? And that's why I found it so fucking funny when a motherfucker comes in with an abortion talk. I don't know. We're not gonna go into that, but like an abortion shit. Like, oh well, Jesus wants us to fucking be fruitful and multiply. It's like where in the New Testament does it say anything like that? Like, what are you talking about? You know, like
Right.
fucking. How would Paul feel about these words?
Uh,
Incel Paul. Let's go.
or also when you have people that say,
Volcel Paul.
well, where you also have, well, the New Testament abrogated the old, quote unquote, right? But then it's like, but also we're gonna keep the part where, like the one against gay people, the one against, right? It's like, except for these parts that we want to use against you,
Well,
which we've decided we're going to enforce. Which I'm like, do you like if it's abrogated, then it's abrogated. You can't like, well, except for these, it's like, but one thing I did want to say is that, so, was, I wanted to mention the other messianic claimants that existed at the same
mm,
time, because I think,
yes.
that, it's important to note that Jesus was not the only one, um,
Mm,
but also the fact that, even things that he did actually showcase the fact that the stories instead are more a collation of many other stories, right, and sort of that come together, and the figure is chosen. So the one that comes after, or pardon me, the one that comes before him, is Judas of Gamala, or Gamala.
mm,
And this was, so if Jesus's ministry started when he was in the year 30, right, when he would have been 30 years old, if we make it align with that time span, then
mm,
Judas of Gamala was in the year 6 CE. Um, and then you also have, just after Jesus, literally about 4 years later, you have Agrippa the Great. And then 10 years later, you have Theudas. Then you have Menachem ben Yehuda, which is in the year 66. And then Eliezer
mm,
ben Yair. So I guess in this case, you have these six claimants alongside Jesus of Nazareth, right, including Jesus, that existed in the aftermath of the of Herod, of King Herod, right. Um,
mm,
so so that's why another thing too is that discussing aspects of Jesus, right? Like, oh well, why is it that in when he restores the sight, why does he have to spit into the ground and like put it on the right?
mm,
It's because that resembles the magic traditions of his time, as opposed to the miracles, or rather the idea of a miracle, right? And so that's why, like, even reading the stories themselves can also, unless they are decontextualized, which in many cases they are, right? Like, people don't know,
mm,
like, obviously it's not going to say in Jesus's time the magic, right? But again, this is something that we do know from the historical record, that Jesus of Nazareth existed at the same time as other important rabbis, including another one who was also Galilean, that essentially coexisted at the same time, but
mm. I
who never once mentioned any Jesus, or in this case, Josh, right? Because that's technically what Yeshua means.
Yes.
Josh,
Have I shown you? Have I shown you my? Have I shown you my shirt that I
No,
made?
I haven't seen it. No.
Oh my god. Okay, okay. I'm gonna show you. I'm so happy you said that. Oh my god. Okay, 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 okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, continue. I'm sorry, but I gotta show you my Josh shirt. Oh, it's so good.
Josh Christ.
It's so funny. Make sure to fucking go to Shopworks Redbubble. Fucking. Okay, okay. It's so fucking funny. I think it's funny, but I'm also super biased because I made it. Okay, here it is. Okay, here. I'm so glad you fucking said that. Cause yeah, Yeshua, fucking Joshua,
Oh my gosh.
fucking. You can get this as a sticker. You can get it as a shirt, a hoodie, and
Oh my
anything.
gosh.
And it's Jesus, and it just says Josh.
Yeah, but it's true. That's what
It
Yeshua
is true.
means.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I gotta show it on my screen here. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly it. That's all it is. And it makes him seem less like magical when you just call him Josh.
Yeah,
I
Josh.
just find that so funny.
Have you prayed to our Lord and Savior Josh?
Absolutely.
uh,
Dear Joshua, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Shout out to my Joshes. Let's go.
let's
Josh
go.
gang. Good shit. But yeah, sorry, I just needed to show that because like I've
No,
never
that's
heard
great.
anybody else refer to fucking Jesus as Josh, and it made me very happy inside. It's my buddy Josh. Absolutely, I have a deep relationship with Josh in my heart. You know. Yo, do you believe that Josh died and came back 3 days later? Welcome, Bird Scout. Thank you.
Yeah, but
Welcome to
it's
the Towers
true.
Gang.
Like
Welcome.
literally, like because his name is Yoshua, and then because sometimes the H's aren't breastbraided, is Yeshua. So it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's literally Josh because Yoshua is Joshua, and yeah, so it's Josh. It's Josh
Well,
Christ.
Joshua Christ. Mary and Joseph Christ. Joshua, Joshua Christ. Oh, fucking Christ. It's under Christ, comma, Joshua. Yeah, you can, yeah, right there. Okay. 20-minute wait? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Fucking, even Jesus, Josh has to wait in line. Goddamn, that's some fucking good shit. Oh, fucking. When there was only one set of footprints, Josh was giving me a piggyback ride. Absolutely. It was just Josh carrying you the whole time. Oh fuck. Oh goddamn. Fucking yo, fucking Juice for Josh is what they should change the name of the
Yeah,
group to.
yeah. Like I mean,
Fucking
it's like it's like if everything changed to Josh, like to actually be accurate, then it would
yeah, I
change.
guess.
I mean,
Oh
hey, I mean,
fuck.
hey, if it's marketing at the end of the day, shouldn't they want to get the kids to? No, I'm just-
Absolutely, absolutely. Fucking, they can get down with Josh, you know. Fucking what would Josh do? You know? Fucking fucking and then it said mankind is created in the image of God, but due to sin has been separated from God. Fucking I think the real like gnarly emphasis of like sin and needing to be atoned by Jesus' sacrifice is a really fucked up framing. I think, the view of, being made in God's image, and that's awesome, and you need to express that and show that and just be happy that you're in God's image and try not to sin because you're better than that is amazing. It's a way better view than like fucking you're evil.
hmm
Jesus was murdered violently for you.
Well, I mean, and even that, when you have um, the penal substitution, or um, you know, like
Atonement.
yeah, for
Like,
the. Mhm.
yeah, I'm trying to think of the fucking word, but yes, yes.
But when it comes to that, it's like even that is something that is rejected. For example, like I mean, it's not a view that's held by everyone, but it sure seems like they bring it up when it comes to with the Jewish people. It's like, oh, but now we're actually all going to believe it now, and that's what and I say that like because the Catholics say we don't believe that there was penal substitution with Jesus having like literally died in our stead, right? But rather
Mm-hmm,
that
mm-hmm.
rather that it's more of a like a more
Symbolic
metaphor.
metaphor.
Yeah, yeah. And also, I was just laughing because I just wrote in chat right now. Drake and Josh are Lord and Savior.
Absolutely. I was gonna fucking make a fucking Drake joke, but I'm like, I don't know how to make this joke appropriately. I'm not gonna make a fucking Drake joke. I'm glad somebody found a way. Goddamn, good shit. True. Goddamn, good shit. Sorry, not Josh related, but really grinds my gears. But yeah, 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 I kind of forget what fucking you're talking about, but um. The next one is that Jesus is the Messiah and died for our sins, for the sins of mankind, as a substitutionary sacrifice. Who all who believe in Him have salvation. That's exactly what you were just talking about, and it did a great job of reminding me. But that's literally the next point: is a substitutionary sacrifice. Ooh, that's a word I can barely say. Um, and I think that's fucked up. Like, is that a Jewish idea of like substitutionary sacrifice? Like, obviously, like of like sacrifice of like animals and shit. But is that like you can't? Well, the Bible does say that God won't punish fucking people for the sins of their fathers, but it also says that He will, and He does, punish people for the sins of others. So I don't know. Um,
So,
but is that a view? I don't know.
well, in the sense of one, I mean, there is of course the explicit ban, and this is something that it likes to make in reference to to other Canaanite peoples. But if we actually look at it more literally and again more in a historical basis, is the outright ban in the Torah of human sacrifice. And there is an understanding that when you have the beginnings of the writings of what would become, right, like the full Torah and then later the Tanakh, that what you see is like the switch of no long well, one of being outwardly against human sacrifice, which comes at odds with. And if I can go into like, well, there was like the cult of the skull before, and we can go into that, but that's like prehistory. That's like pre-writing, so that's like a prehistorians, right? Would focus on that. So you do have things like that pre-existed, but with like Baalbek and other such things. But bringing it more into the written sphere is like we do see this long period of time where the I like the cult of the skull, as it's often called, right? Like, and the idea that human sacrifices would have occurred, do have a dearth for a long time. And then you begin to start seeing in written history that people take an active, right, desire to not identify themselves with that, particularly because it's usually seen as something like, and if I may use this word because it has this history, right? Is like for example, like the term heathen literally means someone who lives on the heath, someone who does not live in the city.
Mm,
I mean
yeah, yeah.
that's
Like
all
an
what
outsider.
yeah. And so, as opposed to a civilian, right? Someone who lives inside. So that's why the idea of heathenry and everything like that is usually this idea that people that live out in the countryside, right? In fact, the word pagan comes from païen, which means like, and in fact, it exists to this day. I mean, like now, it exists as a nice way of saying like, oh, like my compatriot, like in Spanish, like in Mexican, said like mi paisa, right? You say that like mi paisano, right? Like that is essentially, etymologically speaking, origin from the same word as pagan, right? Because it means my
Mm,
from the countryside man, right? So
mm,
yeah.
mm. That is super fucking interesting. What are your thoughts? Because we're kind of like, and I know it's not related to what we're talking about necessarily, but fucking human sacrifice were brought up. What are your thoughts on the idea that the reason that human sacrifice was banned was because it was too powerful and that God couldn't say no to it? Which
Um,
is substantiated in like Kings with Manesha and fucking Ahaz with the fucking sacrifice of their son.
well, so when it comes to the theological ideas behind why one human sacrifice is not, is because again, there is an understanding that so if I may just quickly refer to the Gemara, which is what people might traditionally call the Ha-Talmud, or the Talmud, there is a view, and this is a very, very old view, that dumpstering an entire person is dumpstering an entire world, right? So it's this belief that to do that, and same in the opposite, right? And in fact, it's been made famous thanks to Schindler's List, the movie. To save even one person is to save the entire world, right? So it's this idea that to sacrifice a human being in this way would be one against the idea of Betzelem, which is in the image in Betzelem Hashem. So there's that, and then also this other aspect too, that it would be equivalent to the destruction of the entire world if you were to do that. So so in that sense, that is why, in terms of theological ideas, that is not to be done, and that is from both a rabbinical discussion that happens even from the days in Yavne. So Yavne was where the Sanhedrin essentially established itself after the Roman occupation and everything of Jerusalem, when they finally so even in the very beginnings of the Mishnaic period, essentially, and technically this would have been the Gaonic period, but so during the Gaonic period, when a lot of these ideas were sort of being discoursed about, there already
Was
was an
this under the 200
yeah,
CE
yeah, like it would,
ish?
yeah, like it would have been like just after they completely like demolished the whole city, like I think, yeah, after the Bar Kokhba revolt and stuff like that. Um,
Okay, so like
so
after 66 ish.
and so, well, I mean, what we understand is that they are responding to even an earlier set of rabbis that also, right, that taught them, etc., right, that they also understood it as that human sacrifice was bad in and of itself, right, like the act itself, because of course it's murder, right, and
Hmm.
that is an act against Hashem, but that also it's an act against His creation, right, like creation itself, right. And so that's another theological way of thinking about it. That it's like, because
Hmm.
we're B'Tselem Hashem, right, in the image of God, then to even begin to think about, right, the idea of murder is already to think that we would be willing to sacrifice the entire world for something, so whatever petty thing it could be, right. So
Yeah, because I think it's interesting because like I heard like, and we don't need to go too into detail about it, but maybe we can talk about it at another time. Um, but yeah, like I think it's super crazy and interesting because it's like reading through the Bible and shit. And like getting to the point where fucking yeah, fucking Manasseh and fucking Ahaz fucking they sacrifice. They're losing the battle and they're getting fucked up real bad, and then they sacrifice their son, and then they start winning. So like God's in favor. Like like he like that's what's like so fucked up to me, and like I've never really understood because it's like that's why like the theory of like it's just too powerful and he can't say no. That like fucking they did the thing and now they have to win. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Or like I don't know. It's just super. That's just one of those things that when like reading through Kings, it's just like that's interesting as
Well,
fuck.
it's interesting to
Like
me,
what is
and
that?
I wanted to ask if you would let me know the chapter verse number, just so I could look it up in the Hebrew.
Yeah,
Maybe that would be
King 16 3 is
um
where that happens, I believe. King 16. Yeah, I love the
First Kings or
fucking
Second Kings.
First Kings.
Okay. Um, okay.
Kings.
So one thing I did want to say is that when it comes to uh, you said chapter 16 verse
3. I believe here. walked with the kings of Israel. He said his son passed through. He even made his son pass through the fire according to the abominable practices of the nations whom the Lord had driven out before the people of Israel. He sac he sacrificed and made offerings on the high places, on the hills, and under every green tree. The king resin of Abraham, King Pesha, whatever, and then it starts to like they start to like, get driven out. Oh, sorry, this is Second Kings 16. Sorry,
Oh, okay. I was like, I
sorry. No,
think
I
I.
was wrong. I was incorrect. I have it open. I should have fucking.
No, no, no. It's
Sorry,
fine.
dude.
It's fine. That's why I want to make sure that way I can head to the right part. Yeah, because I know it's right before King Hosea. So, yeah, Ahaz, king of Judah. So, yeah, king of 3 years old. Yeah, he did not do what was proper in the eyes of Hashem, his God, as David, his forefather, had done. He went the way of the kings of Israel. He even passed his son through the fire, like the abominations of the nations whom Hashem had driven out before the children of Israel. Oh, I see. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Oh, it's interesting because actually it's telling me the reference that it's talking about.
Oh, cool.
Let me see here. Deuteronomy 18:9. Um, 18.
Yeah, like I didn't have like this prepared in any way, shape, or form. I could have a bunch of stuff like fucking ready and stuff,
Oh
but it just
no,
came up and I
no, no,
wanted to
it's
hear your
totally
thoughts on it.
fine. No, no, no. No, it's good because I am interested in actually discussing. So it says here. Ah, yes, the prophecy. When you come to the Lord, when you come to the land that Hashem your God gives you, you shall learn. You shall not act. You shall not learn to act according to the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you one who causes his son or daughter to pass through the fire, one who practices divination, an astrologer, one who reads omens. Oh, this is funny because this is the part that people say outlaws magic, right, and witchcraft, but actually is a prophecy in Jewish thought that this will happen and has happened already. So So
Well, what about?
go ahead.
I guess it's not necessarily a god or anything that fucking does it. I guess it's Saul that bans like fortune telling.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Saul's like
Shaul.
super like hardcore against fortune telling. I think that's in Kings as well. Or no, that's in Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel.
That's in
Well,
Samuel, where he summons Samuel through the fortune teller, and they're like, "Oh no, you're gonna
oh no,
murder
no, you're
spin me.
right.
This is
Right.
illegal." And he's like, "No, don't worry about it, dude."
Right,
But
right.
like, so like, it was illegal and from him, but I don't think like the Torah says it's illegal or
Yeah, like
wrong
I mean,
necessarily.
like in the sense that it's like, well, it's a foreign practice, which is, I mean, in that sense, technically, it's any foreign practice is illegal. But I mean, at the same time, in Jewish belief, it's also thought that all foreign practices are like they saw us doing something and then they're like we want to do it too, but they do it like incorrectly or some other way of thinking about that. So
Fair.
so you said it's chapter 16 verse
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah, there's
He went the way of
more
his.
to it here, but yeah, it's just talking about sacrificing his sons to begin to reign. And his ancestors David and we walked through fire according to the fire response to the Lord driven out before the people of Israel.
Because
Yeah.
yeah, I see here the altar that was in Damascus, and King Achav sent in a model of the altar and its plans to Uriah HaKohen. Uriah HaKohen then built an altar. So it's talking about the Assyrians. Um, yeah, King approached the altar, offered upon it. He burned his elevation offering, his meal offering, poured out his libations, sprinkled the blood of his peace offering upon the altar. And as for the copper altar that was before Hashem, he drew a new altar in the sanctuary. Yeah, here it doesn't. Like here it does say that there's blood, but I don't see where it's the your servant.
Walking through the fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, in 2 Kings 16:10.
maybe I'm misreading it here.
Or sorry,
So
16:3. It's
No,
not the end of the
you,
world. Like this is something that
no, no.
we
Oh,
can.
yeah, no, no. I see what you're saying. That he had passed through fire, like the abominations of the nations. But the way how that's saying
Christ
is
is the
that,
fire.
but he also sacrificed and burned incense at high places and upon the hilltops under every leafy tree. So it's not saying that he killed the like. Rather, I should say, what it's trying to say is that he did things that the Israelites, right, wouldn't have, that they don't do, right, and like that's what his grave crime is, right, is that making him walk through the fire and making him do these things, and the fact that he was going against God, right, is what then causes the sudden flip, because then that would make him, if I understand this correctly, from again, just I don't want to read the whole thing necessarily right
Yeah,
now,
no, 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 no,
but
no, no.
but
That's
from
fine.
what I remember is that because Hashem like turns the table, so to speak, is that then that makes him now have to like that now puts like the ball in his court, right? Like now if he does or doesn't do something, now he can't say it's because of like he doesn't know the power of God or whatever it might be. But again, that's just what comes to mind right here.
No, that's fair. Interesting. Fucking yeah. That's something that we can look into more at a later time because I
For
do want
sure.
to learn more about and ask questions about that type of stuff because that is super interesting. But yeah. So I guess back to the main thing that we were talking about here. Um, Yeah, so like there's a lot of different things that are on this list. You don't have to go through every one with this Jews for Jesus thing, but I think that Jesus will return personally in order to consummate the prophesied purposes concerning his kingdom. And I think that's interesting and kind of back to the book that we were reading, The Real Messiah, and those types of things. When it comes to what was prophesied of the Messiah, none of that happened. You
Right.
know, implements of war weren't turned into fucking implements of fucking agriculture. You know, not everybody turned to the Lord and said, "Oh yeah, fucking," you know, like Hashem's like the fucking best. Let's go, fuck yeah. You know, like none of the things happened. So like that's gonna be a fucking hard sell. So they have to sell it on that he will return and do the things.
Right. Um, which again, completely. Which another thing that Jewish theology sort of throws in the face of that, that sort of shows that there wasn't this understanding, is the fact that in Judaism we have reincarnation. So that doesn't
Mm.
work. If like why do you need the one resurrection in the 3 days, but also why have a technically a second resurrection, because he resurrected after he died once again, and came back
Mhm.
technically, but now he has to come back a second time. Well, technically a third time, but um, but the point being that of course that this next time that he shows up, it's going to be the latest and greatest of everything. Well, again, the very aspect of Hamoshiach is one, because the Jewish understanding is not one that's so um, is not the Christos idea that exists in the apocalyptic. When I say apocalyptic, I mean revelatory, or however people want to take the or, when it comes to apocalypsis, right? It doesn't mean end of the world, right?
Means a revealing.
Right, a revealing. And so that's why when we understand the way how Jesus operates, it runs counter to the idea of how the Messiah will like he, as it were, like if you make him fulfill these basic things and then turn him into what he is, fine, I guess, and that's kind of what Christianity does, right? Like, oh, well, he checks off these things, so therefore he must be. But the difference is the fact that the Jewish understanding has always understood that while there is this idea of prophecy and this messianism that exists, I mean, by definition, right, in Judaism, although I would say it's definitely much more muted in comparison to Christianity, is that one, it would only require it to appear once, right? Like, the whole point is that then the entire world will become the Garden of Eden, in essence, and that, I mean, even to this day, like when we say someone passed away, we say they went to Gan Eden. We don't say they went to heaven.
Mm.
So because it's the belief that we will be reunited in that way, right? In that sense. So again, so going back to that, it stands out that Jesus does not fit into those understandings that already pre-existed Jesus, right? That pre-existed Jesus, and in fact, even people like Hillel the Elder, and then Hillel the Younger, etc., whom Jesus talks about, and Gamaliel, etc., right? Like even people, and this is another thing too, is the people that say, oh well, Jesus blah 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 would have run counter. If Jesus taught in the temple as it says that he did, right, or as it's understood that he did,
Yeah, yeah,
by
yeah, yeah.
definition, Jesus would have been a Pharisee, right? Even though
Yeah,
even
well, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and he both like Pharisees are both held in the highest regard and the lowest regard. If you have not exceeded the morals of the Pharisees, like he's
Mm-hmm.
using them as the yardstick for like like morals, while also calling them a brood of vipers. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, goddamn, like, yeah,
And so, well, no, and it's exactly what you say, is that it seems like there's this strange, like, oscillation between those two positions. But if we understand Jesus in the Jewish lens, right, like we were to try to say, well, Jesus was a Jewish figure, well, then he would have been a Pharisee.
well,
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, one thing that's also important, and one of the reasons also back to why I think the biggest trick the church ever played was putting Matthew first. Like the evolution of Jesus becoming more and more deified as he goes.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking like he would talk about like the Son of Man coming. He wasn't the Son of Man. He wasn't, he was just a rabbi. He was a teacher. He was
Mm-hmm.
going around telling people that the Son of Man is coming, not me. It's only the later Gospels, and then when we get into like John and shit, where it's like, the Father and I are one, as I talked about before. If you've seen the Father, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. Where he starts like openly say, "I am God. I am the one. I am the Son of Man who has come." But earlier on, like the earlier written Gospels, like he isn't like, "I am God." You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? He's the Son of God, the adopted, like a somewhat deified figure, a holy figure, as like Moses, or as like, somebody who's like, wow, like being a son of God, isn't like the worst thing. And also, I think there was a lot of shit going on with Greece and stuff like that, with, Caesar being like the son of God. And,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot we could talk about there, but there wasn't that early on open. I don't think Jesus was preaching that he was the Son of Man and that he was going to bring about the second coming. I don't think he preached that at all. I think that was
Mm-hmm.
later, personally.
Right, and another thing too is that the idea that they will be a regular person already means that the whole virgin thing has to not be. Another thing is like, well, if he is of the line of David, then why is it through his father, who isn't his father, it's actually his,
That is so
you
fucking
know?
funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty fucking funny that he's from the line of David and that's traced through his father, but his father isn't Joseph. His father is fucking God. That's pretty funny to me.
Right, and then of course this idea that you have the revelation, or rather the annunciation, I should say, right? Like all of these events um, don't fit, do not fit with how the idea of the Messiah, and that's something that the book that I know that I sent you, right, definitely does explain it, to at least in many examples, right, definitely does say that,
Mm-hmm.
like, well, he didn't need to fulfill all of these magical happenings for it to be true. It's like it would have been true even if like, and that's why Maimonides very importantly says, though he may tarry, because the point is that he's in no rush to be the Messiah, right? Like essentially he doesn't need anything special to be the Messiah, right? And that's why the idea of like a Messiah existing in every generation also exists as
Yeah.
well. Which, if you believe in, again, this one figure that will be the beginning of this messianic age and the end of it, I guess, um, wouldn't make sense, because then that means that that nobody else could be a messiah in their own time. It would mean that, I mean, they're just I guess you could try to say that they're emanations of him, but again, that's still not how. Another thing too is just the whole divinity aspect. That is not necessary. In fact,
Mm.
that is
Mm.
precisely not according to Jewish understanding, right? Like the idea of saying Jesus can be contained within in some form in creation is to limit God, right? Like at least that's how it's definitely seen
Yeah.
in Jewish thought. So
Well, and even the presence of the Holy Spirit, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that it's necessarily a different person, but rather the acting force upon the earth in which God moves. God sends upon, like, he sends the Holy Spirit to do his work and his action. It is him and a part of him as he does it. It's not like a separate person. It's not like, okay, I'm the spirit ghost and I'm going to go do that. It is from him in which that happens. It's not like it's a separate thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's really kind of different. And when it comes to like levels of divinity, I find stuff really interesting. Like especially when I'm talking to like Catholics about like henotheism and when is something at what point is something polytheism and those types of things. Like how many levels of people you pray through until it's polytheism. Questions like that. Like I think that's interesting. But even in like Jewish thought, it's not that it's like polytheistic or that they're gods, but there is levels of divinity, like Elohim. There is God, you know, like God, the Father, Hashem, and then there is like the divine beings, like angels. You know what I mean? Which are a subset of divine being. And like it's not that it's another god or saying that it's not monotheistic. I'm not saying that at all. But like there are subsets of divinity, levels. In the words of the great Meek Millie, there's levels to this shit. You know what I mean? And the Christology of Christ, or how high up on this level is he, is something that's super important and super crazy to see as you go through the Gospels. You see it rise, 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 and rise. You know
right.
what I mean? From that level. And from like kind of like maybe even like an angelic being to like straight up fucking God, dude. You know, or just like, oh wow.
Well, I mean,
It's
one thing that
interesting.
is interesting in that is that definitely in the Greek and Roman view, and uh, the idea of what like an angel existing as its own entity is something that already pre-exists, whereas in the Jewish in Jewish understanding in Jewish theology, like melachim, like what they are, is literally
Mm-hmm.
like the
Messengers.
well, I mean, one way of thinking them is messengers, but another way of also thinking of them is that they are the an emanation of the will of God, right? Like they are
Mm.
right, and so actually, let me explain this in a bit in a much more comprehensible way. You know, in Rick and Morty, the Meeseeks,
Yes,
okay,
I know very little about Rick and Morty, but I know the Meeseeks. They're the ones who just wish for death. They have a purpose. They do it, and if they, you know,
right, and
yes,
and that is exactly how angels
mm.
work in Judaism, more or less. That is the best way I
Yes,
could describe them. So
yeah.
so like when people say, "Oh, well, that this particular angel did this thing, and that's his," like, well, like and especially when you have the more the when it comes to scholasticism, so more in the Middle Ages of like the different rungs of angels, right? Which I'm not saying
Mm-hmm.
that they are never spoken about in the Jewish Bible, but rather
Yeah,
that
there are different types of angels that do
um,
different roles and purposes.
right. But the way how they're understood is representing different expressions of the will of God, right? In the European context, there, especially in the once you have like the Catholic Church really, and even the Orthodox churches as well, is that they really take a specific view where they not only are anthropomorphic, right, where they're like human beings, but that they essentially are like they have human qualities as well, and like that's what especially allows people to very easily grasp the idea of like a deified person, right? That's kind of like what people think an
Mm.
angel is in many ways. Um,
Mm.
but again, like in Jewish belief, like as soon as that angel has finished doing what they were meant to do, they no longer exist because they don't have a purpose, right? Like they're like a meeseeks,
Mm-hmm.
like they exist as a simple emanation, and then they right. So if that were to be true, then the whole fully man part cannot be the case, right? It's like it's like
Yeah.
it's like if you actually put it under in the lens of Jewish theology, then one of those has to go, and you can't have either of them go if you want it to be Jesus, right? But however, if you want it to be Josh, whole different story.
Josh. Okay, I have two questions that might take us down tangents, but it has to do with angels. I've probably got like more than that. So fucking Chad did ask fucking like what the angels do, And like different angels had different things. Like Satan was like the opposer, who was essentially like a more of like a role than anything, right? More of like a the divine prosecutor role, essentially. Would that be a way of saying it? Somebody puts stumbling blocks in your way, fucking tries to like
I
get
de-
to shit.
I definitely say that that is very much the more Christian understanding, because Satan has really become like a I mean Hasatan does mean the
Poser.
yeah the opposer
Well, is that not like a Jewish view in terms of its role on the divine council? Like, I would say that like the Hasatan as a fucking a role rather than an individual demon, like as an angel, as a part of the divine council. Would that not be a more Jewish view of it?
like I would say that sure, when you would say go up to the heavenly courts, as many rabbis will say, and it's funny because some rabbis have apparently been able to deduce what is the first question you will be asked, because if they catch you in a lie in this question, which ostensibly you
Mm.
will be caught in one, then Hashem is going to be like, so what now, But apparently it's,
Mm.
were you honest in business, which I find is hilarious to me.
Is that serious?
Yeah,
That is the
yeah.
first question they say that it'll
Apparently
be?
so. That the first question you hear when you enter the heavenly courts is, "Were you honest in business?" And if you lie, they're gonna catch you. So
That's good shit.
um,
Uh,
so 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 yes, in that sense, you would have right. You would have the idea of hasatan, like in a poser, right? Someone that is right, but then I feel like that's kind of like taking it a bit too much, because then people are thinking of it as a separate entity, right? Like I think
yeah,
I
yeah.
like putting in that framing makes it seem that it's
Well,
not Hashem. Like Hashem, well, maybe I shouldn't put it this way, but I don't want to say Hashem is, but I think people understand what I'm trying to say when I say that it's like in the idea of the heavenly court, like the idea that there would be, so we have the idea of like ayin hawa, or like the idea of the bad inclination, right? And it's like that will, as it were, like list, quote unquote, again, not literally, like sort of be perhaps that, but to say that it's like a, that it's going to be like a,
well,
adversarial court system, not exactly, right?
that's fair. And I guess maybe this might clear it up a bit here. Um, do angels have free will?
No.
Yeah, and I think that that's really important from like a Jewish point of view, is that like they just essentially do their orders. Yes, they are literally just taking orders. Like they're literally just doing that. And I think that like at least in like the Bible, like the Hebrew Bible, like in the Old Testament, as many might know it as, like it's very much more like God is the one who brings about the good and the bad.
Mm-hmm.
God put upon, I believe it was Saul, evil spirits. God brought that upon him. It wasn't the devil that brought it upon him. And even if it was like the Satan, fucking, it's of God. They're on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and like they on the same team. Like, once again, I don't want to like anthropomorphize Satan as the fucking pitchfork guy, but like those are all essentially like his Pokeballs that he's throwing out, and God's the
Mm-hmm.
one controlling them. And they
Yes.
just do fucking thunder shock when they need to.
Yes.
Satan, choose temptation.
Yeah, and essentially Hashem is the greatest Pokemon master that ever lived, so to speak. Um, yeah, and I mean
True.
great in the mean of like
True.
important and that type of sense. Like
And biggest collection.
yes.
Greatest in every way. Fucking best Pokemon collector.
And so like in that sense, yes, and so that's why like when it comes to like the idea of like of Lucius or Lucifer, right? Like all that is separate, like all of that, like the fallen and the like when people start to bring up all this, I'm like, I like, even if like if there is a say a passage or something that sort of talks about something, people always want to take it to what they already know, right? And that's where a lot of the problem lies, is that when it comes to angels, like if I describe them as mystics, then they're like, oh well, I get that, right? Because it's like you press the button, you tell it what you want, and it does it, and that's essentially how they function. Um,
Mm.
and they don't exist in this outside way, but in the same way too, like we also have this legacy of the advocatus diaboli, which is the Latin for the devil's advocate, right? Which was a
Mm-hmm.
position that actually was a position that existed in the Vatican, right? Up until John Paul II, he's like, actually, we actually don't
Scared.
need a devil's advocate anymore. But what they used the devil advocate for was when people were trying to get sainthood. They would say, well,
Mm.
were they really that good in their life? So essentially, that's where that idea comes from, right? Of them being like actually bringing up the negative things, right? So that's why it's like,
Mm.
on one hand, yes, but also Jewish people don't have the same view of the afterlife as Christian people,
Yeah.
right? And so, like in that sense, like when you like one view is that essentially for 1 year you're put into this like washing machine. That's what I could describe it. Washing machine that like sort of you or
Purifying machine.
yeah, a purifying
one of one of
or
those things that takes off the rough edges of rocks and gets them nice and shiny.
right, right.
A rock tumbler.
Or as one person told me, it's like you essentially you essentially, and of course I mean this in a completely legal way, is you get is like you have your a medical professional give you a lot of ketamine, and it's like a year long
This
K hole.
K-hole.
Yeah, it's essentially a year long K hole, right? Where it's like all of the things that have happened in your life, right, sort of all come out, right, kind of like in that way how ketamine is used to treat depression and PTSD, right? And so in that sense, and then everyone is, but at the end it's pretty much or rather at the end everyone pretty much understands that then the souls are reunited in Gan Eden, right? But we also have the idea of reincarnation. So also until Moshiach comes, until then, the souls will keep being in and out, so to say.
So it's essentially, and I think and I do have one more question about angels, which we'll come back to.
Mm-hmm.
And what, like, kind of my understanding of Christian versus Jewish beliefs of kind of like death and like the afterlife is essentially like a soul would be more Christian versus like the breath of life from God, where it's like brought back into you and you come back when God says it's time to more of just like to be with Him as opposed to a spiritual like forever party time of praising, or like what does that afterlife look like? Because and I guess it really depends too, because like David and shit would probably just think it was more like Sheol, like the pit, or it's just like darkness and just like, or did like they believe in like an afterlife too? Because like I would say that my view is more like the pit, like Sheol. You just go to darkness, and just that's it. And like yes, you could be like have the breath of life brought back into you, but for the most part, it's just a pit. But then I know that's changed and evolved and grown, especially like after like the Second Temple period, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of different things have changed, and that view has shifted. But like, what is the view now, essentially? On like, what does it look like, if that makes sense?
So the sort of culminating, I guess, experience would be that, I mean, essentially you get readmitted into the Garden of Eden. That's the best way I could say it. It's like
Yeah,
essentially
a
you
paradise on earth.
is that it's yeah, and it's on earth. Like that's an important thing because once
Yeah.
Moshiach comes, then the whole why make a whole world as large as complex and everything to just be like, and now I'm gonna just take you away from it. Like that just doesn't,
Yeah.
and another thing too is that there is also the understanding as well that like Gan Eden, like one another thing too is that there's a different view, and I think this actually is interesting because if you were to read it, or rather, if you were to take this understanding and put it and kind of tell them that it's actually a very Marxist reading, they would immediately be like, actually no, but it is, and that is that what
I'm sure some Orthodox people would have some issues with that.
well, what I mean is that when it's
I'm
talking
here
about,
for
right,
it.
like Adam and Eve being, um, uh, as it were, exiting the garden, right, and it's talking about like, oh, and now Adam had to do this, and now this happened to Eve, is that it's actually doing a separation of labor, right? Like that's actually what it's doing. It's literally a division of labor, right?
Well, that's what it is. Like
Right.
the figure quotes curse, or essentially the consequences,
Hmm.
are both are labor bound. They all have to do with fucking labor. The snake will now crawl on its belly and it has to labor. It no longer has legs. The fucking and a lot of it has to do with the stomach, which I think has to do with stealing God's food. And there's some things behind that which we don't have to talk about. But then pangs and labor giving birth, and then men will have to labor and toil over the soil, but thorns and thistles will rise for you. It's very labor based.
Yeah, and so that's why I've always said, like with the Tanakh, essentially what you have is you have the history of a tribal society, um, as it transitions over to a class society, or at the very least, I mean, definitely a slave society, that's for sure. But essentially, well, definitely a caste one as well. So, I mean, that's essentially what you get over the sort of the entire thing. And again, that's read through a very Marxist lens, but that's also read through a historicist lens as well, or rather, a new historicist lens. Another thing, so to get back to what you just mentioned, actually, you know what? I'll let you finish what you were saying.
Um, I don't even remember what I was saying, but I guess Adam and Eve does tie us back into it. It adds one more question, but it ties us back into the
Okay.
angel's question. Because when Adam and Eve leave the garden, a flaming sword comes down and is guarded by cherubim. Fucking the Jewish view of cherubim, like from like the mystics or mystics point of view, are they still there just like praying to die? like or like what are your thoughts kind of on the cherubim? Like, or are they kind of metaphorical? Did it get like cut off? What are your thoughts, or kind of what are the thoughts on that?
So one thing about there needing to be like protection from the from is that once essentially it's no longer mentioned, right? Like once it's no
Mhm.
longer visible, right? Um, that the garden is no longer visible, right? Like the need for the cherubim is no longer there, because the whole point is that
Mm.
once because so one thing to keep in mind is years, right? Like hundreds of years happen,
Yeah.
from when they exit the garden, and from when, say, they have their first set of sons, and then their next set of and their the rest of their children, whether or not they're explicitly mentioned, right? Because like people often
Yeah.
say, and I actually remember this because I once saw it as like a meme, and it was like a Renaissance picture of, maybe I shouldn't even say because it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a little bit too much, but
You can say it on my stream. Trigger warning, as long as everyone gets warned.
essentially what it said is that it had a picture of them, of the, of the, Adam and Eve and their sons, and it literally said, I won't say everything, but I will say it said this. It said no one else to fuck. So I'll leave it at that.
Hmm.
But
Yes.
that's not actually how it happened. Like there's an understanding, and this is why another thing that the New Testament, as it's often called, the Christian Bible, it doesn't take into
Mhm.
account, right, the fact that we already understood, right, Jewish people already understood that the time spans between these events is hundreds of years, right? It's not just, oh, like one day they had two adult sons, and then the next day they killed each other, right? It's like they had other children, and then there were already other families that had been made by that time, because Adam lives to be 400 years old. Because I mean, there's some weird like biblical math that happens,
Mhm.
but essentially he dies at 400 and gives his 20, yes, 420, yes, I know, he gives 20 years to King
Yeah, yeah.
David, and yes,
And Methuselah was 969. Let's
yes,
go.
so essentially, yeah, 69, 420, let's go. But so that's kind of what you also understand, right? It's like, when you have Cain and Abel, that happens in one time span, and then hundreds of years happen, and and then this other event happens, and so that's another thing. It's like when people read it like a storybook or kind of like a novel, right? They think every episode is like the next day, or or
Yeah.
contiguous time spans, and that's not exactly how that was ever understood to be. So in terms of like the cherubim, it was already understood that, like, well, once, like, when they had just descended, so to speak, from the garden, right? um,
Mhm.
they were still very closely, spiritually, very close to be meriting, right, being in the garden, right, so to say. So it's kind of like, think of them almost like, oh gosh, I almost want to think of a meme way of doing it, but I can't think of the meme right now. But but I'm just trying to think. It's like think of them as like the bodyguards that existed to make sure that when they still could have gone back, they couldn't go
Yeah,
back, right?
yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
best way.
yeah, 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 yeah. Like they're too far to turn back now. They probably don't even know how to get back here. Fuck it, we're
Yeah,
good now.
yeah, because
Yeah,
because
that makes sense.
yeah, and that's the reason why it's like, well, how come they're never really mentioned it? Well, because they stopped they stopped being needed, because once people started to die, right, like in the sense of Cain and Abel, which is already many years after, they've already
Hmm.
moved all over the place. So it's, the garden is already forgotten, and so the cherubim are no longer needed, like to be guarding, as it were, like the gates, quote unquote, right?
There. So would you say then, and this is a little bit to this, I still have one more angel question. So to the time frame there, would it have been that God would have created other families as well in that time, or would it have been like inbreeding still, just like over a longer period of time?
Well, I mean,
Because like even with a long period of time, it's still inbreeding. Like it's just like a long period of time, so it could be like your really old sister nonetheless, you know? You know what I
no, I know, but you're making it seem as though, like, oh, like
Well, no, but
their their specific familial ties, right? Like, so so assuming that there's 5 generations in each 100-year period, right? And they would have all had many children, and they all would have wanted their own place of land. So, like, that's kind of the thought, right? Like, well, they all would have,
yeah.
like essentially they all would have been like nomadic goat herders. So of course they would have gone, 500 miles away, right? Um, so there's an understanding in that sense, but like, another thing too is, how should I put this? Well, Engels talks about this. Who, interesting enough, his name means angel, but um, is that we mustn't think of, like, the what family meant in the Tanakh, and especially in the Torah,
Hmm.
as though
Hmm.
it existed in the sense of the nuclear family, right? Like when, like, in a tribal society, and this is something Engels goes into in the foundations of the family, private property, and the state, is that, or rather, the origins of them, is that, in tribal societies, and this is something attested to by anthropological literature, is that the idea of what a father was or what a mother was, one is everything was matrilineal, which Judaism still keeps to this day, um, and that also, because that's the only way to technically prove, right, like, descent, and that the idea of a mother and a father spans, like, all of your dad's brothers are all your dad, right, and all of your mom's sisters are all your mom now. And, like, it's kind of hard for us to think of that because we're used to thinking of, like, our mother and our father in the nuclear
Yeah.
sense. But back then it was like when, like that saying, right? It takes a village to raise a child, literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
For sure.
and that's also why, like, if you read older, like, stories, that's another reason why, like, they will refer to people as, like, mother blank, right? Like, oh, because it's, especially, like, if you read a
Hmm.
lot of medieval things, they will refer to someone as, like, oh, this is my mother as well. And sometimes it's kind of hard for people to break that down, but again, the closer and closer we get to tribal societies, the more and more common it was. So
Yeah. Yeah.
whereas now it's, very different.
Yeah.
So in light of that, I would say that the initial generation that is described was not the full generation that was had, so to speak, right? It wasn't original brood was not just the two sons. right? There were
Yeah,
others,
yeah.
you know,
There
yeah,
were other ones that would have went out
yeah, that they would have went
from
out and
there, but
yeah, so to speak, yeah, and then they would have,
yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
evolved, I guess, and but
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
wait, but I
But
do
like
want,
the initial ones would have been from Adam and Eve.
yeah, yeah,
And then like they would have to go their
yeah,
sisters and brothers, like the first ones, and then they go out and spread.
yeah, and then you know, because
Yeah.
I mean,
Then there's other civilizations.
um, and
Then you can
so
then that genetic spread has to happen.
and so another thing too is that is one thing I wanted to note was you mentioned the breath of life, um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm very
because
interested now.
it's an important thing to remind, as much as Ben Shapiro would like to say it's not, is that Jewish thought is very clear that one, not only is are abortions okay, and in fact it's
Mm-hmm.
actually a commandment to do so if it endangers the you know the the person.
Mother or the womb haver.
Well, I mean, I was about to say the person who is carrying the baby. I was just
Yeah, that's fair.
I was a little bit tongue tied for a second. But the person who's having the baby, right? That you must do so. Then and the reasoning why is
Based.
because they're not born until they take the first breath. So like this idea that life begins at XYZ,
Absolutely.
it actually begins in Jewish thought with the breath of life, quite literally. Um,
Absolutely.
so
Absolutely. And that's huge and super important. And I'm very glad that you pointed that out and came back to that because that is huge and super, super important. Because, like, and even like the whole, like, before I formed you in your mother's womb, I knew you. Was speaking to who was that? Isaiah, in particular, like a dude in particular, and even then, like that just implies like the ones that made it, even if it wasn't talking about an individual dude, which it was. You know what I mean? Like that's some fucking bullshit. Fucking no. The breath of life is when life happens.
yeah.
And very true.
Well, I mean,
Based.
and I mean, another thing too is that a lot of the terminology of like blessings when it comes to like newborn children
Mm, mm,
is sometimes translated as like it's we're talking about just this one person. It's like, oh no, like this was a thing people said every time that they had a child, right? That it was like a way of
mm.
like, especially if they live, you know, past you know, a certain age, usually you know, before the age of 2 is typically, but even the age of 5 in most cases. I have someone in my chat asking me a question.
Mm.
So how did Jewish people view blood quantum? Well, I'm gonna start.
Yo, fucking, this dude's sussy as shit. Fucking, oh, sorry. At least they were in my chat, I feel. But,
Um, from a Christian perspective, that was always taught that God knew there was going to be a prophet at that time, as he was prophesied in the first 5 books. It only recently has been co-opted to mean a fetus. Yeah, and even that, like it's to even yeah, like well, this is they live well, Judas, who's in my chat right now, yeah, like that is another thing too, where you have a lot of like typology, which is something that comes, you know, with only really with Christianity, that only Christianity kind of gets to do, where it gets to say, well, Jesus is obviously in this person, right, in the past, but no other faith system really does that. Only Christianity does for some reason. I'll never know why. But so when it comes to blood quantum, I will say this: blood ideology, that is to say, like the belief of like the beginnings of blood quantum itself, were ones that were actually used against Jewish people and did not come into use until the very beginnings of racialization, which is essentially a relationship of power, right? Like this is something that Jody Melamed has written quite extensively about when talking about racial capitalism. But even in its initial instances, and in fact, I was going to reference another book to go alongside when we were speaking a little bit about anti-Semitism, was The Invention of Race in the European Middle Ages by Geraldine Hang, because
mm,
even like the initial conceptualizations in the high, from the high Middle Ages to the late Middle Ages and then the early modern period, which we often call the Renaissance, begin to take different shapes because there was still a theological view of difference, but the idea of a racial view of difference did not exist until the late Middle Ages, when ideas about, interesting enough, commodities were placed upon human beings. And that's actually when the concept of race was first applied to human beings in the way how we understand, more or less how we understand it now. And so that's when the idea of purity of blood, and therefore blood quantum, comes to play a role, particularly with the Inquisition, right, where you have the concept of, again, limpieza de sangre, or purity of blood, that is to say, depending upon which jurisdiction, but some of them were as strict as this. You cannot that the Inquisition would say, we're going to bring you on trial because we suspect that someone in your, and this is in time immemorial, right, may have had Jewish ancestry. That was enough to bring you into court for the Spanish Inquisition, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some of them weren't necessarily that strict. Some of them had it up to so many generations. These are reflected in the Nuremberg laws in the 20th century in Germany, and oddly enough, now used in the state of Israel. Well, maybe not that odd enough, but used in the state of Israel to define who was a Jew using the Nazi blood quantum laws. So to put it that way, the Jewish view of blood quantum has historically been a very negative one, right? But the idea of lineage, right, and the coupling of those two things didn't necessarily become one and the same until this period in the late Middle Ages. Now, as for the idea of matrilinearity, it's very important in Judaism because, one, again, we're talking about tribal society, so this would have been prehistory, right? So this would have been before writing. And that's kind of where we, like, before the first civilization, so before ancient Sumer, which was 6,000 years ago. We understand that even understanding Sumer itself is important and often very difficult because, again, we already have these preconceptions that are then we project into the past, but their view of how lineage worked was also based in a matrilineal way because that's the way you could prove that someone was related to someone else, right? And so that's the reason why, for example, you have in the Song of Inanna, which is one of the oldest texts we have, that we know was written by a woman and is definitely praising womanhood, at least in the again, and I'm using the traditional binaristic, and I use traditional in air quotes, of course, the binaristic understanding of that, is that you actually have a part where she's saying, praise my vulva, like she's, and this is like, again, this text is like 4,000 years old. It's in a cuneiform tablet, but it's meant to understand it's because there was an understanding of, even with the Sumerian kings list, that you have an understanding that it's all matrilineal, and the relationship to each other is matrilineal. And you don't really get patrilineal, like real patrilineal, like as we would understand it now, until you start to have these interesting enough crises. And this actually goes back to what you were noting about Paul and his kind of like hatred of women, right? This actually happens in the Roman period where you have you have a discourse called Ovidian discourse. And Ovidian discourse looks at women as a sex object and something to be denigrated, something to be, and this is where you actually get many times over in Europe, literature that essentially says, don't marry, just hang out with your bros if you do have to, because like they're all Stacy's, but if you want to remain a Giga Chad, like you just stay away from them, right? And effectively that's how that worked. And so when it came to a lot of these ideas too, usually when you have that switch from matrilineal to patrilineal, it comes with crises of this sort, right? Where suddenly the relationship between the two sexes is juxtaposed in one of these two ways. So in that sense, that is how those two have been apart and come to relate to one another. So blood quantum is a more recent thing, but matrilinearity goes back into prehistory. And so in Maori culture, it was the same traditionally, as how you were Maori. Definitely, in the way where Maori tribes want to honor someone who had multiple backgrounds, right? And so that is why many forms of non-Orthodox Judaism, is perhaps the best way I could put this, do emphasize that it doesn't matter which half of you, quote unquote, is Jewish, right? That's often how their marketing, so to speak, goes, right? Um, because now there's that understanding that, like, for the people that have been, like, for anti-Semites, right, for people that are anti-Jew, it doesn't matter which half of us is Jewish, so to speak, right? It doesn't matter
Yeah,
to what percentage,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
fuckers. Yeah.
Yeah, Red
Or
Dressy, that as well. That also has a lot to do with it too, and that's also been a way to, yeah, yeah, and to also, yeah, to do that. Red Dressy says here, blood quantum has to do with eliminating indigeneity, which is true. And in the same way, blood quantum has been used as a way to erase Jewishness historically, because people have been trying to obfuscate, right, or trying to hide, right, the fact that they have Jewish heritage because of the blood quantum that you have colonialist, Western colonialist, white supremacist countries, pervading throughout the world. So,
yeah. That was great. I have nothing to add except for that if you're interested in ancient Sumerian or anything like that, the YouTube channel Digital Hammurabi is really amazing. Amy Lewis and Josh Bowen. Both do Sumerian, and they do studies of that type of stuff and biblical studies as well. But a lot of stuff on Sumerian. They even teach you a little bit about how to read Sumerian if you're ever interested. But they do a lot on Sumerian stuff and read texts and really cool stuff if you're interested. Digital Hammurabi. Check them out. I just got to give a plug to them because they're awesome. And you said Sumerian, and that's the only thing I can add. That was great.
thank you. And then you had some other questions as well, or rather, I believe those were your angel questions.
I did have one last angel question on kind of your view. Um, is understanding that angels don't have free will, and like this isn't like I hope this doesn't sound like a gotcha because it's not supposed to be. I just want to understand it. What about the Nephilim? How does the Nephilim come into play? Because that is super interesting to me, and that's always been interesting. And I've never understood the Nephilim, which are in Genesis 6, I believe. And and like that's so interesting to me. I've always been like, wait, what? How does that even work? That's always been crazy.
By any chance, would you have happened to possibly? I mean, perhaps I'm presuming no, but I actually did I guess a co-stream with Zero where we
Mm.
were actually talking about how that that Ronald McDonald is a Nephilim because Nephilims are clowns and because they look like clowns, and so therefore Ronald McDonald is a Nephilim. And we actually watched this whole like conspiracy theory video that's like, actually Ronald McDonald is a Nephilim. If you look at Genesis 23:7, like it's just like it was
Oh
great.
god damn, that's so fucking awesome. I love those fucking videos where just like the craziest conspiracy theories where it's just so nuts. Oh god damn, there's been a couple Pokemon ones that are pretty fucking gnarly. It's like what the fuck is happening here? Why is this happening? But yeah, but fucking like that's what caused the whole world essentially to be flooded was angels coming down and fucking women and having half breeds, or at least the heroes of renown, or the yeah was what they were referred to. But I think it talks about it more like Second Enoch and shit, which is interesting. Speaking of stories that were super fucking well known that fucking didn't really make the canon,
Right.
but
Um, so just one real quick thing that I want to make sure is like I want to make sure that one of the things we're understanding is and this is again, I know it's not a gotcha, and I'm not taking it as such.
no, no,
In
no.
fact, I actually really like talking about this. The fact, well, actually, I probably shouldn't get into it too in depth on that, but I will put it like this: if you ever wanted to go in depth on all of this like theurgy and all that stuff, I'm definitely the person for that.
Yo, I would love to do that any and every day, all day, forever. So yes, whenever you're free, hit me up.
So, oh wait, someone in my chat wrote, "You basic human descended from Adam versus the guy she told you not to worry about, the Chad angel reincarnate.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my
The
god.
old heroes of renown are coming into town. Like, you can't fucking compete.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, god damn.
So there is one understanding, of course. Like there is the understanding that, of course, when so let me actually take it a bit further. And this actually goes back to the whole like Ronald McDonald is a Nephilim thing that I talked about. Is that they were also seen as representing people of larger stature, right? This is why, for example,
Giants.
right, giants. And so this is also to understand why Goliath, who is from Gath, which is now Gaza, um, uh, uh, um, and so well from that area, yes, for sure, is that it's also written in that same passage too that like certain places, right, where the people were able to survive, and it even explains it in the story of David and Goliath, is that, and again it was understood. I'm not saying that it's necessarily the consensus position, but it definitely has been understood that Goliath was one of these people that were descended from the Nephilim, right? Because he was a giant, right? And because that area, that particular part of the world, was one of the places that was founded by, and again, if you look into the history of this, into the like biblical understanding of this, is that there is this like genealogical, or at least like in terms of the Tanakh, that links the Nephilim to the city of Gath in particular. So if is it gay if it's angelusy? I don't.
Angelosy's non-binary as fuck.
Yeah, it's non-binary, of course.
That's
Um,
not divine OC fucking. That's fucking completely gender neutral.
no worries, Judas. It's fine. So what I will say is that when they talk about the warriors of renown, and they say, oh well, that they're a particular class of angels, I guess. One way of also thinking about it is, and this is again to conceptualize this more, is that the reason why you apparently have this intermixture, right, of what some people see as like angels, of what angelicity is always gay. I never knew that you were such a biblical scholar, Buffy. Um,
Absolutely.
the way you can
I think
link specific
that's
people to certain
somewhere
angels.
in Isaiah.
Yeah, somewhere in Isaiah it says that angelicity always gay.
Isaiah 69:420.
And so with the Nephilim, right, it was either understood. So, and the reason why is because with Jacob, this also happens, right, where they talk about his guardian angel, but it's actually not. He's actually not fighting his guardian angel. It's not a guardian angel. So it's like all of these like, you know, well, it actually doesn't mean necessarily that thing. Whether you want to read it as the warriors of old, which you definitely can, there is this belief again that the closer you were to the Gan Eden, right, to the fall, right, to when it initially happened, that that what ended up happening was that people that had some holiness, right, were mixing with people who were unholy, and that therefore they were doing things that were not according to God's Torah, right? Not according to God's teaching, and that therefore they were off the derech, right? That they were off the way of being, and so that's what merited, because I know that we've discussed it before, is that the sin, and in fact this is spoken about in Isaiah, is that the sin that actually causes like with Sodom Gomorrah, is it's actually against hospitality. It has nothing to do with lubing up anything, right? It has to deal with
Absolutely.
hospitality. So
Yeah.
so because of that, and it explicitly says like this is the reason why I did this thing. So there's no like doubt about it. Is that we understand that when it's speaking about Hanephilim, right, is that if we are to understand them as many people do, and as most people do, I would say, is that they don't understand it as being necessarily angels, but rather of being people that were like nevim, right? That are navim, I should say, that they were like, well, maybe I shouldn't even say navim because
It's like a
Moses
priest. Yeah,
was
it's like a priest.
well, I mean, Navi technically means like prophet. Like it's pretty
Yeah,
high up
prophet.
there.
Yeah, sorry, that's probably better. Yeah.
But I guess what I'm trying to say that is I'm trying to say like they were far more closer to they were far more closer to Adam and far more closer to meriting right, being able to turn back and still be able to reside in the garden. So there's the understanding of like I don't want to say that it's literally like boomers versus zoomers, but it's kind of like that to some extent. Like if they're like this
Okay.
generation these days,
Yeah, fair.
it kind of goes along those lines. Yeah.
Fair. Fucking, I do want to fucking quickly mention Judas's comment. It is true that the original was supposed to be called a Song of Slaying That Angel Lissy, but it had to be changed because they thought it was too vulgar. Then edits had to be made. At least that's what I've heard from textual critics. But I don't know. I don't know. Like that's just like what historians have said. But I don't know. I'm not the expert. I just read the thing. So. The only one thing that I would say is fucking ask about is if Goliath was a Nephilim, then like what was the point in flooding the earth? Like didn't get them all. They hit on the ark.
Well, see, it's interesting that you say that because that's also part of the story too, right? That like not everybody, that was supposed to have goes away, right? Um, so but again, there's also this understanding as well, and again, I want to remind people like when it comes to how long things took, right, in the narrative, is that I mean it says this like
Mm-hmm.
Noach. It took him 200 years to build that boat because it was just him pretty much, and his
Yeah,
kids, right?
my dude got off at 601 years old or some shit like that. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it took him a long time to build that. Oh, most definitely, most
So
definitely.
so
Yeah.
so so there are some. I mean, this also goes back to to kind of like Habavel, like with the Tower of Babel. Like there's also the like another
Mm-hmm.
understanding. Like if I may just go back to that story, is like, oh well,
Yeah,
there actually
I
were,
I love that story.
and this goes back. This goes to a more kabbalistic understanding is that two languages escaped the Tower of Babel. Like essentially, like two guys like just slept in that day, and they happened to speak, two different like two different dialects of the same language that came from God apparently, but they were just different enough to where they would develop into totally different languages, and that it was Eber Beyonit. So that means that it was Hebrew, which comes from Eber, and in fact you can actually read this in the story itself, and also Yonit, which means Greek, or rather
Good
I
nation check.
or rather Ionian, right? So.
Sorry, I didn't mean to change the screen here. Sorry.
Oh, no
Okay, we're
worries.
back. But yeah, no, I love the fucking story of the Tower of Babel. I use it occasionally when I do my communist preacher routine. I like to use it to say that when we came together, we scared God. We can do it again. Imagine what we could do to people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the last time we all came together as one, we had to get our languages changed. Imagine what we could do to the capitalists if we come together as one. Even God says it in the story of the Tower of Babel. Like, look at them. If they come together, they can do anything. Like that's a beautiful fucking Marxist moment.
It's like I mean well, I mean now I guess we could now rewrite the understanding of that story as like that was when the people of the earth decided to unionize and they union busted them.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Exactly. Fair. Oh, goddamn. Fucking. I guess so. To kind of keep it on the scriptural thing, but to bring it back to what we were talking about, when we're talking about Jews for Jesus, and it's not just a question of understanding or translation or anything like that. it is outright lies in many ways of certain verses. Uh, One that I think is very interesting is that's very, very prevalent. Let me bring up my shit here. Is Isaiah 53. Um, Isaiah 53 is often used. I can bring it up on screen here. I'll share my screen.
I'm just trying to
I
pull it up
have
because I
it.
want to make sure I have the Hebrew with the
Yeah,
text.
please, please. Um, But this here is often used by these Jews for Jesus, Messianic Jewish groups, or Christians trying to convert Jews to be more specific
Mm-hmm.
um, groups. These are often used, and I think that I find it interesting that they skip the parts where fucking Jesus is supposed to be ugly and not like a beautiful, or the Messiah is supposed to be like ugly and not like a beautiful man, which is in the verse that they like to claim, talk about, but it's at the top where it said Isaiah 53 2. He grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we should look at him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. He was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity. It's important to understand that this is talking about Israel. This whole thing is talking about Israel when you read like all this shit. Um, Surely he bore our infirmities and carried our diseases, and yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities. And upon him was the punishment that made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray, and have all turned our own way. And the Lord has laid on him the iniquities of us all. That sounds like Jesus,
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
you know?
Yeah, it's interesting um, because this is like the way literally like the way how like the chapter like the little like it usually gives like a little description of the episode. It actually is
Mm.
talking about not about an individual person. Here
Mm.
it's literally called the nation's wonderment at Israel's redemption. Um,
Yes.
and so like the whole point is that I mean I understand that how people can read it being Hamashiach. I can understand how it being that.
Yeah.
Um, because the whole point is the fact that like this goes back to kind of what happens with Avraham, right? That it's like you will be the smallest among the nations, right? It's like it's in that context that like when where they're saying right that it's like the Jewish people are not the most like uh, the most I'm trying to think of how we would say now, right? Like that they wear like the finest clothes and that they wear the, but rather that that they have, however, kept as closely to God's Torah, and therefore that merits them this, right? So there's that
Mm.
aspect too. It's more supposed to be an aspect of like thinking of the Jewish people as humble and not being a great nation and not being, whereas now they will be a great nation, like because of their steadfast, So yeah, but you can continue going.
Yeah, no, that's well, like it continues going on, and like this 100% sounds like Jesus, and it talks about a man, but it is using that as a metaphor for Israel and the people of Israel being crushed and stricken and afflicted. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth, like a lamb that is led to slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shears is silent. So he did not open his mouth. By a perversion of justice, he is taken away. Who could have imagined his future? He was cut off from the land of the living, stricken for the transgressions of my people. They made his grave with the wicked and his tomb with the rich, although he had done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
And
I'm looking at
so no.
particularly 53:5, right, when it's talking about um that
Oh,
it was
sorry, chat. I thought this was up.
he was pained because of our rebellious sins and oppressed through our iniquities. The chastisement upon him was for our benefit, and through his wounds we are healed. And that might people might say, ah, yes, that is definitely a reference. But what's again like the understanding of that is very different, because the whole point, or rather, the Jewish understanding of that is that 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 we, that is to say, like, whichever generation wants to read it, but also like even that present generation, right, has brought the suffering upon, Am Yisrael, or like Israel, right, in the sense of like the Jewish people, right, for their own selfish purposes. So if they're saying Jesus is this, that means they're saying that Jesus is committing sins against the Jewish people for his own selfish purposes. So they're saying Jesus is selfish, which maybe, I don't know, maybe. It is not, right, and this is another point, this is more explication, as we have claimed that God was punishing Israel for its own bad behavior, right? So it's again, it's part of that, like, now Israel will be raised into, and when I mean Israel, I mean, the idea of like the nation, like the people of Israel, right? The sons of Israel, the children of Israel, right, will be raised, right? But the suffering that we have wrought upon it, right? So we speaking upon it. If that is supposed to be Jesus, then that means that he's not the Messiah, because he's not part of the group that's being talked about. So there's that. So in two senses, that in 53:5 that cannot be him. In 53:6, that which is the part that says, we have all strayed like sheep, each of us turning his own way, and Hashem inflicted upon him the iniquity of us all. Well, pardon me. Yeah, we have all strayed like sheep. Yeah, is that we have sinned by inflicting punishment upon Israel. Such oppression is often described as, quote, and this is, I'm quoting now, Hashem's punishment, right? Which is, it does use this in Habakkuk book 1 verse 12. For he decreed that it should happen. But again, this is referencing the fact that if this is supposed to be describing Jesus, it's instead supposed to be saying that it's Jesus's fault that this is happening, because he was so it's supposed to be like an introspective moment. It's not supposed to be representative of a particular person. And that's another thing too, is that whether it's saying ani, or whichever Hebrew pronoun it's using, is, depending on how it uses it, is often, determines a lot of things like that, because it very easily can be changed and can be used in different ways. But yes, in this case, it wouldn't make sense for it to be Jesus unless he's admitting that he's selfish and that he's committing sins against Israel. So
Very true. Very based. But
but
yes.
mhm.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, that's often used, and I think that's great. Do you want to keep going through it?
I just wanted to go through 53:8, because that's another part,
Yeah.
that now that he has been released from captivity and judgment, who could have imagined such a generation? For he had been removed from the land of the living, my people's sin brought the affliction upon them. And that is that when Israel's exile is finally ended. So that's like, again, if that wouldn't make sense, because if anything, like the events that were occurring at the time of Jesus created, like, I mean, of course we're talking about Yeshaya, right? So of course, we're talking about a different galut, or what's it called? Exile, right? So if that's true, it wouldn't make any sense, because then the events that,
Diaspora.
yeah, because like then after, like during and after the time that Jesus apparently lived, like those things led to an eventual exile, right? Like, or at least that's how it's understood, right? Like, because people call the current period galut, right? That we are in, or in galus, right? That we are in exile now. So that wouldn't make sense, because then it should have not have happened. So there's that too. Um, and then the nations will marvel that such a generation could have survived the expulsion from the land of the living, meaning the land of Israel, right? That the nation sinfully inflicted upon us. So that is to say that when Yeshaya is talking about this, he means it in like in the sense of like someone speaking towards the people that are also so. One important thing too is to remember is that from the ancient period, or the as we might think of it, right, which includes, like, as we might think, ancient Rome, ancient Greece, right, when we think of ancient, um, there were always two major communities, and this still was the case for many centuries thereafter, of Jewish communities. One of them was the one in Palestine, and the other one was the one in Babylonia, right? And that's what Yeshai is discussing here. So he's talking about the people that live in Babylonia, right, and how they are at this point, even by number, by population, they were by far the largest Jewish community, as opposed to the one in Palestine. Um, and so so what in essence is speaking here is like, we are straying in this land that we are in, right, which you can see as being the land of the dead, right, as often Babylonia is characterized that way, right, by the Israelites. And so when you're having this discussion, right, the land of the living is this land that they are not present in, right, that Yeshaya is not present in this case, the land of Israel, right, which is again constructed in this,
Promised land.
right, and definitely in more in that light. And so when what essentially is being described here is that it would be the return from the Babylonian exile, and that then people would, like the Babylonians in particular, and the other nations like the Assyrians, etc., and the Egyptians, that they would feel wrong for having, right, caused those things to the Jewish people. Not that, like it doesn't fit the narrative of a Messiah. Because Yeshai here, when he starts me, Basher, Shemo, like essentially when it starts, the 53, right? One, it doesn't even start with, it doesn't actually start with who, interestingly enough. It has a little bit before. So what I but the point being that it's understood as that the generation, the group of Jewish people that live in exile, and any time that they transgress against against Hashem, right? They're also transgressing against the possibility of them being returned to Eretz Israel. So that doesn't fit with the narrative of Jesus, because one, there already was this, like, you already have, like, the second temple, you already have these things, so it doesn't make sense in that sense either. So
True. Based. All right, here's one more that is often very much taken out of context and has pretty much spawned the whole idea of Jesus's virgin birth. Isaiah 10:14. This one here was mistranslated, and actually, I think it's important that I get the parallel versions here and show the King James version as well as the New Revised Standard version.
okay.
All right, so we'll read the New Revised Standard version first because it is the, at least from what I know, more accurate English translation. All right. Therefore, the Lord Himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son. Listen to the verbiage there. Is like, is with child. Like, she's currently pregnant right now. Like, she's currently pregnant. She has the son, and will bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse good and refuse evil and choose the good, the land before those two kings are in dread will be deserted. So like shit's fucking up, and they're like, "Hey, don't worry, we've got a sign. This lady's pregnant right now. She's about to give birth, and she's gonna name it Emmanuel. And by the time it's fucking knows right from wrong, fucking, which would be what, like their bar mitzvah, like 12? I don't know. Fucking that shit's gonna be done. Fucking like everything's gonna be okay. And if you look at fucking the King James version, therefore the Lord Himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin, not young woman, shall conceive and bear a son and call his name Emmanuel. What happened to the is with child?
What?
The shall conceive, like that shit's fucking manipulated and like chop fucked to fit the narrative. Um, but yeah, I think that that's just like a really interesting thing on why translation and shit matters there. But this is often used, the King James version here, to say that yes, see, it talks about a virgin shall conceive and bear a son and name him Emmanuel. First of all, nobody called Jesus Emmanuel, as far as I'm concerned, and the word isn't virgin.
No. Um, Pardon me. Remind me. What was the chapter and verse again?
Oh, sorry, Isaiah 10:14.
10:14. Thank you. So yeah, I thought I had it in the right place because
Yeah, no more curds for Jesus.
no, yeah, because I'm looking at here and I'm looking at Isaiah 10, 14, and it literally uh, doesn't even say anything of that. What it says here, it starts off, "My hand has found the wealth of the peoples like a nest, as one gathers abandoned eggs. So I have gathered the whole world, and no one shook a wing or opened a mouth and chirped in protest." So
Fucking, could it be that the things are off? Because I know there are differences in terms of sometimes is that like a Hebrew, like is that Torah?
yeah, it's a Tanakh. That's why I was like,
Tanakh. Oh
mhm.
yeah, Tanakh. Yeah, it wouldn't be a Torah. I said it wouldn't be in it. Um,
That's why I was like,
because it might be somewhere else in that's not. Let me look it up. Is Isaiah? I fucked that up. Whatever. 10:14 different location in Tanakh. I spelled that wrong too. 10:14. Other people listen nice and yeah, it is different in the Tanakh.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
the
So like, yeah, really different. That's why I was like, I don't remember this part, but I'll trust
yeah,
you.
because like, when you're reading shit before, I'm like, okay, there's different words in here and like seeming like different verses. I'm like having a hard time keeping up. I'm like, I know there's translation difference, but I think that
Yeah,
um uh, I wonder where that would
yeah,
be then.
yeah. That's
I know
true.
it's in there. Young woman is with a child.
Yeah,
Okay, let me
yeah.
just search it on the.
Like that's why I was just like asking, like, oh, I think I remember, but I'm just trying to, because I have the part where it's like a staff will grow from the stump of Jesse, and all of that stuff. Um, uh,
No,
and I have
not
the wolf
that.
will live with the sheep, the leopard will lie down with the kid, and I think I'm in this. I think I'm in that part. Um, Suckling will be blah blah blah. Um, they will neither injure nor destroy in all of
Oh,
my
sorry,
cities.
Isaiah. Is Isaiah 7:14? No, sorry. No, it's Isaiah. Oh, it's Isaiah 7:14. I'm so dumb, dude. This was fucking verse 10. It's as big because it's in a different chapter. I'm stupid. It's 7 fucking 14. Why am I so dumb, dude? That's what
You're
it
fine.
is.
You're fine. Trust me.
7:14.
Um, so it says here.
Good Jim did.
So I'm focusing in on that particular part with the um, 14, and that is that it specifically, and this is understood by Rashi, who was like by far, even by Christian scholars, he was seen as important as a biblical commentator. And that is
Mhm.
that in this particular one, like the language that it's being used in, is that either it's Isaiah's or Ahaz's young wife will bear a son.
Mhm.
It's not about someone in the future. It's someone. it's someone that will have like
That's having
your
one right
yeah,
now.
that's yeah,
Like
because
in the
here,
New Revised Standard version, it says is with child. Like
yeah.
she's currently pregnant. Like she
Well,
currently has it. Like she's just not birthed yet.
right, and see here in 14, it says like anoshim ki. Well, I wouldn't even do the Hebrew, but essentially the way how I would translate it is therefore, or at least how it's translated here, like my Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, right, and so the way how this is, so it has a diacritic mark saying that like now it's behold, like they're pointing at the
Mm-hmm.
at the woman. Behold, the
Yeah.
young woman is pregnant and will bear
Yeah.
a son, and she will name him Emmanuel. So it's that like your wife is going to have a son. So it's so the miracle is supposed to be that like through prophetic vision, right? That they can tell it's going to be a son, not that that's going to be the Messiah. Um, and so it says here, because Emmanuel means God is with us, right? Right. Thus, in effect, proselytizing, prophesying that Judah will be saved from the threat of Rezin ve Pekah, or Rezin and Pekah. So that's a very different yeah, because it says right here, like it's talking about the siege of Jerusalem just before this, right? Because it's
Mm-hmm.
talking about
Mm-hmm.
Rezin has no business in Jerusalem. The exile of the 10 tribes, led by Ephraim, will take place in 65 years after this. And so Isaiah told Ahaz to ask for a sign, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so instead, the sign is you're like one of you's gonna have a son. That's like that's what the like
Yes.
yeah.
Exactly. And by the time that's done, fucking in that day, Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. They
Right.
fucking everything was all good and they fucked off. That's what it was. It was complete, it's good, all clean, good and done. But they focus in on this part here and say, yes, he is prophesying Jesus
Right.
because they fuck it up here with the behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son and call his name Emmanuel. And once again, like you say there, and like I pointed out in the blue here, they fucking change it. They take out the is with child. You know, like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I didn't mean to do that. Fucking is with child. Fucking like goddamn, dude. Like they fucking took that out. That's important. That shows that she currently is pregnant. That's super fucked up to me.
Yeah, and not only that, but like the word itself, right? Like the way how it's describing, like it's like it's not like well, I mean, one way it's sometimes when it's often well, it's ha alma, right? So it's literally like the the
The
young
young woman.
woman, the young woman
Yeah.
that has, right, that is with like hara va yeledet, right, ben, like the entire wording is like who is pregnant right now, whichever one of you has a pregnant wife right now is going to have a son that will get to essentially not have to live in the time like in the time of the exile, like as it is, which goes with the narrative itself, right? The Lord will bring upon you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days have not come this day since Ephraim departed Judah, the king of Assyria, right? So
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's great. And I think it's important to like talk about those things in like the context of like what's happening here, because that's what these fucking and I've seen many videos of them. Like I go through phases where I watch fucking Tovia Singer fucking talking to fucking Jews for Jesus people fucking phases where I watch them for a while, and it always comes to this. They always bring up Isaiah 7:14 here.
Right, and it even says right here, like, so like it says like when it's speaking about this right here, um, uh,
And Isaiah 53.
in 7:15, because the prophecy is explained from verses 16 and 22, is that although the land is now impoverished, there will be such prosperity from an early age. The child will be pampered with the richest delicacies. So it's not that they're so the whole point is that like again like kind of with that same sentiment that like they will get to live in like they will not have to live in the land of tears, in the land of dark, etc., etc., right? Like because that's often like if we think about like Pesach, right? Like when it comes to Passover, right? Like like the reason why we have to dip things in salt water is to represent the tears, right? And so like a lot of the stuff that people try to conflate with the story of Josh is the fact that you have like the Paschal Lamb, right? Um, but in this case, it's like they're focusing on the other part, the exile, which actually ends in the narrative and actually does end. Um, and there is a son, right? Like there already is one. So yeah, that doesn't yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
because even when it explains it says here, because I know people like to focus on the here now house of David, but it's Yeshaya responding to Ahaz, because Ahaz is the descendant. Ahaz's son, right? It will be the righteous king Hezekiah, right? So in his time, right, and when the story of Hezekiah comes up, right, that's when
Mhm.
Egypt and Assyria, right, the two will swarm like flies and bees, right, and attack Israel, right. So like even the next part where they say like, oh well, therefore Jesus has to be like when it says here now, O house of David, and therefore Josh has to be part of David's house, right? Is that no?
Mhm.
It's that they're actually referencing Hezekiah, so we know whose son it is, right? Like, or at least we can take a good guess, is that it's probably Hezekiah, the person that is the future king and is a righteous king. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Wonderful. Fucking good shit. Fucking that's beautiful. Let me fucking pull this up. I don't have a whole bunch more time, so I'm not sure how much farther we can get into like the actual the book, and maybe we can do a follow up on like Paul's message versus the Jewish response from that book. I think that would be a really interesting thing, and honestly, we could do 3 hours, 4 hours just on that. To be honest, I'm
Oh yeah,
sure.
for sure.
Like, because yeah, and I have the thing from the book listed here, and it's nice, laid out enough, good enough. We laid it out, and the messianic and missionary responses from that book laid out real nice, which we can cover at another time
Sure.
with that, because yeah, I don't want to rush that and just skip through it all, because there's a lot of good shit in there. Um, I guess one last, I guess, kind of topic that we can finish here is that from the statement of faith is the bodily resurrection of the just and the unjust, and the everlasting blessedness of the saved, and the everlasting conscious punishment of the lost. How does that jive with a Jewish view?
Well, the idea that they have to be, I mean, the idea of the resurrection of the dead, quote unquote, right, is already exists in Jewish belief, sure, but it exists with the understanding that all Jewish souls reincarnate, right? Like, because we were, I mean, in fact, it's funny because it's actually a dating site. Like, it's literally called "Saw You at Sinai." Like, that's what it's called,
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
because it's already this understanding that like, well, we already all met one another, and it was back at Har Sinai at Matan Torah, right? So in that sense, right, that like in that sense, yeah, there's a resurrection, but for a generation that's already, ha- you know, that's been here a long time, so to speak, or rather was here a long time ago. As for like the punishment aspect, that's not a Jewish thing. In fact, Judaism is also very different too, because another thing that Christianity, way how it views it, is that it also views disbelievers, right, or unbelievers, as they might say, right, as being equivalent to someone who is right, like it's in a negative sense, right. Um,
Mhm.
Whereas in Judaism, it's the exact opposite. Like the belief that other people can be worthy of, Gan Eden, or of anything, does not depend on them necessarily being Jewish. In fact, quite the opposite, right? And
Yeah.
so that's why, like, over time, it's been expanded from, you have the idea of, like, say something as like, oh, as long as you follow the Noahide laws, to a more
Yeah.
into a
Ben
more,
Noah.
yeah, yeah, to
Yeah.
mhm.
Oh, sorry. No, continue.
Oh
Didn't
no,
mean to cut
I
you
was just
off.
gonna say, to now you have even more, like, you have the idea of, like, tikkun olam, which doesn't necessarily have to be just Jewish people to do it, to even the people, right, that they are light among the nations, right. It's not. Um, and also, I had someone else here asking something. Didn't virgin back then just mean a woman who was unmarried? I mean, wait. Then anyway,
I
not.
think that
Mhm.
the word used there was like for somebody who was like unwed and young woman, essentially.
Mhm.
Not necessarily that they were a virgin, but it was implied, essentially, but not always.
Well, I mean, it specifically means young. I mean, essentially means like young woman, or like girl. Like, that's the best way we could understand it. But this is another thing, I guess, that also challenges the Jesus narrative, is the fact that, well, I guess on two aspects. One is that the marriage would have been consummated immediately after their marriage. So the fact that there is this idea that, like, Mary did not know Joseph, quote unquote, right, in the biblical sense, of course. Um, Somehow, just like, that doesn't make sense, because if anything, like, the further back you go, the more that rule is attested to have been more strict, for many reasons, right? For many historical reasons, the main of which is, of course, patriarchy. But another one is, again, the other aspect too, is that if they didn't consummate the marriage on the marriage night, which is still a thing that's done to this day, Joseph and Mary would have Joseph would have been liable for divorce, because of that. And so,
Mm.
and so that's another thing too, is because Jewish people can divorce and have always had the ability to
Yeah.
divorce, whereas in Christianity that isn't
And
possible.
that was Jesus that fucked that up.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
That's true.
they asked Jesus about that, and it was classic one of those gotchas, and he said essentially that Moses permitted it because he knew you guys are too sinful to not, but if you want to be like super good, then yeah, you shouldn't divorce. The fucking Jesus really fucked that up.
Hmm.
But once again, coming back to the if you do not exceed that of the Pharisees, or like the greatest, then fucking you're not worthy, essentially, in many ways.
Right, right. Um, and not necessarily that she had never gotten her back blown out. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that, but this is why I
I
think.
think that
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I don't want to get you off, but I think that here's my take on Mary getting her back blown out. I 100% believe Mary got her back blown out, most likely by a Roman soldier named Pantera. I like the Pantera theory. The Pantera was Jesus' dad, and blew her back out and left. That's my theory.
That's your theory. Okay.
Sorry, I just want that is like a legit theory. Yeah, sorry.
No, no, no,
I
no.
just wanted to get my back blown theory.
No, I'm just looking here. Because then something else. All virgins who want to have their backs blown out should have that. I agree. I agree. Big agree. Big agree.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
the entire band Pantera blew Mary's back out. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. That's exactly what happened, you know? And frankly, like rock god band Pantera, it's essentially the same as, the Lord God coming upon you, of gods of rock. Pantera. Absolutely.
So yeah, there's definitely that. So yeah, so going on with what you were mentioning.
Oh, well, I don't even remember what I was mentioning, but like, we don't need to go off on the whole, like, divine virgin God coming upon humans to give birth to a divine son. Like, that's way more fucking Greek and like Roman ass fucking Hellenistic shit than it is Jewish. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty Hellenistic, the whole like demigod, fucking half god, half human fucking shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think it reflects very much like Rome and its influence on fucking Matthew and Luke
Oh, I
and
mean,
the writers who fucking wrote that shit.
right, especially if you consider the fact that it wasn't until St. Augustine of Hippo that we get the idea of original sin, um, which is again about 300 years later. So,
Yeah,
you know,
100%. Yeah, absolutely. There's no reference to original sin. Like, there is obviously like what happens at fucking at the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve, but like the punishments are clear, and nowhere does it say, and now everyone's cursed forever.
well, I mean,
Like,
well, see, and another thing too is the framing of them as punishments is also a very. I mean, I'm not going to say that people have never seen them as punishments in Jewish thought, but it's also understood to some extent that it's like it was going to happen regardless. Like it's one of those things. Like it was always going to happen,
yeah.
and it was necessary. I guess is one way of putting it, right? So so
What
there's
happened
that.
to the snake was not necessary, and the snake could have walked and had legs forever, and the snake was fucking done dirty. I'm saying it, okay? I'm saying it. The snake got done dirty, okay?
Do you know by any chance what a skink is?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hell
like
yeah.
because some people say
Pretty
that.
close.
Yeah, like some people think that like oh it might have been like that is what people had in their minds when they saw it because like that was something
Yeah.
associated with like Egypt
I'm
and
gonna show this on
Horn
screen
of
quick
Africa.
so that people can see this. Yeah, here's a skink.
Yeah, so you can see how it looks like a snake, but it also looks like yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Those things are sick as fuck.
Mm-hmm. And so like that's why a lot of people say that I mean some people have taken it to understand that it was right it was supposed to be like this understanding that like the snake is actually not like a normal snake, right? It's like this thing from Egypt and beyond, right?
Mm.
Because there are some like there are some where they specifically like live like on the sand dunes of the Sahara, right? So there's that.
Mm. Fucking, that's fucking super interesting. Welcome, Yaghem. Fucking Yag Mayhem. Great to see you. Fucking, but that's super interesting. And inherently, by it being from Egypt, it would be bad.
Right.
Yeah, fucking Egypt bad in the Bible. Very, very bad. Anything of it is super fucking not okay. But in the Jewish thought, um, eternal damnation, is that a no? Eternal torture forever and ever.
No,
Amen.
that's
Is
a
that a
no.
big no? That's that's a big no,
It's
and that's awesome.
instead it's a 1 year K hole and then
Yes, fucking dog. Like, that's so fucking awesome. I'd be down for that. Like, I'm on that team. Eternal K hole. You know what I mean? Fucking,
let's
I
go.
saw a Tovia Singer video on like how to become a Ben Noah and like those types of things. And like, I agree with everything except for like, I just don't believe in God. And like, that sucks. I just don't. Like, I used to, and like, if I could, I would, I guess. Like, if I was proven, like, I would, but I just don't. But like, I do everything else. And and he said that like essentially that if it doesn't matter, like fucking no, you're not sorry. And I guess that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I'm like, I would hope that God would fucking know and see my heart enough to know that like, hey yo, I didn't see the evidence to say that it was you, but I did all the good things. So I would hope. So I guess my final question would be like, are I guess can you be, and it's fine to say no because that's probably the right answer. Can you be a Ben Noah and not believe in God? I guess the Noahide laws, like one of them is fucking believe in God, that there's one God.
I suppose.
So,
I mean, I would think that perhaps the better way of conceptualizing that would be what what is God, right? Like, well, I mean, it depends what you mean by God. I mean, like, if you like, that's a
like, I'm not a pantheist or anything like that,
mhm.
or like a Spinoza kind
Yeah,
of God
yeah.
guy, but like, I don't know.
I would say that I mean, in the very strictest sense, I would say that like a Haredi rabbi would be like no, um, but I again like what that means, like what God would mean, is a conceptual question, I guess, in a more
Yeah.
philosophical sense. So again, I would say it depends. But I would say that a Haredi rabbi would say no immediately. I would say it depends what you mean. You know.
Yeah. Fair. Fair. Well, that's some good fucking shit, and I appreciate that. Any kind of final things you wanted to say before we end her here for the night?
No, no. I just wanted to thank you again for reaching
Oh,
out
well.
and for setting this up, and yeah, thank you again for having me on. I really really enjoy speaking with you, and as well as responding to your chat's questions as well.
Awesome. Well, it's always a fucking pleasure. Always a great time. And I look forward to speaking with you again in the near future. And there's still so much more to cover. But when we have good combos, we just gotta fucking ride out those tangents because
True,
they're
very
good
true.
tangents. They're worthy tangents. But are you still streaming for a while?
Yes, I think I'm gonna be streaming for a little while more.
All right. Well, we're gonna go on over to Shakespeare, because I gotta get going for the night. Thank you so much for your time, and have a
Thank
great
you.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Yay. Oh yes, thank you so much. Oh yes, Judas. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Well, thank you everyone so much. So glad that I hope the people had a good time watching all of this. I apologize. I know I'm moving it over right now. I just needed to move this all over. So, oh, thank you. Oh, I appreciate that, Taylor. I mean, pardon me. Sorry, I was reading the other one, and thank you so much, Judas. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Very kind. Yeah, being queer in a cishet world. Oh, like seriously. Um, I don't understand why. I don't know. Just like anything else. So, um, I did have. Um, why is it? Hmm. Okay, it should work now. So, if people did have any more questions, I was still willing to answer some of them. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tal. Thank you so much, Talorx, for all of your questions and everything. And welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. I need not give myself a second introduction, but if I do, I'm Shakespeare. I'm a cultural historian focusing in Jewish and Latin American history. And please make sure to hit that follow button if you would like, and make sure to refresh so you get counted in. Um, yes, thank you, and have a good rest of your night. So, one of the things that all Oh, thank you so much, October. I appreciate that. I'm glad. I'm glad. That's very important to me. Let's see here. So one of the things that I was thinking we could go over was why is it acting like it's I've never watched this channel before? We are going to watch some we are going to wait, is this the right one? Oh yeah, I found it. Okay, so we are going to watch, of course, Giga Chad. I've been meaning to watch some more Giga Chad, catch up with my Giga Chad lore. So that way we can go over, his very esoteric hoggery. So that's what we're gonna go over right now. Is it true? Was the first country to be Latine? Well, it depends what that would mean, right? Like it depends what Latine means in that sense. It definitely was the first Black Republic in the world. It definitely was the first successful slave revolt against chattel slavery, right? The first of that kind. So that's usually how it's described. Chat, yes. His family literally invented linguini, right? He's like, oh, my family 100 years ago, we lived in this town, and all of that stuff. He apparently his family ruled were the monarchs in a town that didn't have a monarchy, of course. And then of course, and then my family over there, we, and my grandfather discovered electricity, but the Italian kind, just all of that, all of that.
Well, my name is Ezio Solometti, and welcome back to another episode of Bias History.
This is
So
right.
I'm going to be continuing with this trend of analyzing certain philosophies that I personally like. And to start this off, I want to bring up a popular meme in our culture. This is,
I just have to say one thing. I just love the fact that it's memes are on one hand the downfall of Western culture, but also I can only talk about these things in memes, right? The very logical consistency of this, of Giga Chads. So.
the lonely chud staring out, rising above the...
Whoa, I've never seen this one. Oh my gosh, literally. What? I don't. The Trinity? It's the Trinity, but with. Okay, what is this dog? I don't even know what's going on right here. I don't know what's going on with the dog. But memes are the rise of the Pasta King, Big Brain Pasta. Yes. Wait, why does this drawing look like you if you were a cis man? What drawing? Not the meme. Please don't tell me I look like the meme. Oh gosh. I don't get it. This is supposed to be the Trinity of, but of what though? Also, I've never seen there be another person, right? Because isn't it this is Jesus, right? This is someone else, and then this is the Holy Spirit, right? Am I right? Or is this supposed to be Mary, and then God, and then Jesus? Right? I don't get it. I know, but I don't understand this. And what's with the dog? I just don't get the dog. And also, why is, oh my gosh, I just realized which book is right here. I just, I couldn't really read it, but now I see it and I'm like, no. Why does it have to be this? Why does it always have to be Mein Kampf? Why?
the sea fog and making the statement, it's so over, the West has fallen. And I want to analyze the...
Actually, I have to say that, if anything, Tucker Carlson wearing eyeshadow and eyeliner would, if anything, be an improvement.
Of this, and if the West truly has fallen. For as a Western culture enthusiast, as you can see by
Oh my gosh, like this is the thing, is that he describes himself in the memes that we use to say like legit Nazi. Like, yes, or as they would call us, Western culture enthusiasts. Then we have Giga Chad over here literally being like, well, actually, 100 years ago, my family's always been Western culture enthusiasts, like, oh gosh, like now the fact that his family had to leave Italy because of a journalist kind of makes sense now. Now I'm like, oh, so that's why, right? Like, so that's the reason, right? Yeah, right? Like, does he know Western culture used to not include. Oh, oh, Giga Chad is Anglo-Italian, of course. So, there's that. Also, I couldn't have paused it in a better place. Like, just.
my shrine to the great.
I mean, yeah, like he has a shrine to the 18th century British Empire. Like, the 18th century British Empire. Like, come on. Like, imagine not only owning a Pico helm, okay, but like whatever that thing is, like whatever that like British thing is that like they used to wear, like imagine owning one of those. Like imagine like what amount of a Western culture enthusiast you have to be to own one of those things. I don't know, just that's all I gotta say for right now.
Pillars of Western tradition and history. My entire channel espousing the values of traditional Western society. I want to really analyze this topic and see, is there any hope for Western society?
Gosh, I really hope not. Like, he doesn't even hide it. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna put the Nazi clip in this, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put the statue thing we just saw. Like, it even has the word folk in it. Like, my goodness.
So here, this really two different.
I like how he really does see himself in this way that's just like, like he really does see himself in this, like, I am a living, breathing, like, Michelangelo statue, right? Like, you can just tell, certainly not an indigenous.
Different ways one could go. And really, there is some left and right overlap. This isn't exactly a left and right issue as most things are.
Oh my gosh. Is he trying to do horseshoe theory? This is weird Anglo-Italian horseshoe theory. Okay. I thought the intro was him making a fan edit of himself. I guess this is... Yeah, I mean...
The idea that history is linear, the Whiggish version of history, and that history is a linear progression, what most people subscribe to, what the education system teaches.
It's not what the education system teaches. It's what Western civilization teaches. Because its view of progress is in a linear progression, because capitalism demands it to be. I know, right? I know. I ask myself, like, how is this dude real? I mean, like, the only thing I'm like, the fact that he doesn't have a popped collar, I'm like, that's like the only thing that I'm just like...
Is the reigning view. But this is a view that I have various problems with. Right now I'm writing an official paper on, combat...
An official paper, guys. An official paper, chat. Remember that. An official paper. Not an unofficial one that, like, you usually have to write. But an official one, okay? Literally signed by the king himself. These people are such posers. I can trace my lineage back to Viking, Angles, and Saxon, Germans, Prussians. It's so boring, and you can't really be proud of it because we're... Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, this is like the same thing with, like, people in the United States that, like, are from North Dakota and are of German heritage, and they think that they could, like, move, quote-unquote, go back to Germany, right? And, like, just go back to living the way how they did before. Like, no, there's nothing... Anyway, it's like half the way. I know. But see, the way how it looks like he washed it himself, right? That's what it looks like. Like this was washed, and it got stuck that way. Because I've seen shirts do that, and like, yeah.
Adding this in relation to the monarchies of the 18th century. So
Okay, maybe I shouldn't say himself, but he sent it out to get washed. But
for that. But that's the view that's currently held. Really, that is the status quo. But there have been challenges.
But why is that the status quo, right? Like, I don't mean to keep pausing every 10 seconds, but it's like everything he says is objectionable.
This, and we have not always thought of it like this. To really understand this concept, we need to understand.
Who's we? Sorry, I know I keep stopping. It looks like he doesn't know how to do laundry. I mean, are you surprised though, October? Like, I mean, of course he doesn't know how to do laundry, because, like, unless his mother does it for him, like, I could legit see him, like, just putting everything just, like, in one machine, and it's like, oh, well, it's just gonna wash it and dry it by itself, right? Like,
the great German philosopher from the early 20th century, Oswald Spengler. Now,
I should interview him. No. No. His mom. Like, no, but, like, think about it, right? It's like, oh, Ma, I brought over here all of my clothes, for some reason, there's, like, all of these, holes all over my gym shorts. You know what I mean? Like, I just cannot, As someone who comes from a German family who lived in that Germany, no one benefited from fascism. Everyone was oppressed. Obviously, Jewish people above others, but German people hated everything too. They wrongly blamed the Jewish people instead of the party. I mean, like, again, like, people often forget that, like, the Joy Through Work program, as well as other things, is that, like, everybody was forced to work, right? Like, like, it's not like, oh, well, if you were, like, a base Chad, Giga Chad, invented linguini, like, no, it didn't matter. Also, I was calling Oswald Spengler, like, a 20th century philosopher. I mean, I guess you could say he's 20th century in, like, the latest part of things, but I don't know. I would see him as more 19th century.
Spengler was a true genius. As someone who's read his work, The Decline of the West, obviously we can see that the West has fallen off.
Okay, the fact that he said the decline of the West, obviously the West has, the quote unquote, the West has fallen. Bro, you did not read his book. You read the Wikipedia article on it. It's okay. It would have been better if you would have said that, because right away I'm thinking, okay, well then, because you said his work, right? As if it's one book. But the Decline of the West is 2 books. It's 2 volumes. 2. Mamma mia, that's a spicy meatball. Yeah, he legit is like, yeah, 100 years ago, my grandfather-in-law, he used to be like, living in this town, riding around in a little Maserati, and like eating nothing but stuffed meatballs. And then he thought, why don't I try to put something, on top of the meatballs, that I could like boil up real quick, I mean, it's true though. I mean, like, am I wrong though? Like, I mean, like, okay, like, the people, like, October, right, Buffy, like, y'all that have, like, seen this, right, like, from the beginning, like, when he wasn't this much of, like, an outright fascist, right, when he actually said, like, actually, I don't like fascism, Western culture is when you invent linguini. Yes, pretty much, and it's on the decline. We haven't been inventing different forms of linguini as much anymore. But like, he legit is like, my grandfather's responsible for like electricity in Italy, and I'm just like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
Obviously, where it came from. In reading that work, one.
Hello, Copiate Crisis. It's nice to see you. Welcome in. Oh, I mean, Cliff Notes is even pushing it.
Gains a new appreciation and understanding for what really makes a civilization. And his work, especially early on, understands that the cracks beginning to show within Western society in a way that people even now still do not fully appreciate.
You know, do you want to know that do you know what Spengler actually talks about in the first part of the first volume of his book, The Decline of the West? Numbers. He talks about mathematics. I'm not even joking, he talks about numbers. Like, so for him to say, even from the beginning, you can tell that he talks about numbers, bro. He's talking about numbers. Literally, what most people remember is what he says in the final part of the second book. But okay, yeah. Wait, there was a time he said he didn't like fascism? It's like, he essentially is like, I know people that take this too far, and then he shows like a fascist, like a supposedly that's supposed to be like a fascist like thing, Nazi thing, and he's like, but I'm not like that, and I'm not like the leftist. I'm like an enlightened centrist. I'm like, in what world is someone that's like the 18th century England was like the best time in history? What like how is that centrism? Like I don't even know. We've been watching Giga Chat. I know since the beginning. Like I hear a Western man wrote Das Kapital. Yeah, literally since the beginning, we've been like, I know, like legit watching this from the beginning. And like nothing's changed. Like this is the best part is like, yes, his power level's gone up a bit more, but like he as himself. I mean, the only thing we know is that apparently something with his friend that they decided to call the explosion happened in a very narrow bathroom stall in the in a church apparently when he conquered Canada. Giga Chad would like share. You know that Giga Chad would have his own purse. You already know that, like, cause it's not a purse, it's a purse. You know what I mean? Like it's a purse. Oh gosh! Every time I think about that, and her big old burrito. Like every time I think about that, every time I think about like the two big old flour tortillas, like I'm just like one tooth infection and people logged off back then. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, and I'm still like, it's hilarious to like because if they wouldn't have put them, if I wouldn't have been in racist ass Texas, and which is the whole place is racist, but like if I wouldn't have been there and like they wouldn't have decided to put the Mexican drinks, which are like S tier, deserve to be like in the prime space, that they decided to put them on the floor essentially, I wouldn't have gone down and seen that purse or whatever it is. Like I don't know, it's like some kind of like necropolis of burritos or something, It's a man purse. Yeah. Right. The secret thing he and his buddies did together in a church bathroom. Right. That they call the explosion. Pasta. Oh yes, pasta and sour cream. Yes. That's okay. That's a fine. Well, I like like sopa de fideo with crema and like or sour cream too. That's what came to my mind. Fascists love to be depressed. Being this deep into patriarchy and colonialism can't be healthy. I mean, like, this is why, like, his last video that we went over was literally about how left-wing people hate the gym, which I'm just like, literally everybody I know that's, like, on the left, that's actually a leftist, is, like, to the best of their ability, right? And whatever their ability might be, and I mean that both in the sense of, like, what they're able to do in that sense, but also in the sense of like even people that immediately people would write off, right? Like the right-wing people write off as not being able, right? All of them, for the most part, are in some way concerned with diet, with exercise, with all of those things. Like if anything, being left wing would make you more knowledgeable and more critical and more understanding of science, right? Um, so and to even question, right, the typical things that are put in the ways of disabled people, for example, that do not allow them into traditional gyms, right, which are geared towards, right, like an able-bodied cis het white man in particular, right, and have had to find other ways of working out of other ways of, right. So Chad Sharon is a lady with a big purse and a massive burrito, or with just like sour cream and is racist stuff. Yes, if you'd like to learn more lore about Sharon, definitely definitely subscribe. Definitely like, whatever you got to do. Just okay, like chromatic mage. All I gotta say is this: I don't know what kind of person gotta get two big old tortillas like this big, okay, to fill up a burrito. Okay, like thicker, like thicker than this map is tall. Like access, like transport money in general unsafe environment for women, queer people. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like regardless of whatever it is, queer, BIPOC people, people who are differently abled will always try to always have to find, and have always had to find ways of, working out, of being conscious about our bodies, etc. Right? I mean, yeah, Sharon was like, I mean, like, okay, and this is what I gotta say too, like, remember, like, this wasn't the only time that she got it with the two tortillas, okay, like, that's what it wasn't the only time, so be like, oh, it was a one-off. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Okay, and don't you forget that.
His work is similar to that of Nietzsche, for example. He took a lot
Oh my god. This is literally right wingers are us type of like.
of inspiration from Nietzsche, a fellow German philosopher that pioneered these ideas of, a new beginning rising out of the ashes of the Old West. But I want to look at modern society and see, instead,
The Old West. Bro, oh my god. The Old West. That does not make me think of Europe. That makes me think of like Utah or something. I know. Yeah, the lore here is off the chart. I know. We have so much lore. Like being a history streamer just like adds like the need for lore. Clint Eastwood. Yeah. It makes me think of Clint Eastwood, who does westerns. Interestingly enough, he really should be Clint Westwood, but
Spain framework, has the West really fallen? And is the West in its dying throes? And the answer, I hate to admit,
I'm glad to hear that you love all the lore, because I love it too. It's so great. But I'm just saying this: if you ever see Sharon's purse, okay, and it's looking at you with some like, alien and predator, like I forget what those things are called. Those like things that like, or the things that are like this. You better start running away. That's all I'm gonna say.
might be yes. In his view, the main civilizations of Western Europe in fairly recent history have been classical civilization and Faustian civilization. Currently, we are in Faustian civilization, and this is a fascinating metaphor made by him, which it uses the character of Faust, a man who makes a deal with the devil to attain, this hidden knowledge. And in many ways, that is what Western man is. This hidden knowledge, he alludes.
I like how like Faust does not exist, like did not like the actual Doctor Faust, like as we can conceive it. It was a medieval person who did not even have the conceptualization of des Abendlandes, or the West, as it's often translated. So like, it literally. Also, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub, Chromatic Mage 2, Judas. I appreciate it very much. Is that so like to divide it in these two ways is kind of like, okay, fine, like one classical civilization is like I never understood why people want to say like 5th century BCE Greece and 1st century like sort of like 50 to 50, sort of like those 100 years from BCE to CE are somehow like equivalent to one another when they're like nothing alike, right? Like, I guess there were more alike, one could say, but like that's more like how ancient history is constructed now. Like, we're meant to think of ancient Greece and ancient Rome as being like essentially the same, right? Yeah, I mean, even the Old West, right? Exactly. So,
to is primarily technology and the desire to expand. In his ideas, Faustian civilization is defined by this idea of infinite space expanding all around. This is why, for example, cathedrals, they rely on infinite space and infinite expansion.
I mean, by indigenous people, by so many things. I mean, it's just like literally, like, even right now, like, yes, like, because of technology. Well, I mean, books are technology, writing is technology, like, all of these things are technology. Like, we might think of technology only in a particular sense today, but that's because how it's couched in us in our particular moment. But again, like this is where, and I don't want to bring up Heidegger, but I guess I have to, like the question concerning technology by Heidegger, right? Like, these questions between technos, right, and just, I don't know, it's just, well, no, I'm not saying as being Western. I'm saying that that advances that indigenous people made, right, were like have been used for the construction of the ideas that are now thought of as Western, right? Like, I think that I would say that perhaps is probably the way how I'm thinking about that. But yes, I do understand what you mean. That yes, with Jewish people and with racialized people in general, right, that are not considered Western or not considered white have always formed the basic, have always been there, have either not been. I mean, it's like kind of like most of the visible stars in the sky have Arabic names, right? Because it was during the Islamic Golden Age, again, from about the 10th century to the 12th century CE, that you have this abundance of knowledge happening in the Islamicate world where, again, it didn't matter whether you were Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Druze, whatever it might have been, you still had an advancement of knowledge that was happening at that time that still to this day, it still informs us to the point where still most of the stars in the visible sky have Arabic names, for example.
Why the West conquered, it drove through every section of the world. It's fundamentally the ideal that permeates Western culture. And he was correct in this diagnosis.
Did he really say run through? I've like, that's such a weird way of putting it, because like when you run through, like they were ran through, that means like you, yeah, I'm not even.
But, for example, for many on the left or many with the traditional view of history, classical civilization, that of the Greeks and the Romans, was the direct predecessor.
Because like the way how it showed that like that the DRC was never conquered by anybody, but it's like, have you ever heard of Leopold II? Like, that's not true. And Australia too, right? It showed Australia's not being colonized, which is just what? Like if there's like, besides the United States and Canada, any two countries that are like not only colonized but like identify with the colonizer more than anything else, it would be Australia and New Zealand, right?
Civilization. But correctly, Spengler analyzed this as untrue, because classical civilization is fundamentally different. Although he didn't have a few historical inactive.
Weren't Egyptians just as influential as Greeks and Romans? Yeah, I mean like the view that we have now of like, I mean, another thing too is, remember, like when the Romans had like, yes, because this is why, for example, whenever the Greeks colonized Egypt, right, like when they did that back in the ancient world, they immediately wanted to start having Egyptian gods and Greek gods have a similarity, right? Like that was their way of doing that, right? I have a little clippy whenever is a good time. I don't. Oh yeah, sure. Please drop it in. We can watch it right now. War in Egypt, but yes, they, if anything, much more so, because they had a much longer civilization, right? Like, I mean, really, it really isn't until the 5th century BCE that you really get the flowering of civilization that is on anything, you know, matching anything close to Egypt. And in fact, it isn't until later, right, when you have Philip of Macedon and then his son Alexander. It says here that it can't find that clip. Oh no, here we go.
Looking at a white woman's purse, you know how people are gonna react, especially in rural Texas, right, or whatever, you know. Like they're not gonna see it as, oh, curiosity, right? They're gonna see it as like, oh, you were trying to steal. I'm like, I do not want that bag, okay? Like that bag looks like it's about to eat me up. Okay, she can keep it. She can keep it. In fact, if you want to take it away, like I don't want it, right? If they see me looking at a white woman's purse, you know how people are gonna react.
Jeez, this is so true. Like, whoever this streamer is, I gotta know, cause like, true. Australia literally stopped. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say like, yeah, like you're saying explicitly. I mean, the United States, I don't think has ever. I mean, it likes to think that it's not being explicit. I don't think it's ever stopped, right? Old Universe Shakespeare is so sassy, right? Yeah.
Accuracies in his work. Overall, what he said is accurate. The classical civilization that ended with the fall of the Roman Empire, it gave way to an anarchy, a dark age. But then once again...
oh my gosh. A dark age? Oh my gosh. Is he gonna have like NGMT's little dark age play now? Like, no, there wasn't... It wasn't anarchy. It wasn't the fall of Rome. It was not this like one singular event. It happened over hundreds of years. And not only that, but like even at the time that people are writing about like, oh, the Romans, like, oh, our civilization's going to fall, blah, blah, blah. That was literally just as the Roman Empire reached its zenith in culture and prestige and power. So like, yeah. Yeah, America genocides natives and black people, and that's just within, and native Hawaiians, and as well as other colonized peoples as well, right? So yeah, I mean, like, and what I mean this is like Mexicans, right? Like the expulsions, for example, of up to 2 million people that were lived in the part that they had stolen from Mexico, of course, that were expelled in the 1930s, right? In fact, there's a whole book on that called The Decade of Betrayal. Right. Why does civilization feel like a microaggression? Yeah, I know what you mean. Like when people say civilization, immediately I'm just like, it's kind of like when white dudes start using the term demographics, and I'm like, you shouldn't be using that word. You know what I mean? Because you just know it's not gonna lead anywhere good. You just know. You can feel it. Like, you can feel it, right? So yeah, like only the worst, yeah, exactly. Like only the worst people around me use it.
With Charlemagne, the foundation of the Holy Roman Empire, a new civilization formed. And in his idea, civilizations were living and breathing.
But like this picture is of something that's not even, like this looks like it's like out of like what is this? Like this looks like stuff that you would see like in D&D books. I mean, yeah. Or yeah. Oh my gosh, I know when they say, oh, in the East, or, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, look, if people don't want to say, if people want to say Southwest Asia, and they're from, if that's what the term they want to use, that's the term you're going to use. Like, geez, you don't have, I mean, I remember I used to know this one person that, like, they thought that they were being, like, so cool saying Asia Minor when talking about, like, just stop. Like, just call it Turkey. Like, okay, it already has a name. Okay, stop trying to be like, oh, Cappadocia. Like, just stop.
Body.
Or worse, when people still try to call Istanbul, like, Byzantium. Like, just stop. Just go home, please.
One thing I really like about his philosophy is the fact that rather than societies formed of the same individuals over and over again, like we think of now in our, objective and rational view of things,
Like, see, like this right here, people calling us, I know, oh my gosh. Yes, I know, Pacific, I know. And that is a big, I mean, like, in California, that is a huge problem where, like, that has always been the case where, like, they do not want to be considered Asian because they're not, right? And it's like they still want to, like, find some way to, like, well, essentially everything to the east of the Ural Mountains is essentially the same to us, right? Like, it's like, no, you know. But oh, heaven forbid that you call someone from Flanders a Walloonian. Oh my God, they will literally, like, if you don't know the exact village in the 16th century that my ancestors came, like, okay, Kevin, like, calm down. Like, my goodness gracious.
instead of that,
But to, like this critique here, like, yes, what we think is objective and rational needs to be questioned, but that's part of the Western white supremacist paradigm, not by being, how do we be Nazis, though? Yeah, I'm just trying to look up Pacific Islanders. I know, but included, yeah. Yeah, no. Kevin Jelly, yeah. But you know that they're like that, though. It's like, I mean, it's like, they will say, like, oh, everybody's Mexican if they're from anywhere south of the border. It's like, no, don't say that. But if you were to say, like, oh, well, people from Brittany are the same thing as people from Schleswig-Holstein. Oh my God, like, they're literally gonna get into it with you. Like, geez. Hi, Nabil, welcome.
individuals are the vessels in which cultures live through, which I find an utterly fascinating topic, and I find the best idea to combat modern narcissism. The idea that rather than, everyone's just, in it for their own gain, they're rather living embodiments of a larger living force. It's fascinating. It's reminiscent of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, and how
He always has to bring it in. Like, literally, like, how do I bring in the one book that I have read into everything? Literally, Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan. Like, bro, like, even by the time it was written, like, by the time you have the century that he thinks is the best century of all time, in the place that he thinks is the place of all places, right? In the 18th century in England, like, this was already, like, this is 16th century. I mean, this is 17th century shit. Like, this is old. My European friend can't, it's giving everyone speak Spanish. I mean, you'd be surprised. Yeah. My European friend can't name 3 islands, but got angry. I didn't know the different French and I know. It's like, how do you not know, like, every one of the English counties as they have changed historically over time? It's like, I don't know. I've never, but yeah, but it's like, but yet I can have a professional, a doctor, right, that tells me that Mexico is one city. And it's the one city that happens to be closest to California, like, in terms of, like, to LA, right, which is Tijuana. It's like, that's the one city of the entire country. Like, no. At some point, like, the east, yeah, exactly. It means the not west, right?
the state is, a living representation of the people. And see, I've covered the ideals of classical civilization in other videos. My last video.
Wait, okay, no. Classical civilization, they did not think what Hobbes thought. Oh my God, he's literally being like, what people thought in, like, 2,500 years ago is the same thing that people thought, like, 400 years ago, which is just like, no, that doesn't even make sense. Like, why are fascists such posers? Actual English people aren't like this. Like, just eat some fish and chips and your linguine and be a proud European American. I know, but I don't know what it is. Like, honestly, like, I mean, like, even before, like, there was such a confusion. Like, why do you have like a colonial British flag, American flags of like the Revolution, an Italian flag, a Vietnamese flag all of a sudden? Like, like, I don't understand what's this trying to be. But
For example, on the power and the prowess of the body and physical fitness, it used a lot of Nietzschean ideals as well as classical ideals that Nietzsche drew from. And these classical ideals,
oh my God, what were those ideals? What that something could be split into a binary? That's literally it. That's literally what he did. Well, there's Apollonian and Dionysian, and those two things are opposed to one another. I know, right? Because his collar is all messed up. Like, you need to take that to go get it. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Just something. But, like, literally, like, that just does not even track, like, in any sense. Like, just... Okay, just because there's a binary and because it makes sense to you, quote unquote, which it's strange to even say that because like all the stuff that like Pwn for real. I really wish that I had sound alerts, but I need someone to like help me with that. Like I'm just like I do not know how to even start because I want to have that. I know like use the book to press the card and like something like I don't know like I don't know like just go like turn on the hot water and just like I don't know, shake it out. I don't know.
That pretty much based their
put some of that club soda on it. I don't know.
Entire world thought on the world they lived in, and conversely, their thought based the world they lived in some ways. It was much more objective.
Oh my God. It was much more objective. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Zira. Wow, 1 year. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. But how can this man-child find the time to read when he's always working out those... right? And having encounters in very narrow bathrooms with his friend in a church. It's his conquest of Canada, indeed. Start something. I don't know, like put some pine sol on it. I don't know, something. Yeah, he's always. Gigachet just loves thinking he has the blood of the Übermensch. I mean, like, just like on one hand, it's like, but it's like sure, I'm fine, but it's kind of like because like that's laughable in its own right, but it's kind of like this is literally like. The idea of objectivity existing before even the idea of like empiricism doesn't even make sense, right? So just imagine having a picture in your video to appear intellectual, then blocking out the whole thing with your body. I know. Well, I mean, not even just his body, like just he called it his altar. Okay, like everything, like this is why every accusation is a confession for right-wingers, because like they like to think that right-wingers make altars to like Marx and stuff, which is like I've never seen, right? Except for like in a meme way, right? But like that he actually has an altar, right? And it's just like, and he calls it an altar, and it's just like, what does, I don't even know.
It was much more based in the foundations of reality. For example, the beauty of the human.
Like this part right here. It was more based in reality. Well, what is the nature of reality? Like, what do you mean? Because Plato did not think that, because we already see this where we have the ideal world of forms. If that is true, then there's no need for the ideal, like the Platonic form, right? Like, I thought like, damn, I need to do a vid or something. But work out first, yeah, pretty much. That's like, I like, and it's one thing that's like, one thing that's like that's funny too is like in his intro to this, right? Like it actually shows him working out, sort of, but then it shows him like dancing, I guess, or trying to dance. I don't know, and I'm just like, I don't know.
body, as opposed to this idea of, the infinite, the expansion to the infinite, the harnessing of nature, pretty much enslaving nature.
Like, see, so he has the human form on one hand, and then he has infinity, which then he can just throw anything else at and be like, well, it's encapsulated in infinity, so no. Like, those two things are not one and the same. I don't know, like, he's not dancing. He's more like, just like, I don't know, like, it's like the type of dancing people do in those clubs that play, like, that, like, house, well, not really house music, but it's like techno-y stuff that's like somewhat like that. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's just like people just make like one gesture for like 3 hours.
To do the bidding of the Faustian man. So to understand where we lie in the current...
Like, okay, like, if this is true, then if it should be a lie at the foundation of using technology, then that means that would be pre-human. Because hominids, right, and even the usage of tools is not even a uniquely human thing. So that, like, even that doesn't make sense, because, like, corvids, like crows, they can solve math, like, problems as well using technology. So, like, it's just, I don't know. Like, and then again, most simians, like, in general, like, when it comes to, like, the great apes and everything, like, they also use tools. So it's like, they're also doing a Faustian bargain? Like, I just...
age, we need to understand the progression.
Also, the whole thing about Faust is not that he does the Faustian bargain. This also shows that he hasn't read this. That he's never read either the shorter, either the large Goethe's Faust, which when they actually... It's written as a play, but it's not meant to be performed, right? It's what they call a closet drama, which, I mean, there's a lot of other types of closet drama, but, if I were his professor, I mean, he'd be failing since day, like before the class even started. Like, that's all I'm saying. Because, like, so Faust is a closet drama, which, I mean, again, like, there's tons of other types of closet drama, but let's not get into that right now. But when they actually made it into a play, it was like 11 hours long, which I'm just like, why are Germans, like, constantly writing things that are like minimum 10 hours? Those demons might have needed more customers than mankind. I mean, yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like Mephistopheles couldn't have only have shown up once, right, in all of eternity. But, like, like, one, he hasn't read the two texts. Like, one, I mean, the other one that exists, right, Dr. Faustus, right, and even the older text, the medieval text that talks about it, that's called Dr. Faustus as well. Like, and even Thomas Mann's Dr. Faustus, there's like 4 things he could have read. It's not that they exchange to find out knowledge. It's that Dr. Faust, has already attained the height of human knowledge and wants to have temporal power in the world, right? Faust on stage, the original dialectical bread tube essay. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Oh god, he has that look in his eye again, the one where he looks drunk on his Western conqueror fantasies. I mean, the heavy thoughts in the dark season, yes. Copiate crisis, yes.
Of our own Faustian civilization. Now,
but of course, for him, it would be, that has to be Italian, Yeah, those heavy thoughts, that I'm having every time I turn off the light,
Civilization is a fascinating topic and one I've studied for a while, but again, I can't...
What does that even mean, that I've studied for a while? Like, this is what I don't know. This person's trying to become a history major, and I'm just like, bro, like, what have you studied? Like, you read one book. Like, you haven't even read, like, a play that's, like less than 100 pages. Because he even got that wrong. Like, Faust doesn't exchange it for knowledge. That's not the point. He already has the knowledge. That's why he makes the deal with the devil. Like, because he's already done everything humanly possible.
Go into all the intricacies here, so let's just go over a general little overview.
Oh, of course, you know, like, of course, he does not want to go over the intricacies, because, you know, if he has to go, you know, leaf by leaf, like it's some kind of fettuccine thing, you know, heaven forbid. No intricacies here. Just a general smooth lasagna overview. But he has read most of that one book, just freshman thoughts, right, exactly.
Of the progress that Spengler represented, because I am framing this video around his philosophy.
He reads a lot of books.
So initially, it came out of the period of anarchy, the Dark Ages, this, you know, this mass.
The Dark Ages. It was not anarchy. Just, like, this is another thing, too, is like, what are you talking about? You just said the development of the Holy Roman Empire. That was not, I mean, there were even other renaissances that happened before the one we think of now. There's like the Renaissance of the 12th century, the Renaissance of the 13th century, the Renaissance, like, Ben Shapiro's one smooth lasagna smooth lasagna overviews, of course. Ben Shapiro's one friend in high school. Yeah. Yes. This is Ben Shapiro's one friend. Is feudalism another type of... Yeah, apparently so. Apparently, a feudal society is anarchy, which, I mean, I have yet to, like, I've read in... I don't know. Like, I've read some feudal texts. I don't remember them talking about any conquering of bread. But apparently in this case, yes. Another thing is the painting is wrong too, but I'm not even going to get into that because that's...
After the classical civilization had, you know, gone through the classical phases of civilization.
The classical civilization had gone through the classical... Okay, sorry, I need to stop.
Civilization, where they rose as...
What? You said the classical civilizations went through the classical civilization. The classical phases of civilization that happened in the classical civilization. The horizontal abolition of hierarchy through the divine rights of kings. Oh, Sarah, yes, you get me so well. Yeah, this is... Oh, gosh.
These hugely moral and driven, and, you know, completely immersed.
Oh, yes, those huge moral and driven men. Oh, God, it's just so bad. Grasping that snake with their hands, you know, just like...
in their own, you know, ideology and philosophy, and, you know, their divine, really the divine power bestowed on them.
Oh, yes.
And then once they got that power, they made
those very virile men filled with power.
And just become patrons of the arts.
He didn't even edit this out. He made a mistake. Oh, thank God. What was it? Classic absolute monarchy, right? Huge. The arch. Patron of the arch. Just one arch. We have one arch in history. And, you know, it's the one in Pyongyang, of course. That's what my mommy says. Like, I'm just... Like, the fact that he didn't even edit out his mistake. He's like, the patron of the arch. I love that. Of the one arch. The arch of the, you know...
And build the great structures that lasted, however...
Wait, but... Okay, I'm sorry. I know I keep stopping a lot, but, like, everything he says is so... These churches were not built in the classical period, though. They were built in the Dark Ages, quote unquote. They were built in the medieval period. Like, literally, everything is wrong. Like, these are Gothic churches, and the term Gothic was a term of, like, denigration. It was to say, like, it's not Roman, therefore it's not good. Like, literally.
Directly after fell into decadence after the peak. As every civilization does. And now in our own Faustian...
As every civilization does. What? Like... No, okay. I'll just, you know...
Civilization, we see these...
Can we learn some history, please? No, we have history. Yes, this is literally history at home. Giga Chad, yes.
This similar progression. Out of the Dark Ages rose the great kings with the divine right that built, that conquered, and that forged Europe out of, in despite of war, plague, famine, all these great hardships that, ravaged Europe during the medieval period. Those were essentially those years of the early republic in Rome. It is where
What? Wait, so like the bubonic plague is like the early republic in Rome. Man, I would love for him to write me an official essay, as he said earlier, an official paper, I should say, on that, because I have never heard that comparison in my life. Yes, the all of the bubonic plague was like the early Roman Republic, of course. Is this Jackson Hinkle? Oh, no. Jackson Hinkle is like a lib compared to this dude, apparently. So wait, Europe didn't have kings during... I know, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, wait, so the medieval period when they didn't build medieval churches and they didn't have kings, like, but then they had kings that were divine, because that just appeared out of nowhere. Like, I'm just like, bro, like, read one history book, like, just one, and let me recommend it. Like, just one.
The souls of Europe were tested. It was where these governments...
The souls of Europe were tested. I love that phrase. It's so perfect. The souls of Europe were tested. Oh my gosh. The souls of Europe were tested. Oh my gosh. That is literally like just Giga Chad's way of saying like it's just copium by another means. Is he a manifestation of history, ChatGPT? It seems so. But of course, he had the picture in the beginning of the Holy Trinity that included Mein Kampf, apparently. Which I don't know. I feel the idea of like one of the three people of the Godhead having Mein Kampf is a little bit, I don't know.
It was where these classical aristocratic ideals that were central to Faustian civilization. It's where...
Where does aristocracy come from? It comes from the Greek aristos, from the classical Greek aristos. Aristocracy, as such,
They held their power, and where they became honed, so they could become what they
may the souls of Europe be tested.
Later did. And the Crusades were an example of this Faustian spirit. This desire.
Wait, so now the Crusades are good or bad? Like, I don't understand what this dude is trying to say right now. Like, wait, so that means that, so this is literally Crusades apologia then. Like, oh, because it happened in the Faustian era, like that was like a bad deal? Like, I don't even know. I'm pretty sure. So the Goths were rallies and Visigoths were checkers. Does that make the Vandals sound like? Yes. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Israel by way of South Africa. Yes. Yes. Oh gosh, aristocracy.
Desire to expand, this desire to conquer. However, Europe was not ready yet. However, as we turn towards the early modern period, and
wait, over Europe? Over Europe? Like, wait, did he? Gosh, he needs to phrase things better. Also, this did not happen. There's one thing people have to know. On one, Christopher Columbus's, like, the voyage, like the first voyage, which is supposed to be depicted here, right? When he supposedly did this. It shows a priest, right? One, Christopher Columbus was not, like, the first person to set foot in what is now called the Americas, right? In the early modern period. And nor was there a priest. In fact, most of the people that were in fact, the first person to set foot, the first European person to set foot in what is now the Caribbean, from what we understand, and what would later become the colonized Americas by the Spanish, was actually a Jew, Juan de Torres, who was forced to convert. in order to, not be comstered and dumpstered. But for many reasons, of course, of the fact that there being many conversos on the boat, Christopher Columbus's ships did not have a single priest, not one. So like all of the stuff about like the church, no. That's not like, as soon as people try to put that in what Christopher Columbus was trying to do, I'm like, no. The first thing he said when he got there, he was talking about slaves and money and gold. That's all he cared about. That is all he cared about. Well, the first European, I meant. Like, the first European, right? The first European. That's what I meant. I don't mean the first to ever set foot. No, definitely not. Chile's had rats, and that's why the bubonic plague happened. Thankfully, now it's mostly Colorado and Michigan that have the plague. I mean... And apparently Yosemite National Park, I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. Because, like, for me, like, growing up, like, Yosemite was, like, that's where white people go on vacation, right? Like, that's where, like, to me, like, the idea of going to, like, really, really distant from, other people, particularly BIPOC people, national parks, and, like, staying out there in the wilderness, quote unquote, right, as, like, was never seen as, like, a positive thing, unless it was white people. Like, only white people were like, oh, we're going to go to Yosemite, or, like, we're going to go in the middle of nowhere and be, like, around racist white people in the middle of nowhere, and we're totally going to be okay. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Just like, I understand why you bring that up, but to the general establishment of why the fuck do we care? No, I mean, no, I'm saying that, like, the construction of like the rationale, right, and like the motive, like, cause so there are a lot of people that try to say like, well, they were there for like with the zeal to spread the Bible or whatever, the gospel. That's not true, right? It's like all of those things are just not true, right? And so that's the only reason why I guess it's important to note, and also the fact that, again, that the fact that Jewish people, even people that were conversos, that were crypto Jews, wanted to escape to the Americas, right? Like, they were initially the people that that found the Americas as a place where they could escape the Inquisition and Europe in whiteness, right, in its nascent form. So there's that. So again, I would definitely say that yes, of course, when it comes to knowing the first people that were African or that were from Asia, definitely. I mean, trust me, I'm definitely like on because again, it either one erases the fact that there were immense civilizations already there, or it also erases the fact that Europeans are not the only country that ever had like international navigation, right? Like, which is something that to this day people still think, which is, to me, is just like, doesn't even make sense. Yeah. I know. But
The Renaissance, we see a rejuvenation of classical art and architecture and statues.
why was there a rejuvenation, though? The reason why is because Aristotle and all of the things that he's claiming were like innate in Europe, I guess, actually weren't innate in Europe, because actually got rid of all of those things and burned many of the manuscripts. And the only places where they were still allowed were even in the Prophet's own time, the Prophet Muhammad, Muslims would not say peace be upon him, even with the incursions with the Rashiduns into what is the Byzantine Empire in what is now Turkey. They were willing to stop the further invasion of the Byzantine Empire in exchange for a copy of Ptolemy's Almagest, right? Like, that was part of... Oh, yeah, no, I mean, of course, like, I'm glad when people ask me to clarify, and that's how I understood it, right? Like, that's why I wanted to say, like, well, I mean it in this sense, right? Like that the people that wanted to, so in that sense, so therefore, thank you so much, Mimsy. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. So yeah, like, that's why. So what ended up happening is that during the Islamic Golden Age, which again it's often fraught to call it that, but it's I think it's just easiest to call it that. Most of the works in Greek were only preserved by it being translated into Arabic, and then it was translated back. It was in some cases even translated into Greek again, but in this case translated into Latin to create this early modern period that we understand as the Renaissance, right? Like this belief that somehow Europe on its own just willed itself right into rebirthing, right? Classical ideas is understanding understanding it through one an idea of like the Renaissance, which was it's an late 18th and 19th century conception of that time period, but also is one that was meant to deny the fact that in some cases we have like direct copying of the Arabic text, where they use even the same letters in the Latin or Italian or whatever it might be manuscripts that we have in Europe at the time, right? Where they took wholesale what existed in the Muslim world, the advancements in science, in medicine, and literature, and poetry, and just took it wholesale and then claimed it as their own, etc. Right? Yeah. The Renaissance was Europe doing what they do best, which is finding shit. And yeah, exactly. That is exactly what they did. Like Europe did not even have the concept of zero, right? Like, it did not have the concept of algebra, right? It did not have the concept of alkalines, right? It did not have the concept of algorithms, right? And all of those three things come from Arabic words: al-jabr, al-qali, and then al-khwarizmi, from who in Latin was called algorithmi. From whom we get that, right? So it's like even things like the basic understanding of like chemicals, like chemistry, right? Just thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mamsie. Thank you.
However, all of this Spengler found was just imitation, as opposed to anything new in the statues, for example. However, this marked a turning point. This marked where the civilization left its primordial beginnings and blossomed into a fully fledged civilization, which is distinct from a culture. It begins with culture and then moves to civilization.
Wait, he said a classical civilization though. So now that wasn't a civilization? Man, I think he needs to write like an outline of what he's gonna say. Like literally, just an outline would help. Cause I do not even know. Cause the first word that comes to mind, cause tattoo is a Polynesian word, right? And like, yeah, I mean like, and even like similar practices, right? Oh, that's awesome about on Khwarizmi, nice. By any chance, was it oh gosh, Dr. Al Khalili's documentary on it? Because I actually have the book. Well, I only have it in Italian, but I do have the book. Yes, I know which one. Yes, that one. Yes. Yes, Professor Al Khalili and I. Yeah, no, yeah, he's great. He's great. So no, definitely, because he's a physicist. So yeah, he definitely knows his stuff as well. And again, that's been his thing when he wrote the book that I only have it on Italian, but it's uh, the palace or the Hall of Knowledge, right, which is in reference to the one in Baghdad that was built by I believe the Caliph Abdel Malik. I could be wrong about that, but I might be incorrect about that. But colonizers be consistent challenge. I know like Europe culture is classical, but also modern compared to. I don't even know. Like I'm just like bro, like okay, if you're talking about classical civilization, which was in Europe, I'm guessing, then I don't know. I've never stopped by a history stream before. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian. I particularly focus in Jewish history and also Latin American history. So those are my two. But I also talk about a lot of other history. So
and where great men could patron the arts, and especially technology. One of the main things I really like about Spengler is his critical view of technology.
okay, I just have I'm just questioning his pictures. Like he loves having pictures of like naked muscular men, doesn't he? Like a lot. Like I don't know what to. But I'm glad that you stopped in. Thank you so much for that.
And how essential technological progress has been to the Faustian man through his entire existence.
I was just thinking that because the Middle East culture seems to either be classical or. Oh, nice, awesome. Yeah, like that's something that I've definitely talked about when it comes to the Mexica and their contemporary, because of course, people still in central Mexico still speak Nahuatl, and I can speak some Nahuatl. Um, but yeah, definitely, and the Incas, and I usually tend to focus a lot when it comes to Mexico, very specifically too, because and I even have the map up here of Mexico for when we talk about stuff that in that. But yes, welcome in by colonial standards. I mean, yes, and that's where the Edward Said's idea of like Orientalism, right, which is again a term that's only used in this particular context vis-a-vis Edward Said, and is not how we would contemporarily discuss this, right? Because that is a top, that is how it was discussed with in the in the 70s and 80s, but it's definitely not how we would discuss it now. We've progressed by far in post-colonial theory from then, but the idea, like, right, the exotization, right, the mystification of the what is often called the Middle East, right, and right, trying to and especially in the present, right, like viewing it as not technologically advanced, of trying to, but that also works with the effacement, right, of particularly in the Christian, in what was then called Christendom, right, of non-Christian advancements in the sciences, in the arts, in literature, right, that all works together. Is his whiteness the I mean, I have no idea, honestly.
History. And this is where we saw the printing press and other forms of technology take Europe by storm and connect people on a whole nother level. And the confines of Europe and the Near East were no longer enough for the Faustian man. He now...
Wait, now he's including the Near East. I mean, now he's mentioning it, but now he's like the Near East, right? Like, okay. I mean, even that, like, the Near East, right? Like it's already conceptualized in a like there's like by gradation, right? It becomes more and more distant in terms of everything, right? Which is like, well, the printing as such already existed, right? Like the combination of all of those things, as we know it now, right, with Gutenberg and everything, right? Like that is again very much focusing in on this like, oh, the one man that changed everything, great man view of history, which is like, well, yes, but also like, no, like, because it already pre-existed, right? Like, and even mass printing already pre-existed, so hence why you have paper currency. So, oh, hi, McSecular, welcome in. No worries. But now apparently for the quote unquote Faustian man, now apparently includes people in the Middle East. It frustrates me when exotification of BIPOC makes engaging with us a quote unquote, yeah, spiritual experience, right? Where you quote unquote learn a lot, but visiting Europe makes you cultured. I don't know how to put it into words, but there's like this underlying. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the idea of like the noble savage, right? Like that's kind of the conceptualization of that, right? Like when like it's kind of like in the same way that like people think that if they go like for example, like, oh, if I were to say some story and say, well, like, oh, this is like an old family story from Mexico, somehow there's like this mystique, right, that comes with it, right? That's viewed that way in the United States and in Western countries in particular, right? Where it's like, oh well, um, and it's kind of why the association with magical realism and Latin America has been very much upheld in the United States, especially, where it's like once you have stories that are like, oh, you have a grandmother that can fly or whatever in novels from Latin America, then that sort of is used to further exoticize Latin America, right? To create that distance, right? That epistemic distance, right? So, yeah. So it definitely comes from that, right? Um, and again, how come no one ever backpacks across Europe looking for Liam Neeson in hostels to find? Oh my gosh! Imagine looking for Liam Neeson in hostels to find spirituality. I mean, yeah. I mean, like it's the same thing. Like, I mean, it's kind of makes me think of um, like people trying to sell the I forget what it was called. It was like the hippie road or something like that, or like something like that. But it's like it was this road where particularly like British hippies, right? Like where they essentially could go, or at least right, like they would go from like certain countries, and they would eventually go into like Afghanistan, like to Kandahar, which is in um, southwestern Afghanistan, and then you would go into like Peshawar and into Pakistan, and then go to India, right? So it's like this, which is like they try to sell it as though it was some like beneficent thing, but instead it was like this uh, one imperialistic on one hand, but also like neo-colonization. Like they stole stuff from those people, like both even in one sense like physically, right, but even like culturally, right, like so yeah. Tokenism, the religion, is taking the world by storm. I mean, a mix between noble savage and gentrification. I know people who will fly us to have a spiritual awakening without understanding the cultural context at all, especially someone observing Rosh Hashanah and saying that they had a spiritual experience but also knew nothing about monolithic God or Jewish culture. Oh yeah, and flying to Israel to be extra. Yeah, also the reduction of pushing us toward traditional culture. Someone tells me they're interested in Maori people. I know they're not talking about us now. Right, exactly. And that's a very similar way, like going back to what we were talking about with Talorks, right? Like when it comes to the way how, like the missionary understanding of the Jewish people is very much similar to that, where it's like the Jewish people are viewed in this anthropological sense. But you mustn't also forget that the Jewish people and also indigenous peoples around the world were both by Americans, right, by white Americans and by Anglos as well, like across their empire, were constructed as being a dying quote unquote race, right? So like that's where also a lot of that mystification, right? The like sonnets, sonnets of the Hebrews, right? Like things like that, where they start Hebrew sonnets, I should say, right? Like where you start to get all of these things, right? Where it's like, oh well, the Jews, like they're not going to, blah blah blah, or the indigenous peoples, right? Already talking about us as if we were extinct, right? And that is something that was done in the 19th century and the early 20th century, and then instead it's just been kind of repackaged, right, with this other way, right, where instead we're like living relics, right? um and so yeah, it's definitely a big part of that as well.
Had the desire and really the need to expand out. The technological progress in Europe had made it too small and too compact for this amount of people to live.
Oh my gosh, this is literally like genocide apologia right here. Like, yeah, so like the reason why we had to go like do settler colonialism and chattel slavery was because technology, too many people were on their iPhones. Like, just Jewish people are indigenous people, in my opinion. But I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I mean, and again, and they're also colonized people as well. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like, not to modern Israel, but as an colonized people, right? Exactly. And so, right, and so we're definitely on the same page on that then. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at um, is that the view of them as a living relic. I mean, I mean, this is why like when race science starts to become a thing, right? Like this is when like ideas about initially were used in biology in general, but were then placed upon races of human beings um, by people like Herbert Spencer, and then later by other people in Germany in particular, is where you start to get the idea of Lebensraum, right? Like that didn't just like that didn't plenty of civilizations developed both without bringing slavery, plagues, and the exploitation to the rest of the globe, right? I mean, yeah, like Persia's a good example, right? Like ancient Persia. In fact, they did the opposite. They outlawed slavery, right? And etc. Like there's so many examples of this, right? Where it's like to use this excuse is to just again give into genocide apology, right? It's like um, I mean, and especially in the face of the vast amount of um, destruction that came. I mean, this is why the historians and other post-colonial scholars who say that the colonization of the Americas was an apocalypse. Uh, it's why I agree with them, because what else could you describe it as? Um, you know, and so that's why like this saying, oh well, they just ran out of room. Like that's literally Lebensraum. That's literally Lebensraum theory. Like that is something developed in the 19th century, used to justify the colonialism of the 16th and 17th centuries. When colonizers first found out the Pacific Islanders also traveled by boat and had old war traditions, instead of realizing we have a crossover, they said we were just, oh, I know. I mean, it's the same thing. Like when, I mean, people have like the English, for example, have done that for even pettier things. Like they said that the Scots were must have been one of the lost 10 tribes of Israel because they tend to be like they tend to be thrifty, like literally, like they don't like to spend money. Therefore, they must be related to the Jews somehow. Like what? Like who even thinks that? Like
live. And the minds of
also, this is just not even true because leading up to the Renaissance is literally like the plague, like multiple times. Like the plague didn't happen once; it happened multiple times. And again, like I said, because of the Inquisition, it happened even worse because of that, right? Because they were forcing people to not wash before eating, not bathe as much, right? He's projecting, yeah, exactly, modern reactionary rhetoric about technology and reject modernity, yes, and applying it to the motivations and projections of the virtue of, yes, perfectly, succinctly, and well put. Zero.
Europe, the collective mind of the civilization was expanding to such great lengths that it had to expand. And this is where we began the period of colonialism.
It had to expand where it had to expand. What? Bro, like, oh my god.
Within the 17th and 18th.
Ibram X. Kendi has a documentary on Netflix that talks about the origins of race science briefly. Oh, okay. I'll definitely check it out.
Centuries. However, soon this gave way to our society of decadence. While the 17th and early 18th centuries marked this kind of heyday for European culture, and I'll reference music, music was all centralized around these core ideas of beauty and paying homage to religion, to art, to faith, to European greatness.
Okay, well, with the exception of that last part, yeah, because of course, like, no other culture and no other time in anybody's history has anyone ever written religious music, of course. Yes, that is that's what we're responding to, because Yeah, because like one good way of going in depth about things is like listening to where people get like the history wrong, and I mean, or at least that's what I like to try to do, and sort of like, no, this is not actually how it is, right? It's ridiculous that but it's because it's often taught this way, right? Um, he's also probably absorbed a bit too much of that manifesto written in the in a cabin in the woods. Yeah, but yes, he is trying to justify it, and now he's justifying white supremacy. So there's that. Um, um, it's scary how colonial era is seen as aspirational. I know. I mean, exactly. I mean, like there are so many people for whom like them being like a slave owner is like, oh, it's just like, oh, who cares? It's like, no, what are you talking about? Like, no, 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 just no. If Europeans valued art so much, why did it destroy? I know. I mean, like, I always give the example of the library of Tenochtitlan, right? When the Spanish took over, or pardon me, had finally like taken over like the most of the city of Tenochtitlan, which is the capital of the Aztec Empire, um, of the Mexicas. They like this is written about in many places, but essentially, the way how we understand it is this: that they, one of the people that's talking about it, um, talks about coming into this library, right? That's was essentially open to the public. Like again, from what we understand from it, essentially learning was not something that was restricted to any caste of people because those things really didn't exist yet, or didn't exist, with the exception of like priests and not priests, I guess. But besides that, and among many other things, right? But that they saw this huge, vast library of knowledge written in Nahuatl, and that the colonizers, the quote unquote conquistadors, could not imagine that any such knowledge could have been accumulated by a culture that did not know about Christianity, and nor did they want to know anything that they had developed that was not known, without the knowledge of Christianity. So they burnt it down, right? Like it was doing nothing. Like it was literally just a library, right? And even then, they were that it did not matter, and this is recorded. This is stuff that the Spanish were proud about doing, is the destruction of manuscripts and of knowledge, as the phrase used to be, sacred or profane, right? Because this is the language they use, right? Well, it was profane knowledge, right? So it doesn't matter, and so that's their justification, right? Well, it wasn't. So this is why, like, with the exception of like medical things, uh, and what we would now call like botany or biology or zoology, those things might have been kept, but anything else, when it comes to works of philosophy or works of law, like those things were almost immediately destroyed. One example being, again, the burning down of the library of Tenochtitlan, which is again. And art too. I mean, like literally, like the first thing that the Spanish did once they finally had defeated the Mexicas, is they tore down the two, temples, the twin, pyramidal temples, in what is now La Plaza Mayor of Mexico City, and said that, where, using, and in fact, this is actually we actually know this because of the fact that there was a dispute about how they would build the foundations of the church itself, that it took a while. It took years for them to settle on this, because they essentially wanted to build it as if they were still in Europe, but then it would sink into the ground because it's an island, right? So they had to learn the Mexica way of doing it. So they had to learn that. So then that way they could lay the foundations using the very same stones. Again, and this was obviously, indentured, labor, of course, that then servitude, right? It was slavery. And that then they had to, build it using the stones of the temple they had just destroyed to build up the Metropolitan Cathedral of Mexico City, because it actually does not fit the specifications of a typical Roman Catholic church of the time, because in terms of its direction, it faces north to south, right? The main altar faces north, whereas at that time it should have been facing east, right? Yes, I was streaming earlier because I was streaming with someone else and asking, they were asking me questions and we're talking about biblical stuff. So, well, things they found valuable, they said they discovered. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, very true. Knowledge, and took the knowledge as their own. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's very true. That's very true. I mean, I always think about that. And it's not even that long ago. I mean, that young man who's it was in a museum, right? A museum of natural history, I believe, um, and that they actually had the remains of his father, right, included in there, and he realized that it was his father whilst in the museum, right, looking at them, and then he had to ask for them back as if, which to me is just like, what, like, in what world is the onus on the, I don't know, but I mean, I know what world, the one we live in, but unfortunately, it's the way how it is, right? Uh, my French mate wanted to take me to the Louvre once. I didn't want to be a party pooper by saying it's a pretty display of colonial whites. Yeah, so instead I pretended I was sick. I mean, yeah, I get that. I mean, that's the reason why, like, look, that's the reason why I'm like, hey, if you want to go look at, like, stuff that's from, like, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, like, you can go and visit, like, wherever, like, wherever, if they, especially if, like, for example, on reservations, very often they will have their own museums run by the nation itself, right, or run by the people itself, right. Same thing, like, when it comes to Mexico, it's like, when it comes to ancient history, right, or when it comes to, like, the classical civilizations, quote unquote, right, like, you can look at that in Mexico. You don't have to go to the Louvre and look at the stolen artifacts, right, like and things like that. You can go to the Metropolitan Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City and see it. I would still go see. Yeah, I mean, like, yes, in that sense, no, I mean, I'm not saying don't go to the Louvre. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to, like, the people that say, oh, they want to go, I don't want to say, like, in situ, because that's not quite what I mean, but I guess I mean, like, a lot of times people kind of forget the fact that, even in the countries that these objects might have initially been part of, right, that they often exist outside of that historical context, right? So instead viewing things in their historical context, or, right, like, I mean, I would definitely say would be best. But I mean, when it comes to, like, the Louvre, I mean, most people go there to see, art, but they also have, like, the Egyptology room, etc., the Assyriology room. So yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. I think a cool way of not feeling like a tourist is by knowing about your own roots and looking at the similarities between your roots and indigenous peoples, less seeing a Scottish and Maori culture. So interesting. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, it's just a. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm definitely saying, like, oh, like, go to the Louvre, go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, go to museums of natural history. But don't feel, but I guess don't feel as though by having gone to the Louvre you've seen everything, right? Because some people think, oh, I just have to go to the National Museum or the British Library in England and the Louvre, and I've seen everything, right? And, well, I mean, I hope that one day, Shakespeare Con.
It was unified in the Baroque and the Classical periods, especially. However, after that, as the Romantic movement
Did he just say the Baroque and the Classical periods? Oh my god. The Baroque, the Baroque was like in the 17th century. It was the 18th century. Oh gosh, it was like no, it was the 17th century. That's the height of the Baroque period. Like why I was thinking about Rococo for a second. Like the Baroque period, like 5000 BCE and 1600 to 1700 CE. I don't know how you could define those as one time period, like at all. Just as Kennedy Nefertiti was a Berliner. Oh my gosh. Be aware if it's from a French, British, American lens. Sure, yeah, exactly. Not that long ago, there was a scandal of the British Museum and its handling of ancient artifacts. Oh, yes. In particular, when it came to the Elgin marbles, I remember that because I remember that it actually, well, some people know this, some people don't, but like they actually sanded away the original, the a layer as it would have existed in 5th century BCE Greece of the Elgin marbles, as they're called by the name of the person that stole them, of the Parthenon marbles. And they sanded it down to make it look white, right, to give it that color. And that was decided to be done. It's also why equivocating music to like political. I know, because music peers to political history, right? They got robbed, didn't they? I mean, the Parthenon marbles, yes, they did. But yeah, like Greece has built a whole like every like this just goes to show like it doesn't matter whatever the imperialized in case of Greece or colonized in the case of like Mexico and countries in Africa and countries in the rest of the global south. No matter what you do, it will never be good enough for the imperializing country or the colonizing country to ever feel like they can return it to you, right? Like in full. Like Greece has literally done everything from like the humidity in the rooms to building an entire museum for the Parthenon marbles, everything. Britain will not give them back. They will never let them out of the British Museum, right? That is essentially their stated position. They even said, we would let you borrow them, but we won't let you put them with the rest of the Parthenon marbles. So again, that just goes to show, like, they do not want them to be they do not want those things to be given up, right? And they will fight every tooth and nail to be like, well, Lord Elgin, when he was the ambassador to the Sublime Porte, he technically bought them legally. Like, trust me, like, they will bring out every excuse, even when it comes to something from Greece of all places. So, even the term ancient artifact feels weird. Just out, yeah, no, I totally get that. Everything before the Industrial Revolution is just jumbled together for GigaChat. I wonder. The Industrial Revolution has had many consequences, indeed. It's funny, too, because he claims to worship... I know, right? Like, he's getting it wrong, but he's like, classical and Baroque. And I'm like, well, like, in music history, which I know, which is, like... Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Sunak even had a meltdown for Mitsotakis to even go there. Yes. Oh, God, that's so messed up. Imagine, like... Oh, gosh. There's a... Building wealth off indigenous erasure. I feel there's a word for them.
Began to take hold, it began spreading out into the huge wide array, and it really shows that this didn't like the lack of unity within our culture. And the best example of European decadence as it moved through the 18th century was
Ocean 69, a team of Greek misfits repatriates the Parthenon marbles in an epic heist. I mean, I'd watch it. Those close together eras, jazz and electronic. I mean, like...
The advent of colonialism and the advent of...
What? No, the 18th century was not the advent of colonialism, bro. That doesn't even make sense. He just talked about the Renaissance, and he said the early modern period, and was talking about how, like, they needed to do colonialism. Like, he justified I mean, he tried to justify, I guess he's trying to justify, right? At least he justifies to himself, right? Colonialism, but now he's moved it up like 200 years. Um, I'd watch it for sure, especially if it's directed by Zero, for sure. I hope to see all the Parthenon marbles. I know, I do too. Like, that would be something I truly wish to see, right? But like, my big fat Greek art robbery, the musical, yes. Just put Windex on everything, okay? Everything. Bezras Hashem, we will see it speedily within our days. Wait, does he know colonization? I mean, I like at some point I don't even like to bring that because then they want to harp on that, Judas. So it's like, yeah, like only Europe can claim that, really, and Europeans, right? Existed outside of Europe, annoying races. I know, but like even then, it's like it's such a
Capitalism in our modern form. See,
what? No. So feudalism ended at the end of the Middle Ages, and then there was just nothing, and then just capitalism in 1700, just like then it decided to just show up. And no, in 1776, capitalism, because that's when Adam Smith wrote about capitalism. So that's when it came to be because he wrote about it.
we disbanded the aristocratic ideals because intellectuals from within pretty much poisoned our society.
Did he just say what I think he just said? One, I don't know.
Of capitalism in our modern form. See, we disbanded the aristocratic ideals because intellectuals from within pretty much poisoned our society.
Oh my god. This is literally a Nazi talking point. Oh my god. Literally, what caused the downfall of the aristocracy was, oh my gosh. This is just, I need to show this to a cis man who actually knows about history to show it what it feels like to be mansplained to about something. Does he not realize that capital is a more deceptive extension of feudalism with the divine of kings? I mean, especially when, even something as simple as like the idea of land rent still existing, right? It's just like literally the United States is a country where you cannot escape land rent. Like, just unbelievable. But of course, we got rid of those aristocratic ideals of inbreeding. I don't know, Habsburg chins. Like, definitely have to bring out the Habsburg chin emotes for this, because, which is just, imagine being pro-aristocracy. Imagine being just so wrong about it. Like, even the revolutions of liberalism don't happen until the end of the 18th century. So for him to say that it was the 18th century as such, like as soon as it started, was capitalism, and then, right? Oh, you like the Habsburg chin emote? I'm glad. Well, oh, Copia Cresta, yeah, I like that one too. The Giga, and it's even called Giga too. Like even Rhizome knows. Like Giga Chat, yes.
As it's been said, society, rather than being destroyed by outside events, it commits suicide, and this is usually through the.
Who said that? Who said that?
Pretty much poisoned our society. As it's been said, society, rather than.
Who says that? Who says that? I need a citation, because I don't know if he's just making this up because he forgot the actual quote, or like, I don't know. Imagine being against men in wigs but pro men in wigs. Yeah, right? Like, yes. Like, we need to go back to the days of powdered wigs, damn it. H. Bomber Guy would like a word about GigaChad citations, right? GigaChad has the record for the number of most naked men video shown in a video for straight people. rated HE for heterosexual.
Being destroyed by outside events, it commits suicide. And this is usually through the work of intellectuals in the Enlightenment. And this...
Oh my gosh! Pretty sure I heard in some random fash essay, like, even just now, like, yes, those poisonous intellectuals. Because this is just, like, straight up just, like, Nazi.
This is a very controversial view because, again,
YouTube
technological progress, in my eyes personally, I'm not, this is not a universally held belief at all. Technological progress says a little about the true value of a civilization because much rather than being good for the individual, a civilization is a living body.
Wait, but, like, okay. But technology is how Europe has particularly after its colonial advent, I'll use his word, I guess, has always used technology as the reasoning, one of its major reasons why it is quote unquote superior to everybody else. So it's weird to now be like, but actually we don't even need technology. Like, what? Like this is literally like, I don't even know what this is. Like, at this point, I'm just like, but, like, I don't, like, but you brought up Gutenberg. Like, why even bring up Gutenberg then? If you're like, actually, we never needed it anyway. Like, then wouldn't the height of civilization have been, like, when those things didn't exist in the 5th century BCE? Like, I don't know. I know, it's like, yeah, he's like a neo-Luddite because he's, like, tethered to, like, being, like, the one book I've ever read is, like, the truth, right? Like literally, like, he's never read the Bible, although he's a trad calf. He's never read, like, anything else from the 18th century in England. He's just read Leviathan, you know. Like when Donald Trump cites, many people are often saying, I hear so many people telling me, everybody's, yeah. But for him, you know, he's gonna, you know, ever since I, read this little book over here, it's called Leviathan, you know, but I decided to rename it Linguini, you know. Really makes the case of why classifying Don was the right choice. Judas. No more Italian X, no.
And the individuals are just the vessels it lives through. And that's where the
like, who thinks of things like this? Thou art the vessel for which... Oh, this is such a weird way of...
The real greatness lies in these...
Oh, wait. Remember when he was talking about being, like, the vessel for the masculine essence? Remember that? I remember that. He was essentially being, like, you have to be a power bottom. Like, remember that? Get out of here. I'm walking here. What are you talking about? I just wanted to go see the Mets. I think it's inconsistent because he operates live on camera with a minute-to-minute cope and misquoting Linguini by Thomas Hobbes. Is this just a mass troll to promote his family's Linguini business? Right now, he definitely get out of here. I'm about to... I was first in line in Spumoni Gardens, you know.
Apollonian being that's much larger than anything that we have on Earth, especially our own lives, which technology should not dominate. Which is the key flaw of the Faustian ideal.
But you got the Faustian part wrong. It's not that he exchanged it for knowledge. That's him confusing that with the story of Adam and Eve, the Christian conception of Adam and Eve, with the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. But that isn't viewed as negatively in Jewish thought. So there's that, which is different. But now it's like, no, like even the story isn't correct. So just...
As European history progressed, we moved into the age of imperialism. So how does imperialism...
Okay. Now we're in the age of imperialism? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. What? Okay. Okay, this map makes no sense. I don't know. Like, Belgium was colonized. I mean, pardon me. Belgium was colonized, but, no, the Democratic Republic of Congo was colonized by Belgium, which existed as a country at this time, ever since 1830. Um, I, and also, um, the, okay, um, the time that, this is just so confusing. I can't he who gets to the age of Aquarius. I'd like to think he's full blown Russian or something and pretending his granddad was an Italian who invented linguines for lols. Imagine that. That would be interesting. Um, this map is just like, I don't even know what it's like. I I don't even like there's no year because there was never a year, right, in history, right, that the Ottoman Empire existed and Belgium existed, right, at the same time, pretty much, well, I probably shouldn't say exactly that, but where the Democratic Republic of Congo was in Belgian Congo, which of course was later in the 19th century, but still, like my point being like, and also I mean, even if this is like of when it's just so weird because like it shows like this is like the 18th century borders of the Ottoman Empire, because Egypt was its own thing by the time that the Durand line was drawn with Afghanistan, and definitely by the time of the tributary states. So I don't know, I'm just confused. I've never seen a Russian chin like that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, nothing is technically similar. Yeah, yeah. I can't wait. Yeah. Was the DRC a colony? I mean, technically, people would like to say that it was his personal property, but I mean, obviously there were colonial administrators and everything, right? So it was a colony, right? It was colonized, right? Like it was colonized. I'm gonna start saying my granddad was a Frenchman who invented baguette, so no one can prove me wrong. Since we have never seen the Ottoman Empire and Belgium in the same room, how do we know they aren't the same person? Oh my gosh, yeah, pretty much, yeah. They've never been in the same room, so. But like, I don't know, like this is showing like the German Empire and the Austrian Empire as being the same. It just doesn't. Yeah. Same thing with French North America. Yeah, and it also was larger at one point. Like, I don't know where on earth. Like, I don't know. There's just so many things wrong with this map. Like, I just haven't. And also showing Sweden and Norway being Danish colonies, as well as Iceland, all the whole time as French North America. I don't know. Yeah, I know they did not. They were not all in the same room at the same time. It's to get so convoluted because start colonizing in and of themselves. Like, well, I don't even know. Is Belgium in the room with us? I mean, there are a lot of people that say that Belgium is a fake country. I kind of believe it. Yeah, like, this just makes no sense. I'm just like, I have no idea what I'm looking at. All of the United States is actually Louisiana. I mean, I like to believe it.
Show the decline of Western civilization. So imperialism was.
It has it as a British colony. So that's the answer to that.
It's really the culmination of the fact that Western civilization was in a long period of decline, coming off of.
Wait, so imperialism, which in this case means colonialism, was a sign of the decline of European. Okay. I know, right? It's just like most of the New World is unironic fake countries. I mean, aren't all countries, I mean, like in one sense, like all like In the America, I mean, all countries in the Americas are settler colonial states. So I mean, yes, and in that sense, you're completely right. Like, I was about to say, like, well, technically, all of them are. So, yeah, it's so stupid. I love it, right? Like, this is why we love watching Giga Chat in here. He just picked a random map and used it to explain. Yeah, I have no idea what he's going on about. Imperialism is just white supremacy. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, again, like, typically, like, when it comes to like using that language, like we people like to use imperialism to describe like a different stage of capitalism, right? That's doesn't necessitate necessarily speaking colonies, right? That's why you have like neocolonialism, right? Whereas like the two eras of colonialism, right? Like the two apogees, as people in the English-speaking world like to see it, right? Is like the ones where you have like the Spanish colonizing the Americas, and then the second period in the 19th century, you have like the the Berlin Conference, right? So Western Europe be like entering my white supremacy era besties. Oh my gosh, he just okay. But I just have never heard someone call the 18th and 19th centuries the period of decline of Europe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine telling, like, the United States, right? Like, a white supremacist settler colony, like, you declared independence and you were already in decline. Like, you know, like, that just, I don't know. Like you were just, no, just.
This peak of music, culture, unity, all these beautiful things that
But these pictures aren't of that time. These are literally.
had made Europe great. For example, Mozart, in Spengler's view, Mozart, it was not the individual himself, because a Mozart would have came anyway, even if that specific man had not been born. It was rather, he was a product of this culmination of the ideas that were permeating Western civilization, this unity and beauty of music. But imperialism was the
Wait, so unity and beauty existing only in music gave birth to Mozart. And this is just like I don't even know, like this is like taking like liberal idealism and like moving it back and then being like, okay, well actually like this, I don't know. A Mozart wouldn't come unless that's true. He did write that song about. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't, yeah. Isn't Mozart 17th? Unity and beauty famously invented by the European Sator families. Right, yeah. It is the decline in the sense it was horrible for its provision. I mean, yeah, it was, yeah, but it was booming, right? It was booming for capitalists. The British Empire was literally at its peak in the early 20th century, right? I mean, that's why it's like, it's such a weird thing to be like, and in the 18th and 19th centuries, like, that was the decline, because it's like, but that's literally when the empires became their largest. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, oh yeah, Mozart is 18th century, yeah. Well, that's just how you summon a Mozart avatar, a poop altar. Well, you know. Then what is he trying to summon by having a Pico helm? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out.
dying attempts of European powers to continue claiming this control, continue expanding on the Faustian ideas of conquest and
Oh my... He is not escaping the white supremacist allegation. Like, he's not he literally is a Western civilization enjoyer. I don't even know what to say about this. I have no idea. I have no idea he's talking about decline, because this piece of art right here, right? And because of course, contextualizing and critiquing art is 100% okay by the TOS of Twitch. Like, this is just horrendous here. Like, I don't even, like, this is 19th century stuff. Like, I don't even know. I know! I have no idea. It's like, oh, they were, like, this is when they decided to, like, try again with the Faustian thing. Like, it's literally like, actually, colonialism wasn't our fault. It was the devil's fault. I don't even know what he's trying to get at here. Like, I just don't even know. This is what happens when someone preaches rugged individualism and great man theory while simultaneously worshipping whiteness under white supremacy in order to proclaim that if Mozart had never been born, another Mozart would have emerged as if it is inevitable. Right, exactly. I'm 99% sure all of Europe wasn't this white in the 1800s. Oh yeah, I mean, like even in the early modern period, I mean they're not very necessarily the most pleasant things to read, but there are the civil registries that note of people who had slaves in England, because people like to somehow think that like they didn't have slavery on the British Isles themselves, but they did. Where there were already people that were black living in England, and again, I'm only using this one metric, the civil registries, because they would often report like the deaths of people, and unfortunately that's why I say it's not very cheery reading, but it's, there was a diversity. Oh yeah, there was a diversity of everything, religion, everything. Oh yeah, UK was, well, I mean, it definitely surpassed Portugal for sure, because definitely after like the Napoleonic Wars, Portugal didn't really, I mean, I'm not even gonna try to parse that, because again, I'm not trying to say like, oh, it stopped out of the goodness. It did not stop out of the goodness of its heart, of course. USA was, has one of the lowest involved. No, wait, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean it was one of the lowest involved? USA was heavily involved in the transatlantic slave trade. No, I know. I'm trying to move past it.
Expansion, when in reality, it was only symbolic of the fact that the true ideals that have founded that were done.
I think I'm misunderstanding what, in terms of selling. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. I would hesitate. I mean, like, yes, they did abolish the slave trade in the sense of, like, internationally, yeah. But, they still had the internal market, yeah, sure.
Culture was beginning to spread into many different directions, just as music began to do.
Wait, but I thought so now culture doesn't exist? So culture didn't exist, now it does exist, but music existed. Okay.
In the Romantic period, which truly spelled the beginning of the end. And when Nietzsche, for example...
The beginning of the end. So when these people were alive and it stopped out of the goodness of its biscuit.
Said that God is dead, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though I'm a Christian. When he said God is dead, I don't think he means the God of Christianity. Or what he did...
He literally just read the AZ quotes of, like, everything that he's talking about, didn't he? Yeah, it should be clarified. USA was one of the most brutal and prosperous countries. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, I mean, you cannot read, like, Williams's book, Slavery and Capitalism, and not come away with, like, yeah, the USA was heavily involved with the slave trade. And, and even though it did, at some point, abolish it, I mean... it was more than willing to invade another country, in this case Mexico, to expand the slave trade, right? And to even force Afro-mestizos and Afro-Mexicanos to be forced back into slavery, even though Mexico already had ended slavery, because they still had a racialized view of citizenship, right? Yes, Slavery and Capitalism is like one of those books that I'm just like, is a must-read. It's just a must-read for anybody. Quotes old white people to sound such a white man. I mean, yeah, that is true. But even when he's talking about God is dead, right? Yeah, his terrible takes on Nietzsche, right?
But I don't think that's what he was truly seeing. He misplaced what he was talking about. What was really dead, that God...
Yes, Eric Williams' book, yes.
That was dead is the being of civilization, of Faustian civilization. He saw the fact that it was in its, it was beginning its decline. It had entered its old age, and its death was on the horizon. But...
What? So that's why he talked about something being dead already, twice in 2 different texts. Because he talks about it in The Gay Science, and then he talks about it in Thus Spake Zarathustra. Like, literally, as soon as you begin Thus Spake Zarathustra, like, that's what happens. He goes down into the town, and he's like, oh, and I was wandering there, like a man who, like a bee that had collected too much honey, and I walked among the marketplace, among the vendors, saying, woe is God, and they were like, is God a child? Have you lost him? Blah blah blah. If Giga Chad could, oh my God, Giga Chad, not everyone was a Nazi. If Giga Chad would main Nietzsche in Smash, that or Columbus, yeah, for sure. Like, okay, so it's something that's already dead, and that apparently, so Nietzsche's saying, like, so that, this is what he's saying. Nietzsche's saying we killed civilization because technology and culture that never existed before, apparently. No, like, this is something that even during Nietzsche's own lifetime was already understood, that he's not saying like, it's not literally or whatever, blah blah, but it's this understanding that, like, one, the idea of not whatever civilization incarnate or whatever he said it was, like the spirit, like, literally, it's like he's trying to say like he wants to say zeitgeist, but I don't think he can remember the word, so he's like the spirit of the civilization, right? But it's like, at the time it was viewed, and it's still viewed by most Nietzsche scholars as being, like, again, understood in this way, that people can no longer believe in such narratives like the one of God, right? That it's like, in that way, God is dead, right? That it's like, we could not believe in him even if we wanted to, right? That it's like, that the age of that type of, the age of those types of beliefs is past us, right? Like, it's definitely not a future tense, because he says, we have killed him, which is a past tense word, but he's trying to be like, but it's future tense, actually. He meant about an event that would happen in the future, even though in the story it's not that way. It's the story related in the past, but now it's in the future, so... I think the problem is Giga Chad starts with his conclusion and then works. Oh yeah, that's that's the error with, unfortunately, with many people, but particularly, like, right wingers never get out of this. Like, that is the problem. It's like, they say like, X has to be true, right? And it, whatever Nazi talking point they want it to be, and they will try. And this is where conspiracy theories, right, get laid down, right? It's like, it's the reason why so many conspiracy theories, like, if you go back through them, they originate in the same way, right? Because it's exactly with this, right, with this faulty thinking, right? Famous white men have an uncanny ability to prophesize the downfall of civilization. If only would listen to every overly confident, mediocre white man and his odd theories of demagoguery conspiracies. Yeah, especially
Despite the fact that intellectuals have analyzed this.
Also, like, if there was any event that would even... never mind, I'm not even going to get into
it continued its slow death, and, the European powers and the Western powers as a whole continued fighting it tooth and nail.
I like how the Western powers is just a way to, like, include America in that. Like, oh, the European powers, and then the Western powers, like, because you have to include it there. Joe and Rogan is Emmanuel. The book speaks. Oh my gosh! I wouldn't put it past some people, because I've, like, looked through that book, the one that's Donald Trump, Son of Man, Messiah, and, like, well, one, it's written by a white South African, which, Zara already mentioned an anime girl, South African Israeli person, and, like, they essentially talk essentially the same way. They just talk about different peoples. But essentially the same line of thinking. It's just like absolutely ridiculous.
Imperialism, it conquered everything it could. It, rather than, mastering Mother Nature, it began raping Mother Nature. It began
Whoa!
destroying the planet
I
as we
was
are now.
not expecting that to be the present progressive verb that he would use. I thought you were going to be like, oh yeah, when it talks about being a sinner and no, no, no. I mean, I could, but another thing to remember is that this term also means, and this is like the same thing with like velociraptor, right? Is that that same present progressive verb is also is another way of saying to steal, right? Like the poem, right? The rape of the lock. It means that he stole a lock of someone's hair. Doesn't mean that he, whatever. The Rogan Emmanuel experience is the greatest prophecy cast of all time.
It began tapping her resources and exploiting them.
I'm like, please, just why does he have to gender the planet? Also, this doesn't make sense. Like, he's saying that this happens when it's in decline. I've never heard of like this, right? Like what's going on here, right? Which is very much not a decline, so to speak, right? It's definitely not how it's portrayed. It's a she, her pronouns. Tapping her resources. I know, like, oh, tapping her resources. Don't say that. Oh, gosh.
As well as exploiting the local populations and uniting the entire world.
What a way to put it, right? Oh, exploiting the local populations. And I bet he doesn't even mean what he should mean by that, right? Like, I'm literally like, oh, like there's this point that could be considered, whatever. But no, he doesn't even mean it like that. No, he means it in the like, oh, the poor English aristocrats that didn't get to, be, I don't know, Super Saiyans, I don't know.
Under this one false god of...
It's so evil how he glorifies people what this... I know, and that haven't stopped. I mean, literally, that are still benefiting from those things even to this day, and will actually fight tooth and nail, to quote him, to deny, while at the same time claiming every single historical aspect to benefit from it. He doesn't understand how to analyze the symbolism in art. No. Like, no, because like when he talks about art, he makes it sound like what it represents is the thing in and of itself, right? And in speaking in aesthetics talk, right? If we're gonna talk in a Kantian, Hegelian way, right? He's taking the in itself for the in and for itself, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Wait, the decline of Europe was colonizing BIPOC? See, that's what that could say, right? That's what that could mean. Like, that's what that should be trying to say, right? But in the context of everything else, I know it's not, right? Like it's literally just showing, like, how much, like, blue-haired SJWs we are, so that we're like, yes, of course they were exploiting the local populations, but to him, local most likely means Europeans, right? Like, local means, like, not us, right? Literally 19th century, even, well, yeah.
Rationality. This was all in an attempt to...
Wait, rationality? Okay. But you said, okay, wait, so then that doesn't make any sense, because then that goes against Hobbes. I don't even know.
Scrape up all the power they could from all the places that they had not been able to reach before. This was the physical manifestation of the insecurity they felt about their own civilization beginning to decline. And
this is like the weird, like, this is just really dumb colonialist apologia. But it's like this really weird thing. It's like they did it out of anxiety. Like, they were afraid because their civilization was declining, so therefore they had to go destroy everybody else's? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, this is literally, like, I don't even understand what this line of argument, like, what this even is. Like, this makes no sense. Like, just, I don't know.
As time went on, as we entered the 20th century, we saw the Faustian civilizations themselves within Europe begin to tear each other apart. In the First World War, we saw the cracks forming within these traditional European monarchies and within these traditional European states. We saw the fact that things had changed. The same backing of these Apollonian ideals.
I like how he just uses, like, Apollonian and traditional to, like, show the Habsburg monarchy to, like, of the lead up to World War One, and compare it to, like, in substance, right? And compare it to, like, monarchies of, like, the 8th century, and there's nothing, with the exception of, like, if we were to relate it through, like, class dynamics and power dynamics, it's like, right, we can read it through that. But, like, in terms of, like, what he's trying to view it through, it's like, I mean, like, even the word for throne, right? Like, which, by the way, if you would like to support my research, you can always go to my throne, by the way. And help me by purchasing, helping sponsor a book there, is, of course, the fact that it used to be the word stol, literally the word stool. Used to literally be the word stool. That used to be the word for throne, right? So it's just like again, it's like our conceptualization of what a king does. I mean, like even the term lord, right? It comes from the phrase, or rather, it comes from the word chlavleab, right, which means, like, literally the loaf protector, like, the person who protects the loaves of bread. That's what a lord is. Like, when people say, like, our Lord and Savior Henry Kissinger, right? Like, that's what lord means. It means the bread protector, like, literally. So, like, again, like even that, like, that's from the Middle Ages. So, like, even the idea of, like, what do we call aristocrats, right? Like, how do we understand these things, right? It's not that there weren't these divisions of power, but rather, like, the way how he's trying to understand it is, like, the Habsburg monarchy was the same in 1911 as in 1011, right? As if that even it existed back then, right? Just makes no sense. The British monarchy still exists. I mean, that and the Spanish monarchy still exists. Like those two, like, literally, like the two, like, when it comes to the Americas, like, the two most pernicious colonialist powers still exist. And in fact, Spain still owns, right, quote unquote, right, still, right, because this is how it is rewarded, right, that it has its, how does it word it, as eternal. It's like something like that. It's like some kind of wording, right? It's like, as part of its, like, essentially it has 2 colonies, technically 3, technically more, I guess one could say, but Ceuta and Melilla, which are actually on the African continent still, like, on the land mass, that are the only land borders that the European Union has with Africa. And it's like the fact that it's like, these are still colonies, but because they're settler colonies, where they were able to get more European people to live there than everyone else that lives everywhere around these tiny little colonies, somehow they think they have the right to keep it forever, right? So, like, is his history of understanding so poor that the end of the Northern Renaissance was the beginning of the end of civilization? I mean, that's what it sounds like. Is he attributing the decline to the Protestant Revolution sparked by the Gutenberg press and explosion in literacy? I believe it. I mean, because he is a tradcath, so yeah, I could see that. You're American, you're not even a European gigaposer. I know, right? Middle-aged dads are onto something by calling the toilets their throne. Let's...
Was not still had. The world was becoming practical. It was becoming mechanical. It was becoming technological. And no longer.
Wait, but, like, it was becoming practical? So, like, before the world was magical, I guess. Like, is that what he's saying? Like, back in the... Like, why didn't you just say that in the beginning? Like, back in the day, people were all wizards, okay? Like, you could legit, like, get a Coke by just, like, thinking about it. It would just, like, float on over, right? And you would just get it. Now it's like you have to get up because your mom won't stop telling you to, like, restock the fridge, you know? Like, it's like that, you know? But I'm not as acquainted with his ideology, but I know, it's just, like, I have no idea.
Could these staples of this once great civilization no longer were they relevant? And out of this realization that the general population came, and out of this period, this is where
He just said that the general population came and didn't say what he was going to say, like, after that. So it's like, so the general population came, and then, okay, well, I'm glad that the general population had that, but when have you ever taken care of me? You know, blah, 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 whatever. No, I'm just joking. More Jesus, less Tesla.
Spengler, wrote his work. 1918 was when his book, The Decline of the West, was published. And then the Second World War took hold. And really
it's hard to come in general.
Fascism and the Nazis can be seen as the dying throes of the civilization because they took the most violent and the most expansionist parts and sent them to an extreme. Because people were willing to get behind that. What it tapped into.
Literally, like, the main thing that I would say, and I would recommend the book, Fascism and Social Revolution, right, by Palm Dutt, is that the thing that really changed when it comes to the Nazis is that they took settler colonialism and did it upon the European continent. Like, to say that, oh, like, that's what actually the West, quote unquote, is upset about, right? Like, that's what I can't believe they did, because they did it to Europe itself, right? Like, that was, I mean, again, even in the wording, right? Like, I mean, again, even like the idea of, like, the schooners, right, that they would do against, right, that are kind of, like, again, mystified with the idea of the pioneers going to the Wild West, right, quote unquote. And even Hitler writes that they would have their Wild East, right? Like, that is what really the issue that capitalists had with Germany, with Nazi Germany, was that they were committing settler colonialism in Europe. Like, that's literally, I have to stop. I'm acting up too hard. No, you're fine, Zira. You're good. That's what actually it was seen as the problem, right? Like, was that. So, like, so to try to say, like, oh, this was the end. I mean, yes, it was, for, like, colonized and imperialized peoples, for sure, because it, like, the Holocaust that took place was not only against just the Jewish people, but also you also even have the two Bengal famines, right? It's particularly the one that people know of as the second one, right? That was chosen by the British Empire. You also have the destruction, even, in many cases to a far higher percentage, right, in terms of by share of population, right, between Jewish people and Romani, where they had a far higher death rate as well. So it's like, and queer people and indigenous people, and you know what I mean? Like, all of this is just like, just keeps adding more and more and more random. But is the Shoah Jewish specific and the Holocaust about all minorities genocided by Hitler? Typically, yes. Like, when people say HaShoah, they're talking about specifically, when it comes to Jewish people.
It was these ideas of culture that were being destroyed. It was hijacked by these,
I'm starting to think that he's an ass guy because he loves showing dudes' asses, like, a lot. Like, I've never seen so much naked dude ass in my life until, like, today with all of you here. Which, by the way, I'm glad each and every one of you special snowflakes, as as our other Lord and Savior would say. Our Lady Patroness would say. I don't know. He could just be hungry like anybody else. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Individuals that were more into the personal glory side of it than they were continuing on or rebuilding.
Oh my gosh. Is he literally trying to say that the problem with Hitler, I'm not even joking, was that he was too much in it for personal glory? Oh my god.
A great
While showing Nazi shit?
civilization.
Oh, good night, Tybalt. True, it is, yeah, it is TOS. But I mean, I don't know.
And only sent the world down a darker path.
Well, Lexi said that he's definitely a power bottom. Like, definitely a power bottom. So I don't know, like maybe it's his goals, because, you know, we do know he likes to work out, so.
And the same with, and the funny thing is, post-World War II, liberalism and these, liberal, culturally democratic masses.
Oh my gosh, liberalism. Ah, yes, the thing that started after World War II. That's right. That's right. Liberalism started on May 10th, 1945. Oh, gosh.
Have tried to portray themselves as the beginning of a new civilization. Because
Since when? When? This is just so bad.
World War II is espoused by them to be this decline, this final falling of this evil force.
Are you saying it's not? Are you saying it wasn't an evil force what happened in World War II? I don't know. I'm so confused. Hi, Tim Bob. Welcome in.
Of Western civilization, of Faustian civilization. And liberalism was the new, globalist, accepting culture that...
The term globalization was not even used until the late 80s and 90s. And really, even then, it was only used in the positive sense, of course, which just meant neoliberal, imperialism on a higher scale. I just don't even know. The only thing I can think of is the fall towards social but even then, there is no. I know. Well, he already said intellectuals poisoning, blah blah blah. We already have that earlier. So,
left the barbarity behind. But this is simply not the case. We are still within the dying breaths of Faustian civilization.
All I have to say is one thing. Western civilization has apparently been on a decline for a long-ass time. It is sure good at getting final gasps of breath. I don't know how, but it just does. Because I swear, people have been saying it's going to happen since, I don't know, a while. It's been a while. The globalists, yeah, I know. The globalists destroying, I know, right, yeah, exactly.
All our modern liberal culture has done is take other parts of Faustian culture to the...
Really? In Chico? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. In Chico. Well, that actually kind of makes sense. So, I'm thinking about it, but no.
The extreme, the technological aspect. And just like in the 90s...
Do you think he's in a dorm room and he ties a sock on the door handle when he records these videos? Well, yes, I do think he would. Because he obviously has to use because obviously the pickle helm stays on during recording. No, just joking. But, we have seen his dorm mates. We have seen him, using them to, bow and hand him shit, right? Wouldn't it need to have been greater? I know, right? But then he's also saying, but the liberals think that the Second World War was the downfall of evil forces. So you're saying fascism wasn't an evil force then? That's what you're saying, right? This is the only time he puts socks on the door, right? Usually he puts, the Pickel helm, right? The Prussian helmet. In,
18th century, when powers were trying to feed the population the drug of constant progress and expansion.
They were trying to feed the population. So this means that that's what the local population does mean then. Yeah. So essentially, yeah, he does not mean the indigenous peoples, right, and the colonized and imperialized peoples of the world. He means the white people, essentially. This is the third. I know he uses like the same 5 images.
We are doing the exact same thing because our governments and our leaders and our elites know exactly what is happening because they're well-educated people. They've seen the same things that I've seen, and they've read the same things I've read.
Bro. I mean, I've read things before, but I don't know about you. Like, I think you need to read some of the things I've read, but I don't know. Like, I just don't even know what to say. Like, first thing, so yeah, we have like, I mean, if we literally would have had like anti-Semitic dog whistle bingo, we would have been able to play Blackout at this stage, but
And they are terrified of this force that they know is happening.
Wait a second. Okay, wait. So besides him talking about the Force, which is neither here nor there, but I mean it is, but this is literally there is this esoteric hog that is like noted for like when I say noted, I mean by like scholars that study like the alt-right and the dissident right, quote unquote, all their different names that they like to give themselves because they're each special little snowflakes, each and every one of them. Is that he is like taking books that are like, I guess, not seen as like, like a Henry Ford publication, and like reading it and being like, so this is what the elites have decided to tell us, right? And it's like, bullshit stuff that capitalists say, right? I mean, it's literally like reading, he's like reading Elon Musk's memoirs, which he didn't even write himself, right? And he's like, saying like, oh, there's like an acrostic saying, I don't know, like Donald Trump in it somewhere. He's the second coming. Oh my gosh, Kobe. He's only taken Introduction into Fasces 100. We can't expect him to have passed his midterms for alt-right 112. I mean, that's true.
As a living being, which is Spengler's main metaphor, as a living being,
at first I thought he was talking about himself. I was like, wow, even that's a stretch.
Rises, it peaks, and it dies. And in order to hold on to their own person...
Copia Crest, actually, you were right by talking about coming, because I've actually read feminist scholars and, critical gender scholars, not us being like, I can get past it. Well, I mean, I guess it's because for me, I already expect the fascism, right? Like in my own way, I'm just like, oh, well, white boys are gonna be white boys. I mean, it's but no, the point being that like right here with so feminist scholars and gender and critical gender scholars have noted that like the idea of like the story, right, having you have the introduction, you have the rising tension, the climax, and then you have lowering tension, then you have the end, essentially, right? Is that the denouement, as people would say in French, or rather in English, I should say, of course, is that there's this belief that like if things were not in a masculinist way, right, or we did not live in a patriarchal, particularly heteropatriarchal world, that then we could have things that have multiple I was about to just say like multiple orgasms, right? That like again, as soon as you displace the phallus and that as being the epistemic yardstick, so to speak, by which we measure even time and stories, then it would also open up a conceptualization beyond that as well too. Speaking about coming, he's really milking Mozart's Requiem. I thought he practiced retention. I know, right? Like, you'd think about it, right? You'd imagine. He's never unraveled a knot in his damn life.
Power, these individualists, these, extreme capitalists, in order to hold on to that individual power.
Wait a second. So there are capitalists and extreme capitalists. I mean, like, I understand that, but, like, I feel like being like, well, there are like regular capitalists, right, that are like apparently well and good, but there are like some extreme capitalists, right? Is like, I don't know, it's putting the cart before the horse, I think, just a little bit.
They keep feeding the masses technology, really taking the beauty of human choice and human life out of it in order to keep satiating the masses and delude the masses and themselves to some extent. That
Is he trying to like remember like the idea of like the opium of the masses, but he just can't, because I mean even that would be a misquote, but you know.
this society is not dying, but at its core it is. The reason why we have prevalent mental illness and a complete lack of
I know, like the high value sigma alpha males, of course.
unity is because we no longer have that living, breathing culture to hold down all of that. We know that's what held us.
You know, I just have to say, like Judas, what he just said right now is literally like the Europeans had to go out to destroy living, breathing cultures, so then that way their own wouldn't be living and breathing. Like I just don't even understand that. It's just like prime energy drink, the decline of Western civilization, short from like Giga Chad. Oh my gosh, I wish he would. I wish he would.
Together in every other time. And in every other time, that overarching culture dying is exactly what has spelled the doom for certain civilizations. And that's what's happening now. You know, for the last 2 centuries, philosophy has been concerned with diagnosing the issue. And in my opinion, we've done enough diagnosis. You know,
Logan Paul and his consequences. Have been a disaster, you know.
Nietzsche, Spengler, and Ted Kaczynski even. They all understood the very basis of what's plaguing the world and how in
the very basis, the very. Okay, for one, okay, I'm gonna say this. Okay, you can read the man that lived in a cabin that literally didn't have indoor plumbing or anything, right? And you can go read his his little column in the Washington Post, but if you want to get a bit of that, essentially, because he essentially ripped it off of Nietzsche, right? You can just read the second half of Human All Too Human when Nietzsche's like, why won't women talk to me? And then the other part he's like, well, the communists, all they want is blah blah blah, like just like the same stuff that he says in his own shit. I can abide by energy grifting, but multiracial marketing partnerships is just too far. Poor and depressed don't have to be just gigajet. Also, I think we stopped at a very interesting pause champ's face, I would say. Much observation, indeed. So, anyway.
In order to keep satiating the masses and in order to keep this collective delusion going that, Faustian civilization as we know it is going.
Okay, for him to have copium on here when he's literally synthesized pure copium just like in this video alone is just like, I don't even know.
To continue living on. They have exploited our natural resources. They have exploited the population to points of nearly no return. And
so this is a good example, like I think a very basic example because I think it's so, poorly done, of when right-wing people co-opt left-wing sounding language, right? Like exploitation, right? Like they're talking about, I know, like, I mean, there is, like, I mean, I swear, like this, like, right now, like, I swear, like, I'm surprised that this man ain't glowing because I swear, like, he's out here, like, I don't even know, like, just plasma levels of heat would be coming off of this much copium at this point. I wonder how these people can say that Western culture is dead when it is living almost everywhere in the world. I mean, when you think about the fact that the 2 places he's been, 3 places maybe, is, I mean, we know he's been to Italy, we know he's been to America, and we know he's been to Canada, and that's about it. Like literally just go like anywhere that is not, like Europe or the United States or Canada, and or Western Europe in particular, of course. You want to argue neoliberal culture is ruining every sector of life? That is pretty accurate, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, like again, and New Jersey. I don't know what you're doing over there, Nesta. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're trying to do across from the highway. I can't hear you. The cars are coming past. I don't know what's going on. I thought you told me that you were gonna make me a cup of coffee, and you're over there. All of that. But like, yeah, sure, yeah, like everyone's influenced by Hollywood, and again, that's because of imperialism and colonialism, right? Like Mexico is so thoroughly imperialized to the point where like its own cultural production always has to take into account, right, what the United States is creating, right? And that's the same thing with other imperialized countries, right? Particularly with the United States above all else. But U.S. besides murdering millions of people, they do a lot of soft power. Oh yeah, I mean yes, South Korea and Japan are the only countries that are that managed to get into the club of influence. Well, I mean that's because South Korea, right? The Republic of Korea is essentially a U.S. colony. Same thing with Taiwan, right? Um, um, and where Japan is, very much like a puppet regime of the U.S. anyway. Like it only exists really because it was willing to engage in settler colonialism as well, right? Yeah, South Korea is colonized by the U.S. Exactly, right. So I mean that's the only reason why,
it may be almost too late to save it. And so truly, what we need is...
I like how Oswald Spengler published Volume 1 of The Decline of the West in 1918. And it's, of course, referring to his present moment, right? The U.S. fought and lost a war and saw the puppet... Yes, exactly, yeah. We saw the puppet government, a fascist one, right? And South Korea didn't have... I mean, that's why when they talk about, like, democracy and all that stuff, it's like... That's a very recent thing the United States has even cared about, or even try to use as a cudgel against other people, because that wasn't even a thing that people even really cared, so to speak, in the United States when it came to other countries. I mean, that's the reason why, military dictatorships were everything the United States has ever done until the 90s, pretty much, and took the occupation basis of Japan and kept them and expanded. Exactly, yeah, exactly. And in fact, in China, once the nationalists had essentially been so beaten by the communists when it came to Shanghai and everything along the East Coast, that they actually then asked the Imperial Japanese soldiers to actually now join them and go against the communists. Again, this is stuff that the United States doesn't talk about it, because it just doesn't even talk about it in any way, because it's we were just there because we, of course, saved the whole world, apparently, right? Quote unquote. But it literally used Japanese soldiers to then fight against with the Kuomintang to then go against the nationalists to then go against the communists. So
Especially
also Christian. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The fact that Catholicism is so I forget what percentage of the population is in South Korea, but huge. I mean let alone the evangelical churches, right? That's huge in South Korea. In fact, everybody I know that's again that their family even in Korea is Roman Catholic, and here they're Roman Catholic, right? It wasn't something that they came into only in the United States, right? Because on the West Coast, there's a large Korean population, and so yeah, it's a huge thing that happened as well.
the right to wake up. And I am very disappointed with the modern right, because rather than see,
Oh, now we're critiquing the right. Okay.
what I think the right can be is it can be a bridge between classical and Faustian civilization and out of the ensuing chaos that is inevitable. It will, a new civilization will rise that will bridge the two. The main bridging force.
I'm sure that I've heard of someone talking about these things before. I wonder. The right, the traditional peoples, a bridge.
And this is something that a hill I'm very willing to die on, will be Christianity. Because Christianity came out of classical civilization when its decline began, and held through and expanded within Faustian civilization, dominated it.
Bro, like, how can you show this and be like, it expanded as if it was done? Also, is that person... Okay, is that person holding a hand in their hand? Like, what is that in his hand? Like, I don't know. It looks to me like there's a hand in his hand, but I don't know. Like, I don't even know. I don't even want to know. At this point, like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. Like, at this point, like, it's literally just and, like, there already was an entire cultural, like, many civilizations already pre-existing everywhere in the world and in fact, this is something that actually held against all people from sub-Saharan Africa, was when they did decide to give or bestow upon the indigenous people limpieza de sangre, right? It was only because of the idea that, well, they cannot be slaves, but that's because they could have never have heard the word of Christ. But all Africans, regardless of whether, no matter how far away they were from any centers of Christianity, because they technically were on the same side of the planet, I guess, as where Jesus apparently was, therefore that allowed them to all be considered for slavery. Like, you know, like, this is just so dumb. Yes, medieval AI art. Yeah, I mean, like, I just don't even know.
The fact that
and it's like, and he's making it seem like Christianity naturally, like, because he's like, it defended itself against, like, it held civilization together. No, it didn't. It went out and colonized and terrorized the rest of the world.
Could traverse two different distinct civilizations.
I know.
And a huge part of the philosophy shows that it can continue to do so and only expand. And I think that the European Western man should certainly draw on Christianity as the bastion to hold together this new society, this new culture, this new civilization that I'm sure will be formed. And I urge...
And you... Yeah. Yeah. Western man. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure that you go to lots of Western man meetings. I'm sure. But it's interesting how, like, at this, like, he's a tradcath, right? So of course he wants it to be like his form of Christianity. But, like, he does realize that, like, the Latin Mass wasn't standardized until after the Protestant Reformation, right? Like, the Council of Trent happened after Luther. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because if you're saying, like, well, after this point there's only decline, well, if you go back before that, then you would have had, I don't even know.
Urge the right to stop holding on to these lesser parts of Faustian civilization. You know, for example, the modern online right is obsessed with this idea of space travel and space expansion because they're obsessed with the idea of keeping these ideals alive when the civilization...
They are? Like, so that's why they love Elon.
...has already died. And the same with, you know, how the right simply overtly deny.
Wait, it died? What? It died in the middle of his sentence? He just said, oh, it's about to die. Now it's dead. Like, bro, just... is it alive or not? Just, gosh, he would be such a horrible person to have as a witness.
Things like climate change and exploitation.
Well, I mean, if he's not the person in the dock, right? Like,
Because economics, finance, technological progress. Technological.
like right there, like economics, fine, like yes, because of capitalism, like yes. That is why exploitation happens, because of white supremacy and all this other stuff. Just like
Progress has never made people more fulfilled. It's only through fear that technological progress becomes the ruling force. And that's
technological progress does not make people fulfilled. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what he's trying to get at this point.
all it is. You make as many arguments as you want about, I can live to 90 or
Schrodinger's space X. Yeah.
All that is fear that you are not good enough, that you are not strong enough, that you are not smart enough to survive.
The folk is weak, and we have to be strong, you know.
In nature, what we were meant to do. And
Bro, this dude's never been in nature. Like, he literally thinks that, like, going to the park is going to nature. Like, survive in nature, bro. Like, if you were to keep with like, Europeans had to adapt by stealing indigenous people's stuff in order to be able to even stay on this continent. Yeah. Is he having his daddy talk with his audience? Sounds like it.
I sincerely urge the fact that all the people that agree with me, or at least see some truth in what I'm saying, to understand that whatever new culture arises, whatever new civilization takes the place of Faustian civilization, it will have natural, it will work with nature. And that's why I think the merging of...
But see, like, now he's making it be like, well, whatever comes after this, well, then doesn't that mean that the decline and death of civilization is a good thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, corked up Habsburg coated with the sauce. Yeah, it sounds like he's having some kind of conversation, that's for sure. Like, I just don't even... Like, with the nature... I mean, he's showing ruins. He's showing the Roman Forum, which a lot of it was used to build present-day Rome. Like,
classical and Faustian civilization is essential to this idea, because while Faustian civilization made us capable of the greatest art and the greatest thought, it gave way to rationalism. It was poisoned on the inside by rationalist intellectuals that had no...
What? Okay, so now rationality, because he mentioned rationality earlier, that's why I can say this. So now rationalist intellectuals, rationality is the problem, so, you know. Because this is kind of like the same casuistry that people try to use for tradcaf stuff, so
real love or no real respect for the civilization and that, dominated the world at that time. And Spengler thought
he just wants to be dominated so bad, doesn't he? No,
that all this was inevitable.
The society, I mean.
The rise and fall and the death of civilizations will always happen. For
greatest art showing pictures of killing indigenous... I know, right? Like, just... Literally, and shows it as like when he's talking about Christianity as a positive thing, right? Like, let me show you the colonization and enslavement of the indigenous peoples of the Americas.
For example, Napoleon, the French Revolution, predestined. Although it was not predestined that it would happen in France and that it would...
What? Well, then it isn't predestined then. It's not predestined in every way except for that one way it is.
Be Napoleon or it would be Robespierre. The aristocratic ideals of old Europe were going to begin declining in the early 19th century.
The feudal aristocracy was already in decline in its own time period, in the Middle Ages. Because every future form, like essentially, if you were to actually take rationals are such party poopers, taking the fun out of missionary stuff, right? Like, it's just such a, like, so in a way, we could, like, although I know he means like a, special snowflake fascist, after school special is what he's thinking of, for the future civilization. But it's like, in a way, a civilization that isn't capitalism, that isn't about economics, finance, blah, 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 that isn't about imperialism, that's more attuned with nature. Surely no one has ever. Palingenetic consanguineous bone structure, yeah.
Yes. There was absolutely nothing anyone could do to change that, speed that up, or slow it down. And no matter how hard we fight.
Wait, so was it predestined or not? Like, that doesn't... I feel like there's a need to Shakespeare gives a painting.
The natural order of civilization.
Also, and I just say one thing as a person that's like saying negative things about technological advancement. He's sunburned. Like, you know what I mean? Like, anyway.
The natural progression of civilization, like every other living thing, will drag us kicking and screaming into the inevitable death. However, I tell you, there is no greater honor than being a part of a civilization that is rising, a rising civilization, and that's why.
Is his civilization rising, or is that just a banana in his pocket, or what? I don't know. What is it? I like how he shows like literally like quote unquote civilizations that no longer exist as the rising civilization, which is just.
I urge us to understand this issue and to not fall into chaos after there is some kind of inevitable collapse of rationalist liberal society. With the backbone of religion, I believe that we can create a new civilization that will hopefully live on for a little longer than both the classical civilization and Faustian civilization.
I'm sorry, like what he counts as Faustian civilization has lasted like at least 1,600 years. At least 1,600 years. But apparently it's been constantly, like, apparently at the threat of death. Are there any Eastern Roman Empire fanboys? I haven't... I have to say... Well, I mean, you will find them if they are ortho bros, right? Like, if they're ortho bros... Because, like, Jay Dyer and them, like, they are all, like... Yeah, like, the reason why we haven't had any more ecumenical councils is because, we don't have an empire anymore. Blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel like he's accidentally having a Calvinist dialectic with himself because he exists, ironically, as a blank slate, to quote the Linguini, and to teach instead of learning as he lectures, so that a fully formed ideology. Yeah, because it's like, first it's like, at first, I don't even know. Like, honestly... Whatever ideas he had in the beginning of, they are not the same as what he's having right now. Ortho bros are usually like, yes, pro-Russian Empire, like, Serbian Empire, like, like, Bulgarian Tsardom, like, all that stuff,
Because...
I mean, but also at the same time, I don't even know.
I know that whatever civilization takes place, it will die at some point. Each one taught the next something. Just like how...
Each one taught the next something. Each one taught the next... So then why does it matter if it died? Like, wouldn't it teach the next civilization something? It's over 9,000. I know. I'm never... I know, cishet able-bodied white man. I will never know. Like, honestly, like, to have made this many videos, to apparently have a podcast or whatever he's trying to start now, it's just beyond me. It's just beyond me. Yeah, at first it was predetermined, now there's no predestination. Turns out...
the Renaissance, it took the greatest parts of classical civilization and at least extolled them through art and ushered in new kinds of advancements. This is exactly what we can do. And what we are.
So what we need is a renaissance, but a renaissance here in America, an American renaissance, one might say. Mainly because lots of Slavs are Orthodox, yeah. And the Russian Empire promoted Pan-Slavism, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I dislike the name Yugoslavia when socialists took over, because Pan-Slavism is cringe and was over 10% non-Slavic population. I mean, yeah. I mean, like, one thing was, of course, like, among many things, like, it's Jewish population, right? Like, they were never, in fact, if anything, they were victims of the ideas of Pan-Slavism, right? So, like, so you have that, right? So among many things. Do you think sunscreen is too... No, I definitely think that he's the type of dude that he's like... He, like, follows, like, particular people on Twitter or, watches their stuff on... Or maybe Telegram, I don't even know. Gab, I don't even know where people go these days. But definitely on Twitter, right? Like, that one that he's, like, saying that, like, it's bad for people to... Like, people should be sun-maxing, right? Like, that back 2,000 years ago, people didn't need sunscreen because reasons. Therefore, we shouldn't wear sunscreen because reasons, right? Which is, like, no, like, you're literally, like, burning yourself. Like, a chudcast. Is it me, or did the... Oh, I see. It's another one. I see. Yeah, I think sunscreen is something that he actively denies. He's a sunscreen denialist.
What we really have to do is reject the Whiggish history that all of human history is just a progression to something great, everything is connected. No. Civilizations live and die, and the best we can do is draw on the examples of the ones before. And so rather than...
Wait, but... Okay, like, even if that's the case, that's still viewing that there's a progression between them, though. Right? Like, do you see that there's, like, an internal logic, though, that's a progression anyway? Also, I mean, well, I'm trying to wonder, like, this painting here shows opium, but then it shows this mosque here, which is in Cairo.
Accepting this mess of rationalism and this mess of constant...
Oh my gosh. Literally... Yes, he's the guy that deepens his voice, yes. Like, it's been told to me by, like, so many different people, like, he deepens his voice, yes. I just... Like, I guess he doesn't like protesters, and some of them are from the Rationalist Society, and so he's like, I hate rationalist philosophers.
Drug of technology constantly forced down your throat. Rather than accepting this...
That's kind of a weird thing to be like, it's the drug that's always forced down your throat, and then to make, like, this, like... Okay.
Understand. Julius Evola, although much more extreme...
Yes, of course, one of the head hogs, one of the hog shows, so to speak.
Spengler, he reflected on this and how we should look at the coming storm, how we should look at the ending of the Kali Yuga, as he said. Spengler also mentioned this.
Yeah, anytime anyone starts talking about the Kali Yuga, they're exactly the type of white guy they would start talking about demographics, If a woman named herself Giga Stacy and said a bunch of false information posing as big brain philosophy and history, she wouldn't... Oh, no. Definitely not. I mean, no. Patriarchy, no. The first video, just no. Like, all these, like, sweaty, whatever, I don't even know what ideology. Spenglerist, I don't even know. I don't even know what this is. Evolian, Habsburg... I don't know. Habsburg enjoyers, right? It's called biased history. Maybe if she was Giga White, I thought that was kind of like, she would have to be Giga White. There is no way.
One must be stoic and look in the eyes of it, continue functioning.
The modern right is on one hand terrifying because it's the right, but also like in these particular individuals, right? Like when they're so devoid of like any, you know, like they just use all these random terms to mean hoggery, right? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, why don't they just say like, I just want to go hog wild, right? Like, I just want to go, I just want to be, I just want, like, because in Greek, right? Like, in Greek, the word gymnos, right, at the base of the word gymnasium or gym, right, means naked. It literally means the naked place or the place where one is naked, right? Like it's literally like a guy that just discovered that and is literally like, I don't want to wear deodorant anymore, and I want to go to all male like gyms where we all have to work out naked, right? Like, let's call them chin enjoyers. Yeah, we'll call them chin enjoyers for sure. Yes, especially this chin, the Habsburg chin, of course. I don't understand why are these people like anti-technological process. Like tech people can be annoying and even very wrong. That tech will save us, but even I know, right? Like exactly, like that's exactly what I said earlier, right? Is that like technology has always existed. Like even other hominids, right, had technology. Even other right apes have technology, right? Um, and then he's saying like, but for him technology means like the contemporary right understanding of like technology, right? you know um like galaxy brain technology, right? Like whereas like even something as simple as like for example, I feel like if I were to tell him this factoid, it would break his, he wouldn't believe me. And that is that the lighter pre-existed the match. Like, I just can't even imagine what he would say about that. It's like, those rationalist intellectuals.
But also be able to ride it. Ride it out, ride out the storm, keep your values
Okay, we get it. You want to write it, okay.
close, keep it based in the values that you know will last. And the main one of those is Christianity. And so I do urge you all, reject these false gods preached to you, because all they are is corrupt elites trying to feed you a collection of drugs to keep you distracted from the true issue at hand. Every great philosopher has been analyzing this issue, has diagnosed our society with the problem. We know our prognosis.
I like how he says every great philosopher, and of course he only means white European ones, right? And then he shows like one dude that like, okay, the truth about Evola, right, is that he legit had Mussolini freak the fuck out. Because essentially this guy knew so much about like magic. Okay, bye October. Thank you. He freaked the fuck out. Mussolini, because he was all like, this dude is a legitimate wizard because he like legit thought that he could do magic. I'm not even joking. Like,
so why on earth do we not act on it and understand? And although you may say this is pessimistic and defeatist, it's not. I have such an extreme optimism for the next society that I am ready to lay down Faustian civilization in its grave and move on to what is bigger and better that I know we can achieve as Western men. And although this is very
as Western men, okay.
China, India, those two civilizations have similar patterns. And Spengler.
So again, we have to remember that apparently this is only geared to European men, so not us. So.
Analyze that, but that's not my area of expertise. And right now, I'm focusing on Western men. And what I say is, I'm not preaching this kind of pessimism that Spengler is known for. What I'm preaching is a definite optimism, but also a realism in the state of our society. Anyway, this has been Ezio Salambeni.
Wait, a realism? No, he's using that like a verb, and it's not a verb. My goodness gracious, these people. Okay, well, I don't even know what to say about that. That was just like its own. That's just its own. Just I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on. But I do know one thing, and that is, of course, that it is, at any rate, time to raid out because I'm tired and now I need to go to bed. So it was really nice having everybody here. And so his audience though, oh yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Like, yeah. I can't trust a white dude in a Tommy Hilfiger just speaking confidently. Did the raid go through? It's not showing up for me. Have you read the comments? I know, like his audience believes it. Like, that's the thing, is like, thank you everyone, thank you so much. Yeah, the comments on his videos. Yes, I have. Yeah, I thought you meant him. Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you everyone.